Black Caps, I was following on the sidelines with them. So
yeah, well, played with many? Or?
Yeah. So I played with and against Lockie Ferguson, Mark Chapman, and then played a lot of schoolboy cricket with Henry Nichols, Tom Latham, Matt Henry, that sort of stuff.
Knows me. Hello, Jake.
Please welcome your umpire.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well played.
So I just sort of help them out. Nice. Yeah, that's good. Very broad. Same man.
Matt Henry has
Morning, everyone. Welcome to Chelmsford and the Cloud County Cricket Ground as the Select County 11 are set to continue against New Zealand. New Zealand resuming on 298 for 8. Matt Henry 65 not out of terrific knock last night, and he was given excellent support.
What you'll look to see is that Matthew Henry has been the first one retired overnight.
Oh,
He said he's done his work for the day. Maybe the fact that it's not a first-class game, I think he's fuming that he doesn't get the statistic. That it's not a half century to his name.
He's just thrown his toys
He's
out.
thrown his toys. Yeah, he's gone. I'm not coming back out here. But no, what an evening he had. A rocketing half century, and I think he'll be resting up, warming up, and ready to take the new ball.
Well, I think the scoreboard's still vaguely confused by that news. Yes, he's retired and not out. 65. Trying to remember who the number 11 was now.
We've got young not Jeetan Patel, Ajaz Patel.
Of course, the young Ajaz
My
Patel.
apologies, Jazzy. So, looking to sink his teeth early. He can certainly hold a bat, young Ajaz.
Not a bad number 11.
Getting nice and deep.
Quite right. Well, it is Jamie Porter, the Essex man, who's still struggling to pick up his first wicket in this match. Bowled really nicely yesterday, but without a great deal of luck. He certainly kept things under control. It was very difficult to get away. I think his figures were 20 overs and nothing for 43. So a real stint, but he could do with picking up the final one.
Yeah, he's certainly earned the right. Really toiled hard for his side yesterday. He's exactly what you want in your 4-day or 5-day side, someone that can keep charging in.
There's an LBW shout, but I'm pretty sure that there was a big inside edge, hence the rather strangled nature of the appeal, and they trot through for a single, and certainly nothing has been signalled on the leg by front, so it does look as if there's a big inside edge onto that one. So Cam Fletcher moves to 22. Ajaz Patel just getting off the mark with that single.
.299.
Porter is in again. Nice looking forward defensive. No run.
Another interesting day ahead, no doubt about it. A light little cameo to end the innings here for New Zealand will get some momentum for the fast bowlers to come out, and they should be fresh as a daisy.
Well, certainly Matt Henry will now. He hasn't had to come out and bat again. He's be charging in. Jamie Porter. Very distinctive style as he comes to the crease. And there's a thickish outside edge that runs through the vacant gully area. I'm sure George will be discussing the vacant gully area with us in a minute, but he's a big fan of the gully. And but there are 2 runs, and there are 2 more to Cam Fletcher. He moves to 24. The score goes over 300. 301 now for 9. So, who is going to be? Will be Gibbon, who bowls from the end nearest to us here in the commentary box. Who took a couple of wickets yesterday, bowled well, had a couple of loose overs, but bowled very well. And young man who's only played 2 first-class matches for Worcestershire, but was picked on the strength of what people saw in those 2 matches, and of course his youth career. Left armour too, always a plus. He will be bowling into the breeze, and he beats the batsman with his very first delivery, Ajaz Patel.
Lovely start to the day. You'll certainly be happy with that one, young Ben Gibbon.
Yes, there was no loosener as far as Ben Gibbon was concerned on that occasion. It was straight on the money.
Wow, it looks like batter's paradise out there today. Matt Henry would have been licking his lips if he came back out, but beautiful sunshine, lovely time to bat.
Now, this is just for those of you joining us for the first time. This is not a first-class match because New Zealand will be playing more than 11 players at various stages during this match. But I was thinking these kind of games, the first 2 days, everyone's taking it seriously. It may go a little bit less seriously later on, but this is serious practice as far as New Zealand are concerned ahead of the first Test match, and a lot of young players looking to make their way in this game and show what they can do against a top Test team.
Yeah, you can certainly see that the County 11 are putting in 110%, trying to stake their claim and trying to get noticed on the world stage, because whether it's not a first-class game or not, you're bowling against some of the best cricketers in the world. So there's no better way to take your opportunity to put your name out there in the world of cricket, and these boys will be doing that all day today and with the bat as well.
Indeed. And that will be a chance for the New Zealand bowlers to be put through their paces. Several of the team only arrived yesterday, so the likes of Kane Williamson and Tim Southey, they won't be playing today, but may well play in the final 2 days of this match.
Yeah, we'll see how the day plays out, see how much time in the dirt the New Zealand side have, but one would be hard-pressed to keep Tim Southey out of the action all day.
And even Kane Williamson needs a practice periodically, doesn't he? In comes Gibbon. Oh, shot. Absolutely super shot. He did stray slightly onto leg stump, but that is flicked away with aplomb through leg side for the first boundary of the morning, and a cracker.
Lovely little flick of the wrists from Ajaz Patel. He prides himself as a batsman. Always enjoys the chance to be a night watchman when he gets it, both for his domestic side and here. But He certainly looked like a batsman there. Very elegant through mid-wicket.
Really was a top shot. And always a chastening moment for a young bowler making his way, looking to get rid of the tail as quickly as possible and just see yourself flicked through mid-wicket for 4. Don't bowl on leg stump. And that is better. Outside off stump this time. Kept pretty low. It was taken low down by the keeper. But no run off the final ball of the over. The score is 305 now for 9. And Ajaz Patel is 5 not out. And the very patient Cam Fletcher, who has now faced 81 deliveries, 24 not out. Ben Gibbon, well, he's at the moment got figures of 2 for 58. Pretty good from his 17 overs.
He got the vital wicket early on of Tommy Latham, and then followed it up with Daryl Mitchell on 58. So a couple of crucial sticks to his name.
As Jamie Porter's battle with Cam Fletcher continues. Not rushing back to his mark at the moment, Jamie Porter, but once he gets going on that run, the ground, of course, he knows so well, the Essex man. And that is also flicked nicely off middle and leg, just for a single. There is a fielder out there. And another one on another single for Fletcher.
Yeah, just trying to get the number 11 back on strike, pushing a boundary sweeper back and gifting him a single, and that gives him a reasonably good crack at the newer batsman.
A lot of left-handers in both teams. You went through the emerging counties 11, and there's about 5 or 6 left-handers, I think. And here is another, of course, as Jamie Porter goes round the wicket but doesn't get his lines right. It's flicked around pretty comfortably for a single down to deep fine leg.
We were talking about the current batsman of Ajaz Patel, who would be getting excited if there were a number of left-handers in the opposition, because the footmarks are slowly coming into play, especially bowling second as well. He'll be licking his lips. It's a reasonably dry surface, so a real chance for him to continue on his merry way.
Porter in again. Comfortable defensive shot. Third slip, moves into the gully area, makes a decent stop. No run. It is another glorious morning here in Chelmsford. Yesterday we got a bit of cloud cover and quite stiff breeze, and it got quite chilly later on. And the breeze is certainly back again this morning, but mainly sunshine greeting us. And that is a lovely shot for 2, punched off the back foot. And Jamie Porter cutting a slightly disconsolate figure, as indeed a lot of this team are, because was it 217 for 8 at one stage, and they must have thought, we've really done well here. And the last 2 wickets, well, in fact last wicket, because Matt Henry retired, they've added the thick end of 100. Completely changed the complexion.
Yeah, that's a real coach and captain killer. Slashed. That'll be 4.
Yeah, I think he's decided after his long vigil yesterday, Cam Fletcher, that the bat is going to be thrown periodically. And why not? He's done a lot of the hard work. He's shown what he can do. Be nice to keep the scoreboard, as far as he's concerned, ticking over. And with just 1 wicket left to go, you're 31 not out. You do start thinking about the old 5-0.
Yeah, certainly, and I guess Fletcher here has a chance to grab as many runs as he can while he's in the middle, because his chances are limited, so he has to make hay while the sun shines.
Well, it will be. Ben Gibbon to continue. Oh, and that's a decent delivery. It gets a thickish outside edge and just goes past the hand of third slip, left hand of third slip, runs all the way for 4, but not where he meant to play that at all.
No, but 4 runs all the same, and you take them early on in your innings. But this just brings me back to the point about how on top this county side was. 217 for 8, and then now this is just an absolute coach killer. These runs will be hurting.
Yeah, I was just checking with. Oh, it's 219 that the 8th wicket fell, so 98 runs so far have been added. Oh, and that's just over the leaping point. It's gone for 4 more. The 100 runs since the last wicket has now come up, with Matt Henry retiring on 65 not out. But the last 2 boundaries on another day, both could have been out, third slip and point.
Yeah, rubbing salt into the wound right there. But if you go hard enough, you more often than not get away with it. Ajaz looking to cash in and have some fun.
And why not? Bending his back now, though, is Ben Gibbon. And that goes over the top of middle. Good leave by Ajaz Patel.
You won't eat your lunch. I'll do my best.
Lovely day to be sitting outside and watching some gherkin. I can see Shane Jurgensen, the bowling coach of the Black Caps, enjoying the sun, working on his tan. Working on the up top tan on the melon.
Yep. I feel. And that is tucked away again for a single. And the scoreboard continues to race around nicely this morning.
He'll be sitting there getting a bit excited for what's to come today. All his boys will be steaming in. Always a joy to watch.
Now, who should we be watching out for particularly today when New Zealand do come to bowl, George?
I think for mine, Matt Henry. We mentioned how much he loves these conditions, and we talked about him far too much with the bat. Can't believe it. No, of course I can believe it. But it was great to see him. He'll be in high spirits, and he's a type of bowler that hits the seam hard, hits the deck hard, and you've got to do that to produce a bit of pace and a bit of bounce out of these English wickets. So, looking forward to that.
Ben Gibbon in again, and that is absolutely thrashed through the covers. Absolutely superb shot by Cam Fletcher. And suddenly this wicket looks completely different. Yesterday, only Matt Henry managed to score anywhere near a run a ball. Everybody else run every other ball at best, and good batsmen were struggling to get real rhythm. People like Daryl Mitchell, yes, he made 50, but that was off 110 balls. And Cam Fletcher certainly took a long time to get to 20 odd, but suddenly it's looking a great deal easier this morning.
It sure is. They're really throwing the hands and giving it a good whack, and the timing seems great. The ball's just flying off the blade.
Oh, that's a decent delivery that squares up the batsman. No run. Delighted to say former England, and I think legend isn't too strong a word, Monty Panesar will be joining us in the commentary box this morning. You'll have to wait a little bit. We've got to let George talk for a second, but he'll talk to Monty.
I'm looking forward to bringing him in because Monty, I'm sure you'll know how to tidy up a tail. It seems to be difficult at times in all forms of the game, and I just wanted to ask you, what is the art of trying to tidy up a tail and finish things off?
Yeah, look, I think especially for these fast bowlers, they gotta not deviate from their length. They gotta keep the ball up, pitch it up, and you like there. I was absolutely spot on. What we were talking about. And sometimes you may get a little bit frustrated, or the lower order batsman like myself will probably fancy ourselves with chance our arm, and get a few thick outside edges, but as a bowler, you just can't deviate from your plan. Eventually, they'll get out on a good ball, but they've kind of been just sort of chasing the game a little bit, the county select 11, and given a few too many boundaries, than they wanted to. But I think now it's good to see that they're going back to their sort of good line and length.
Well, a man who's made a career out of a good line and length, Jamie Porter, continues away. But it has been chastening because they did bowl very well yesterday. Made life difficult for the New Zealanders, and this is deeply annoying. Though you have frustrated a few bowlers in your time, Monty. I was in Cardiff when you held on and saved the Ashes.
I was also in New Zealand when he held on and saved a test draw at Eden Park. That was almightily painful. But full credit!
And just as Monty was saying, you need to keep your length and line, and that was too short from Jamie Porter and has been pulled away and skipping through like a man half his age, Ajaz Patel, and they get 3.
For mine, I'm a little bit, you've probably noticed over day one, a reasonably aggressive vice captain, and I just feel like there's not enough balls coming at the jugular, not enough aggression at your tail enders, putting them back, pushing them back, bowling the bouncers, the likes of something that your Neil Wagners would do. So Monty, where do you bring that into play?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now they push a man back. They've got a deep square there, and they've obviously got a third man. So, I think that's a much better field, and that should have been at the start of the innings. They've obviously kind of reacted to the New Zealand batsmen. Yeah, and he's obviously pushed that away for a single, and I guess that's what it is. Sometimes they tend to say, good teams, the tail team, tends to wag, and that shows a sign of good sort of team spirit. And I think the New Zealanders, you can't, take these guys, underestimate them. I was there at the World Test Championships last year, and they played very well under English conditions, and I think day by day, session by session, this New Zealand team is assembling, and they're going to be ready when it comes Thursday.
And that is short again. Well, tried the bouncer there. I have to say, George, was obviously listening to you and gets clobbered for 4. Fantastic ball shot.
Well, Ajaz Patel stood tall, rolled the wrists, and just timed it so sweetly. Didn't try and overhit that one. And wow, did that rocket to the boundary. He doesn't look like an 11. He'll be loving it out there.
Well, he's certainly not playing like an 11 at the moment. He's raced 22. Score is 334 for 9. And we've had 36 runs. Is this the 5th over so far this morning? Yeah, so I think they're bowling along at 7 and over.
Yeah, we can't have had much more than that. This is a very pleasant start if you're a New Zealand fan. Oh, he's going for that technique. I think he might have.
Oh, the old ramp. We saw an interesting variation on that a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah, still looking for a name for that Matt Henry shot.
Yeah.
The inside-out reverse ramp. I don't know what it was, but an exciting over.
And a better bouncer than the what eventually turned into a long hop and was hammered. But that was much better, a much better directed ball.
Monty, if you're sitting at fine leg or mid-on, mid-off right now in the field, when do you want the captain to give you the ball? When do you want to throw a few tweakers at the lower order?
I think this is probably the time right now. As a spinner, I would always go past the captain, give him a little nudge, say, "Come get me on." I've got 2-3 wickets in the first innings, get a couple of more, and there's a five for another. My name on the board again, and yes,
several times.
Well, yes, 12 times in 50 Test matches,
not counting.
Yes, but I think this is exact time where Liam Patterson, he should be, introduced into the attack.
Bowled well yesterday. Certainly bowled well yesterday.
Yeah, bowled very well. And I think round the wicket is a much better option. You can see his alignment is better. He's getting that. Seems to be a bit more bounce in this wicket, with the tinge green of grass. And I think Matt Henry is going to be quite lively. He's going to test some of these county select 11 where sometimes they slightly criticise the county game not producing enough sort of fast bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see, especially with Rob Key and James Taylor here, they'll be watching and seeing with a close eye how the batsmen, especially the county select 11, respond, because I think the New Zealanders, you see that sort of carry, and the New Zealanders are probably slightly a yard quicker, I reckon it's going to be quite lively.
Well, it's interesting that Jack Blatherwick at the moment seems to be first change, who is quite a bit sharper than the rest of this attack in miles per hour terms. At least he bowls 85 plus. The rest of the attack is around the late 70s, 80 mile an hour. So I'd like to see Blatherwick on sooner rather than later, I think, as far as the tail is concerned.
Well, you look at that New Zealand lineup. Shot, pumped over his head. Fruitful one.
Really decent shot. And this is a man who is trying to stake a claim for a Test debut. Or debut. I'm wearing a New Zealand jacket. I have to say debut, don't I?
Yeah, debut.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And he's making a very, very good point to the selectors. This has been a really good innings. He battled down when he had to last night in difficult batting conditions, and this morning with the sun out and licence to play, he is showing both sides of his game to very good effect.
Yeah, we mention Matthew Henry often, but I'm also looking forward to see big KJ Cole Jamieson with his height, his bounce. Naturally, he had a match to remember in Southampton in the World Test Championship final. Man of the match. Can't get much better than that. So he'll love being back in the UK. He'll be very excited about this upcoming tour.
Yeah, no, it should be a good battle because Dom Sibley, of course, will be opening for the County 11, and that's a man who's desperate to get back into the England squad and team. And there is another absolutely ripping drive. One of those, it was hit on the up, and for a moment, mid-off would have thought, have I got a chance? And then the ball is past you before you've even moved a yard to your right, and you're running back to the boundary.
Yeah, with all due no respect, says Cam Fletcher. He is just going for anything on a length, and whether it's slightly aerial or not, he's hitting it hard enough to beat the fielder. Bludgeon down the ground. He just holds his posture, stands tall and strong. And it's one of those occasions where you just don't hold back. You're feeling so good, you feel $1 million.
Well, he's 44 not out now.
Oh, and then milking a nice easy single to enjoy some more strike.
Which I think you're allowed to do. And that was a slightly disconsolate snatch of the cap as far as young Ben Gibbon was concerned. I can see bowling changes occurring fairly soon.
I have a message here for somebody called Lynn on the ground. I don't have your surname.
But I think it is Jamie Porter who is going to continue from that end furthest from us.
So Lynn, we wish you a very happy birthday and hope you enjoy.
And I'm not sure you can hear on the effects mic, but it's Lynn's birthday.
So happy birthday, Lynn. No surname.
No surname given, no real context, but good on you, Lynn.
If you're watching the match and indeed watching the live stream, you've had a good birthday.
I feel like the ground announcer might have missed a few birthdays yesterday as well.
Really?
Well, if we're going to start the birthday shout-outs, there's 2,000 or 3,000 people here.
So, law of averages, there have to be some birthdays.
Oh, surely.
Yeah.
Surely. Looks like Blatherwick is warming up very intensely at mid-off.
Yes, he's putting in a good demonstration.
He's dropping some hints.
Yeah, if it's not me next, it should.
Yeah. I'd like to see where Patterson White is hanging out. Looks to be in short cover. You can tell by the left armers, cricket whites have got a big cherry stain on the left from shining that ball, left-handed, all day.
Well, trusting his partner, taking the single, moving to 46. But certainly Ajaz Patel hasn't looked in any trouble as yet this morning.
No, I think that's maybe why the spin will be held back. Obviously, the ball's still relatively new. We've got to remember that. Still very new. But the fact that Ajaz Monty, he's left-hander, so the ball's going to be spinning into him, doesn't create as much danger as spinning away.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. But then sometimes on these conditions, especially on the English pitches, you get the odd one to slide on with the arm or catch him early, with the pad. That
Edge
and
is
4 more. George seems to be very delighted with that. No, not 4, it's 3.
3. We've seen a lot hold up down in that corner area. But Jamie Porter, that isn't the first time he's found the outside edge in this match, and he's still waiting for the first wicket, bless him.
Yeah, that was exactly the length that they should be bowling and sticking to that game plan. And I think they just, sort of a little bit confused, not sure what to do. Shall I bowl it short? Shall I go, good length? And this sort of passage of play will be really interesting to see how, no one even come up to speak to them about it. They all just sort of leave them to their own devices. And these are the kind of areas you kind of assess.
And Benz is back, and a bouncer that sails pretty harmlessly over Fletcher's head. Well, as Dom Sibley is captaining, should he be doing more with the bowlers at the moment, Monty?
Absolutely, he's a captain. They should be running up, speaking to them, talking about what we're going to do, any game plans, any slower balls here. They're obviously in the mood to attack, but now they've kind of reacting to how the New Zealand batsmen obviously playing this morning.
That was punched into the covers, and they trot through for another single, and the strike is taken.
I guess that's the difference as well with an invitational team. You're hanging out with blokes you haven't played a ton of cricket with, as these two bring up a tremendous 50 partnership.
But really entertaining 50 partnership in under 7 overs. So they haven't held back this morning.
But yeah, they have to rally together, this county 11, and try and stifle this last wicket. The question is, if you retire, do you get more wickets? Retired hurt, you can come back in. I'm not sure you can do that when you're retired.
Not till day 4 anyway. I think at this stage the rules still vaguely apply.
No, well, it's shaping up to be a really nice match, and we'll most definitely look to use all 4 days, hopefully for the fans in Chelmsford. Although you always just want to hold on and see what the new ball does for the Kiwis.
Interesting that it does look as if Blatherwick is going to come on, but he's coming on from the end nearest to us, and he did most of his good work at the far end where Jamie Porter's currently in business, and in fact this end was where the spin seemed to work.
Yeah, and also the breeze, if any, always the prevailing wind seems to come from the far end, so he'll be bowling into it ever so slightly, but at the end of the day, just got to give him the ball, get him on.
Now in these warm-up matches, Monty, you've played in a few, we're going, why aren't they putting this person on, why aren't they putting this person on? Will they be playing to a slight plan that if Rob Key and James Taylor are here, we want to see Blatherwick bowl, that's who we want to see bowl, so perhaps you don't do the logical tactical thing that you would in a competitive game, but you're playing under some instruction? Would that happen?
Yeah, sometimes I think during the warm-up matches especially, you want to see what they're like in certain situations, and it's all about sort of putting them under pressure. I think someone like Rob Key would want to see how they react when they're under pressure. You rather sort of have the warm-up games to be slightly tougher and see how they react. So yeah, it's interesting to see that this New Zealand side, they seem to bat long. And we've had a couple of players who've come from the IPL straight here. We've got Kane Williamson, like I said, Tim Southey to come as well, and they look like a real strong outfit here. They normally you kind of think New Zealand are here, should be an easy win, but this is a lot.
Hasn't happened for a long time.
It's a lot stronger side, especially with Kane Jameson. He's bowling beautifully.
Tim Southey will love hearing you say it's a long tail.
And this is Blatherwick beginning to crank up the pace a bit again now. Just having a little look to see if his follow-through is getting a little close to the wicket. those of you watching yesterday, he did bowl predominantly from the other end. All the bowlers were rotated, so they have bowled from both ends.
If I remember rightly, many moons ago, Brendan McCullum and Kane Williamson gave England something to think about. But
we're checking.
double century back at Eden Park from Baz. Kane Williamson, a good 100. Don't know what Monty's getting at here, but
I think he's going back a long time.
Yeah, I guess you are. You're a few more greys than me, Monty.
Well, Brendan McCullum was my bunny. Let's be honest. Whenever he used to come, I used to get him out, and so now he's obviously on the head coach of English cricket, and I think he's a very attacking nature. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of gets some of the likes of Zach Crawley and the others to play a bit more defensively when the ball's doing a bit. That'll be an interesting conversation.
Indeed.
Yeah, sometimes with it, John.
That was a really
Lovely
good
little
shot.
Whip of the hands.
Got on top of that ball very quickly, did Ajaz Patel, and played a beautiful pull hook shot to the boundary for 4. Rolled wrists. That, if anybody watching, that's how to play that shot. That's absolutely perfect.
New Zealand bring up the 350 with consummate ease. We didn't see that coming.
219 for 8. I keep mentioning it.
We did not see that coming late yesterday, but we talk about Brendan McCullum and the aggression you were thinking, Monty, but his leadership and his aggressive nature is not all about potentially changing your technique to score faster runs. It's about being aggressive and confidence in your body language, in your mental space, and filling that English team with confidence and making sure they know they're there for a reason, selecting them in for a slightly longer period and giving them that chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. He definitely had that presence about him. He was all about, making sure the body language is good. You're confident. You're in the face of the opponent. Where here we're seeing some of the, the young sort of bowlers in the county heads are a bit down. When they come after him, they're not really. These are the kind of things I'm sure we'll be watching right now.
Blatherwick in again, and I thought I was going to say that was a half-decent delivery, but it has been thrashed through the covers for 4 on the up, maybe slightly over-pitched, but an absolutely superb drive. And at the moment, Ajaz Patel is having a wonderful time of it. He's raced along to 33. The score is 357 for 9. And, Cam Fletcher, 48 not out, will be looking to wrap up a half-century that may see a declaration, which is possibly why they're racing along this morning. Yeah,
absolutely. I think that was a great cover drive. Not one out of my book, to be honest. I don't think I could cover drive or pull like Ajaz, but he's certainly enjoying a beautiful day today at Chelmsford. I played a couple of years here, and was speaking to the groundsman earlier. He kind of said that the wickets tend to be quite flat. They've had a lot of games that are draw, so perfect, ideal preparation for New Zealand. They obviously must be delighted to see, they're at what, 353 for 9, and it's exactly the sort of ideal preparations for the world champions.
Certainly is. As Porter charges in on a length. Cam Fletcher of the Canterbury Wizards, Kings domestic side. Would love nothing more than to bring up the milestone here at the Cloud County ground. Hard length into the midriff.
Yeah, so what do you make of this morning? It's been, you just kind of feel like the guys are just sort of walking around, just waiting for a wicket to happen. They're not really, I don't see anyone coming up to the bowlers, having a chat that we talked about, or even at the start of the session, have a man back straight away, know what we were doing. I think they've been quite reactive.
Yeah, it is a really hard scenario in terms of an invitational team. You're playing against one of the best cricketing nations on the planet, and I guess when you're coming out working as individuals, trying to bring it all together at late notice, it's never going to be easy. And at times, they had the opportunity. They had such a big opportunity to get on top. But now it's almost like they've woken up and there's just been some easy flow of runs, and especially from the tail, it can be pretty demoralising. So, yeah, I think it's hard to rally together when you never normally play together. But yeah, they need to stop this, and they need to stop it soon. Pushing. He'll push for 2. He's going to get a half century here. Cameron Fletcher rebuilt the innings at the start, and he's cashed in today. Superb half century for the Cantabrian. As I look to the balcony, there's a lot more people dressed in matching pyjamas, full cricket whites everywhere in the New Zealand dressing room. Matt Henry loosening the hips. Tom Latham shadow batting. Should be getting ready for some slip catches, but what a 50. Declaration can't be far.
Well, that must be a good sign. I used to always enjoy that, seeing the opposition with their whites on. Or they could be just teasing the county select 11, yeah, and they may just want to see Ijaz Patel to get his 50.
Well, they almost have to wait now. No, he's 33. I don't think he'll have to go bang pretty quick, because they look rearing to go. Itchy feet, the fast bowlers of New Zealand. Blair Tickner, he'll be used today. Wasn't seen in the batting lineup, but he'll be coming out to make the most of these English conditions. End of the over. New Zealand are through to 3-5-9 for 9 as the runs continue to flow here in Chelmsford.
Yeah, appears a bit flatter this morning with the sun beating on that, lovely wicket with a tinge of green grass, and it seems, like have the county select 11 got their plans wrong, or is it just that the wicket, the New Zealand batsmen have been in a slightly more aggressive mode, and they kind of were a little bit surprised by that?
Yeah, I think New Zealand have just come out and seen it like a beach ball. Little bit of inconsistency and lack of bowling plan, but now they've got a third man back just to try and save as many runs as they can. But realistically, they're all looking up at Tom Latham and saying, hurry up and give me a wave. I'm keen for some sandwiches.
Yeah, that's always a slightly concerning look when the fielding side is looking at the balcony and hoping that when is the declaration going to happen. But this is your chance. You're a young county bowler. You want to take that wicket.
Leatherwick pulling a big shot out, but it's going to land in free space as Patel adds another 2.
Yeah, as a young bowler, now people will be watching this game closely, and you want to be showing that when a situation like this is happening, give me the ball, I'll get a wicket, and it's absolutely vital they do that. So we've got Dom Sibley also communicating at mid-off. Finally, I think they're listening to me, George. They're pulling out second slip, putting him on short cover, and they got a deep cover out. So hopefully this is either full or really short.
Leatherwick on a length and flared with no result. I think against the lower order, if you're ever in doubt, you've really just got to bowl that hard length, almost that one-day length where you're hitting the splice of the bat, and you've got to force them to. If you're trying to play a big shot and it's rising on you, you've got to be a seriously good batsman to get one away. So if in doubt, they've just got to bowl it into the deck and try and force the batsman to do something they're not naturally able to do. You get the sense that something's going to happen this over.
Yeah, you get that feeling, don't you? It's going to be either wicket time or maybe declaration, possibly. But finally, they've got the right field setting, and that is something that they'll be observing very closely. The coach is Michael Yardy, who was my captain at Sussex, who's here coaching the county select 11. Things like this is what I think is that cricket, sense. Understanding, just being a little bit ahead of the game, knowing what to do. I think now they've got the right field set.
Patel. Oh, it stayed very low, dangerously low. A little bit of variation early on day 2.
Obviously Patel, surprisingly on 35, which we didn't expect. And, this is a situation, wouldn't you want to give the strike to the informed batsman and just try and sort of bat as long as you can? You've got the field spread.
Well, I just think they're out there enjoying themselves, Mons. Cash in while you're having fun. Fletcher's relaxed on 50. Just think you can relish the opportunity to try and get a couple away. On this occasion, just one.
Yeah, it looks like quite a flat pitch there, I think, unless the ball does something or they produce, like yesterday, that ball against Mitchell, it was an unbelievable ball, probably the ball of the day. Something like that happens, or they play a shot on the up, get themselves out. It doesn't seem like that kind of wicket where you're going to just blow away the opposition.
Leatherwick. A short one to finish the over. New Zealand 600 minus 300 plus 62 for 9.
And I think that's it. Is it drinks or is it declaration time? I think they've declared. New Zealand have declared.
New Zealand are leaving the dressing rooms and the batsmen leave the middle. A declaration has been called. New Zealand 362 on the board. A very good fight back from the New Zealand side. A very intriguing first innings, and now it's time to see the Kiwis' class bowling attack.
Yeah, I think all eyes will be on that, and the man in form in county selector, Ben Compton, who has done really well. But that's been a fine innings by Fletcher and Patel. What a fantastic partnership that was. Certainly for the New Zealand coaches to think about, should Fletcher make his debut at Lord's.
A very pleasant morning to start day 2, even more so if you're a Black Caps fan. A nonchalant, a very cruisy 70 odd runs this morning have come with ease, and now it's given their bowlers a chance to ramp up, get excited and come in with momentum here. It's going to be fun to watch.
What are we going to expect from this New Zealand attack? Are they going to just warm themselves up and if they'll see it as a warm-up game, or are they going to go gun blazing hard?
They're going to come guns blazing. This is it. This is the last chance before Lords. And what you'll notice about our bowling attack this afternoon and throughout the day is that all our bowlers are not massive swing bowlers without Southey and Bolt. Going to feature too much today. Maybe Southey later on, but Henry, Jamieson, Tinkner and Duffy, they'll be trying to hit that seam, trying to get it on a length and force the ball into some lateral movement. So it's going to be intriguing to watch, and I'm sure they'll share the bowling around nicely. But Otago Volt's captain and stalwart, Duffy, will be relishing his opportunity to get out there today.
Yeah, well, they got the heavy roller on there and may just flatten the wicket a little bit, but it's a bit too paced. I've seen some of the bounces really fly through, and the other times it's just been a bit too short. And I'll be honest with you, I'm really excited to see Carl Jamieson bowl. You know, he was, like I said, at the World Test Championship at Southampton. I think he was going 1 and over. Took a 5 for the Indian batsman. Couldn't get him away. He just bowled that nagging length. He is going to be an absolute handful on this wicket.
Yeah, it's no doubt they enjoy using the Duke, albeit ever so slightly modified this year. Daryl Mitchell warming up. Always loves getting the ball in hand. Very much a competitor.
Yeah, it's been. This is probably one of the best, I think, fast bowling attacks in the world. You know, it's a great opportunity for these young county select 11 batsmen to stake a claim. I remember a long time ago, Alistair Cook scored a double hundred against Brett Lee and that 2005 attack, and that's where he really everyone started talking about him. And the following year, he made his debut with me, and it's a similar sort of time. You know, these young batsmen in the county game, they shouldn't be afraid of the high arm bowlers, of the pace of Matt Henry. You know, even though they do look quite intimidating as I'm watching them run up, and that ball just off a length is really rising, isn't it?
Well, they're on that nice warm-up wicket, which certainly hasn't got as much attention as the middle one, but Duffy looks to be getting a nice bit of shape away as he warms into his routine. And Matt Henry bowling from the river end. It could be signalling where he's going to start. And you get the sense that Kyle Jamieson might be opening up alongside Matt Henry.
It's going to be very lively. It looked like an organised outfit, the New Zealanders, and they just, all the bowlers, the actions are looking good, snapping at the crease. Gosh, this is a real good attack. And surprisingly, at Lords, we haven't seen it's not all the tickets haven't been sold. This is the world champions, world test champions. I was reading a couple of days back that Lords tickets are still there. It's not a full house.
I've heard they cost £1 million to get them. Maybe that's why. But they are hard to come by, from what I'm hearing. A lot of Kiwi fans around London are knocking on the window, trying to work out ways to get them. So they're either... But it's going to be an amazing occasion. 5 days at the home of cricket and two sides with a couple of great storylines as well.
Well, just on that ticket prices front, tickets available on the gate for this game, for those of you who want to come along over the next couple of games. £20 for adults, £10 for students, young adults, £5 juniors, and adult tickets can be purchased for £15 in advance. So you get your money's worth here at the Cloud County Ground. And also Essex Eagles begin their Vitality Blast campaign on Friday the 27th against Kent Spitfires at Canterbury. The first home game is against Hampshire Hawks. That's on Monday the 31st of May, 7 p.m, and tickets still available online at essexcricket.org.uk.
Yeah, I've heard great things about a T20 here at the Cloud County Ground. Under the lights, a great atmosphere to watch some of the stars.
Yeah, this is, the Essex Eagles, they've always done really well here. Small grounds, they know how to win sort of white ball cricket, being a very successful side. But I think I'm actually extremely excited. I was so happy to be here at Chelmsford, my old sort of county ground, and just seeing the Kiwis warm up there. You can just look at them. It's they definitely look like a world champion side, and it's going to get very lively, like you said, isn't it? They're going to get some balls going through that sort of throat height, just back of a length, I reckon.
Yeah, it's nice to see the depth in New Zealand cricket, and with arguably two of our greats in Bolton Southey not here this morning to play, to see the four-seamers charging in is always very pleasing. Great depth.
What is it about New Zealand cricket? The population, like we always say, it isn't the same as England, but they seem to just produce great cricketers.
Yeah, I think we're a very proud country, and we've always always believed we can punch above our weight, whether that be any sport. Obviously, rugby's a big one, but we love the Olympics. We love it when a Kiwi enters the world stage and makes history. But yeah, look, this New Zealand cricket side has been building for a long time. We mentioned yesterday that they're all about that mature age group. They were so young when they first came in, but they're all sort of hitting that 28 to 32 bracket where you've had time at the crease and you've begun to know what cricket's about, what Test cricket's about, more importantly. But yeah, look, we've got 6 domestic sides that go head to head week in, week out, and with Black Caps sprinkled through them all, every week you've got a pretty strong side to come up against, so there's no easy wins.
Yeah, there's been a talk maybe, we should have a franchise model similar, best 6 teams, play against each other, and then let the county sort of championship be a feeding, to that. What do you think to that? Do you think, would that work in England with so many teams?
How many teams are there at the moment?
Well, 9 per division. That's 18.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of teams. That's widespread talent. As the New Zealand side enters the ground, led by Tom Blundell with the gloves, he'll no doubt have them on at Lord's.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing Patel bowl. He took 10 wickets against India, and I'd love to see what his how he bowls on a pitch. Hasn't turned much this season.
Monty, you just
I've been really surprised. I was speaking.
Just sit back and relax. There's no spin for a while here, pal. You're getting far too excited when there's a new Duke, 4 fantastic Kiwi seam bowlers. Ajaz Patel can relax for a while, as can you.
I think you're absolutely right. Within a seam fast bowling attack like this, they're going to be. This is going to be exciting to watch, and we've got the best view in the house. Right behind the bowler's arm, and it's we've got Ben Compton and Dominic Sibley coming at the crease. Ben Compton, who's been in fine form, scored over 700 runs this year for Kent. Didn't really get much of a chance at Notts last year. He'll be definitely looking to stake his claim. It'll be just interesting to see how they cope with the pace. That's one area where they tend to say in the county game they don't get an opportunity to face genuine fast bowling as much. And this is as close as it's going to get for them to see what it's like, at Test, at international level. And it'll be Sibley as well. He's been captaining the side, been dropped from the England team. Kind of maybe the technique isn't something out of the manual book, something I don't know if they'll teach back in New Zealand how to bat, but he has his own way. He has his own way of batting, and he does it very well. So Henry is ready to start. Ben Compton is just taking guard there. No man underneath, just 3 slips and a gully, square leg. We're ready to rock and roll, George.
Matthew Henry. The New Zealand quick, charging in after a half century. And first one is screaming past the outside edge of Compton. What a start.
Exactly, it's a perfect start that we talked about. That is lively, just back of a length. And 3 slips gully. We got point. I don't know if we need a point, but this is exactly what they were looking to see. That's the delivery to bowl on this pitch.
First runs of the morning. Compton squeezing one out, and he'll benefit with 2. Square leg, Conway couldn't quite wrap it up, but it's hard to believe Matt Henry has only played 16 tests. I would put him in the bracket as one of the most unlucky cricketers on planet Earth, being behind such an amazing bowling attack that we've been lucky enough to have over the majority of his career. But every single time he pulls on that fern, he plays very, very well.
Again, fuller length, just gone to point. You can see he's just beginning to warm up. And Ben Compton just walking away. trying to gather his thoughts. And I always look at, when I'm at mid-on, I always look at the batsman's body language, and you can see when someone's bowled a good delivery, they tend to walk away, gather themselves, regroup his action, gone back into the crease, and Henry's coming on to bowl.
Test debut Matt Henry was back in 2016 versus England, and have a guess where?
Lords.
So could he be returning to his place of his debut back in 2015?
Well, the way he's bowling right now, I think he's just looking beautiful rhythm. The run-up is looking nice and aggressive. And here he comes on to bowl again.
One of his most recent successes was when South Africa came and toured New Zealand. And Matt Henry, he got a chance, and boy did he take it. 7 wickets for just 23 runs. Simply outstanding, as the South Africans were rolled for 95.
95. They'll love that today. Oh, fuller ball, and he's chasing it. That is exactly how to bowl on these kind of wickets in English condition. That was a beautiful delivery. Hanging back a couple of balls and then just a teaser. And boy, that flew through the wicket.
It's exactly what we talked about, that hard length, bowling into the wicket, trying to make the most of that new ball as much as he can. And let's be honest, he probably should have steered slightly clear of that one.
Exactly. Exactly. I've got a bit of a cough throat, but then we got, here it is, the big man has arrived now.
Oh no, luckily
Carl Jamieson. This is what we all waiting for.
This is what we've all been waiting for. Kyle Jamieson, the big fella. He was named in the ICC Test Team of the Year, and deservingly so for his success in the World Test Championship.
We haven't killed Monty. You all right there, Monty? Yeah, okay.
Not used to talking so much dribble.
Unlike George and I, we can keep going for hours and hours and hours.
First ball for Kyle on a length and beautifully dabbed in for a single.
Yeah, nice way to get off the mark, isn't it, for Dom Sibley? Just playing the ball down, trotting through. Of course, he's shed a few pounds since he first made his England debut, Sibley. Now pretty smart between the wickets, but I know a lot of the crowd here are here to see Compton, the leading scorer in the county championship this season, 870 runs already, and looked on course at one stage to actually get the 1,000 before the end of May, which is the holy grail for county batsmen, but ran out of matches just, and this one not being first class means he can't do it, but he is certainly in the frame for an England spot.
Squeezed off the hip. Jamieson just trying to find his line and length.
Yeah, it's a different ground, isn't it? Yes, it's fine, you bowled in the nets, but if you haven't bowled at this ground before, and there are these small slopes as you just come up to the popping crease at this at the county ground, so just a few things to make sure you get your feet in all the right places.
Enjoying a slight breeze behind him, and good carry through to Blundell.
Yeah, already we can see that the New Zealand attack look as if they're bowling quite a bit quicker. I can't believe that last delivery was 64 miles an hour. I think that was a typo, but you can see that the ball is carrying that bit further. The bounce is that bit higher so far from the New Zealand attack compared to the county select 11 earlier.
There's no doubt Jamieson has used his height to his advantage over his short career so far, and it's just kissing the surface, going away from the outside edge.
Yeah, he certainly has got the advantage in that he is, 6'2", 2 metres, 6'7", that kind of.
6'50".
Yeah, but your arm would get tired if you were interviewing him after a match, that's for sure.
A very impressive slip cord in as well in there with Mitchell, Latham and Young.
In again, and that's left comfortably by Compton outside off stump. He's had the one flirt at a wide one, which is a disease that certainly England are looking to eradicate amongst the top order batsmen.
Jamieson in just 14 tests has got 66 wickets at 18.72. 18.72. It's a serious average.
What a discovery, yeah. 6 for 48, 11 for 117, his best match figures. He's a game changer. I'm surprised rugby didn't pick him up, actually, because he is tall.
Well,
decent lock.
I actually enjoy giving him the nickname Steph du Toit. Big South African blondie. Steph du Toit. But he wears the number 12 jersey in cricket, and I feel like it would suit him in rugby as well.
You see him as a centre, do you?
I would, purely because he's wearing 12. I think it would be quite funny to see him play 12 but inside centre, but naturally he would have to be in the forwards. Could be a ranging 6.
Yeah, ranging 6. I immediately got him down as a 4 or a 5, I have to admit. Second row, lock.
Yeah.
Line out.
Hard to argue when he's that tall.
Matt Henry, though, in. Oh, and he... Well, Dom Sibley did drop his hands, but it was there or thereabouts, wasn't it? Lovely delivery. Just watching the replay now. Yeah, I'll give Sibley the benefit of the doubt, taking his bat just inside the line.
Absolutely. You can see that surface has a nice glisten to it after the heavy roller. Can Matt Henry expose it?
Oh, and that one, Henry, that was, again, Sibley. He does have this habit of looking as if he's about to play and bringing the bat back inside the line, and I think he did so again on that occasion, but certainly Matt Henry is bowling in exactly the right spot currently.
He'll just slowly get into his work here. His consistency is certainly one of his top skills.
And that one is beaten. There is no way that Dom Sibley was getting the bat inside that line. That is beaten, pure and simple. So 3 absolute beauties from Matt Henry in this over. Sibley doing pretty well to... Compton doing pretty well to hold on at the moment.
He's just got to remain patient. Naturally, there's going to be a few balls beat the bat, as does Matt Henry. Patience is key at the top here.
And again, on or around that spot outside off stump. And Compton finding out pretty quickly what it's like to face an international attack and that step up in class.
Yeah, I think the fans here are going to really enjoy the opportunity to watch these bowlers steam in. Henry would love an early wicket.
Manages to get bat on ball this time, Compton, but not middles it, but squirts the ball out to mid-off. Part of the Compton dynasty that has been so important for English cricket over the years, from his grandfather Dennis, one of the best batsmen ever to play for England. Also played professional soccer for Arsenal as well. And cousin of Nick, who played for England as well. So
I have enjoyed a slice of English football since arriving here in the UK. I was lucky enough to get to Wembley for the FA Cup final.
You're kidding!
To watch Liverpool lift the trophy.
It's a good day out, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly was. My first look at Wembley, and on a belter of an afternoon, much like today, it was truly magnificent.
Come back up later, probably. Thank you very much.
Well, I have to say, if you're going to make your debut at a football match, that's not a bad one to start with. It's all downhill from there, you know that. So
yeah, I certainly didn't get the late invite to the Champions League final, which will be pretty magical stuff tomorrow.
And that is played out into the offside, and Sibley again.
Good running.
Just dabs down and goes.
That's what you've got to do. Make sure you're not stuck at one end against these good bowlers. It'll give them more time to slowly work you out. So, especially with the right-hand, left-hand combo, it'll be forcing the Kiwi bowlers to change a few things.
Absolutely, and it's giving Compton plenty of the strike early on as well, because which is a good thing as far as the future is concerned of possibly the England team. With him knocking on the door currently.
Jamieson straight around the wicket.
Squirted through the slips. Now, will it hold up? That corner tends to hold it up. There are 3 men in pursuit. It's like a posse in a western. They eventually lasso the ball in, and they trot through. I think they made the 3. Yep, they made the 3.
Yeah, Kyle's been really impressive over the last few years, and one thing that's impressed me most is newfound ability to swing it away from the left-hander, hence why he's been coming round the wicket. He feels like he can square the batsman up and bring a few different modes of dismissal into play. And now to the right-hander. Can he bite one away?
Really nice run-up as well. Good action. Nicely played though by Compton out into the covers. No run. Sometimes the rangier bowlers struggle to get sort of that liquid run-up, but not our friend here. Really nice economical run-up and good action.
Yeah, I remember him a few seasons ago changing to Auckland and really putting an effort into cricket.
Absolutely superb shot by Compton. Onto it so quickly, and used the speed of the ball to clip it through mid-wicket for his first boundary.
And you could just tell that he made a little change, worked on his run-up, and genuinely focused on adding a few kilometres to his speed, and it really transformed his bowling. And we've seen it on the international stage now. He had a big off-season a few years ago, and he came back and just looked brilliant.
This time pitched up, on and around off and middle, and pushed back to the bowler.
Big KJ, aka Killer.
Where does the killer come from? Or is that you?
No, that's nothing to do with me, that one.
Just 27 years old. Finishes the over. And as yet, a little like the periods of the game yesterday, the bowlers struggling to make the breakthrough, find the right length and line to really put pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, I feel like we have to be a bit more patient. It's the long form of the game, and you can't just rock up and take poles. You've just got to keep doing what you can do, and that's bowling a hard length. And the wicket will come, especially with the way that these two are moving the ball. Yeah,
particularly Matt Henry at the moment looking the more dangerous, though he goes for speed there rather than movement. But he's, as you've said, he likes playing over in this country. He's played club cricket around here for Halstead, just down the road, and enjoys English conditions. And that last over, when he really gave Compton a working over, you could see he knew exactly what he was doing in English conditions.
Yeah, he'll be just slowly getting into his work and finding a little theory of how to claim the wicket. He's enjoying taking the ball away from the left-hander off the seam, and he's got a tiny bit of assistance with the slope here in Chelmsford.
Yeah, a little extra bounce on that last delivery as well that surprised Compton. Spattered him a bit, but he in the end played it pretty well, but that's always an encouragement for the bowler.
Oh, that is an absolute peach.
Another one. There have been a few, and that is another one to add to the peach collection of Matt Henry currently.
Might start a tally.
Worth watching on the replay, this one. Compton had to play.
What's that?
Once again, the wind is here. Is that a regular thing in this part of the woods?
Not usually to this degree. It's been much breezier than the forecast. The wind was supposed to drop yesterday to a gentle breeze. Instead, it has kept coming from the southwest. Pretty brisk breeze, it must be said, rather than the gentle one, which for this time of year is keeping things a little bit cooler than you'd hope for.
Youngie into third slip. Will Young, normally occupied by Tim Southey, who has got a very safe pair of hands, especially for a out-and-out opening bowler.
Compton survives though, despite the extra slip. He's had a bit of a work over at the hands of Matt Henry, but so far has survived. The crowd, a decent one again here. Lots of people in Essex coming to see New Zealand. Looking forward to seeing the current holders of the World Test Championship before they head to Lord's for the first test. Maybe you should tell some of your Kiwi mates to come out to Chelmsford over the weekend, catch some of the cricket over here.
Well, from what I've seen in Chelmsford, the Ship's got a good spot. Went for dinner at the Ship. Couple of refreshing ales and a nice hunter's chicken.
Very nice.
And then there was a few members with bangers and mash and a lot of pies.
A lot of pies.
A lot of different pies, which as a Kiwi we all love.
There is something about pies, both Australia and New Zealand. There are whole pie vans, aren't there? I remember discovering to
ample.
my great joy.
Ample. It's hard to find a good pie over here.
Ooh, now.
Uh-oh. I've opened a can of.
You have. If you'd like to write in.
And by over here, I don't mean Chelmsford. I mean the entire northern hemisphere. As a general.
What is the problem with the? Is it the pastry? Is it the filling? What is the pie problem?
I don't know. You go to a few places, and for example, I spent a lot of time in Scotland, and the pies are very unique. I'll say up there.
Was it deep fried?
There's like lawn sausages. There's all sorts of interesting extras, but having grown up in New Zealand, where we are very proud of our pies, it's sort of hard to compete, and you get naturally a little bit fussy with your pies. So
You may be remembering them as well. You kind of put those things on a shelf, don't you? If you those memories, when you can't have them,
That's right.
They taste even better in your memory.
So many different techniques over here, but once you find a good one, I'll certainly make note of it and I'll be back.
Fine. Carl Jameson in again. And gets the thick outside edge of Dom Sibley's bat, and I've been looking forward to seeing Dom Sibley because there's been talk about him trying to expand the range of his shots because he is a man who can occupy the crease for a great deal of time, but it was to keep the scoreboard ticking over as well. But that one races through for 4 off a thick outside edge as he does look to attack.
Colin de Gronholm signalling we want 5 slips in there. I want 4. I always want more.
You can't have enough slips, can you? No, there is no upper limit. And that, though, is 4 runs legitimately played this time by Dom Sibley. It was on his hip, and he just tucked it away very nicely indeed.
Yeah, a bit of a shame not to follow up that very nice delivery which sailed through the slip cordon. Relieves a tiny bit of pressure. But this New Zealand side, they do a lot of slip catching practice with the very helpful and steady hands of Coach Gary. Shot.
Sibley is looking to attack. I have to say, if you bowl on Dom Sibley's legs, it does tend to disappear, even when he was playing within himself, shall we say. But that one was clipped away very nicely indeed, and 3 fours off that particular over as Carl Jameson struggled compared to Matt Henry to get his length and lines here at the county ground, and has gone for 12 in that over. The score moves up to 28. Dom Sibley is 18 not out, 10 not out for Compton, and a good steady start off just off 5 or 6 overs. Yep.
Yeah, well, runs have been flowing all morning, haven't they? We saw the tail wagging for New Zealand, and now the county 11 have raced to 28.
Yeah, big change from yesterday when the run rate struggled to get close to 3. But it is Matt Henry who's bowled so well to continue. And that one shoots through a bit, but in fairness to Compton, he ended up playing it pretty well.
Kept very low. We've noticed at this end in particular, some of the balls are just staying low, which will certainly become a factor later on in this match.
On this occasion, Compton equal to it. Picks up a single. Now, is this the first time? I think this may be the first time that Dom Sibley has faced Matt Henry this morning. I think up until now, it's all been Compton.
Yeah, well, it's certainly been dominated by the left-hander, so Matt Henry might enjoy sizing up the right-hander, see what he can do here.
Oh, and he beats Sibley for fun outside off stump. Lovely delivery. And he has bowled well this morning without any luck, Matt Henry.
Yep, this is what good fast bowlers are built to do, to keep charging in, and the best ones are always the most consistent. And Matt Henry, it almost looked like he nicked it. There was so much movement off the deck.
Yeah, really did get the movement through. That one is left emphatically.
Adjusted well, good leave.
If you sit and watch a long Dom Sibley innings, you get used to a lot of good leaves. Yeah, which is good, I think.
Oh, absolutely, in this form of the game, especially as an opener. I feel that openers in Test cricket, most of the time they're judged on runs, but for me it's almost more important to have balls faced.
And that is sharp, but easily avoided by Sibley. Now, I was lucky enough to be commentating in South Africa when he scored 133 in it was about 10 hours. So it was quite a stint, but it was just what his team needed at the time, and I have no problem with an opener occupying the crease and just keeping the runs ticking over.
One of the world's best, and your very own Alistair Cook was very good at that.
Exactly so. teammate of Monty's. We'll get Monty on Alistair Cook in a minute.
Yeah, once Matt Henry's ripped the off pole out at the end of this over, I'll swap out for a drinks break.
Yes, I think you deserve. You've been put in a good stint this morning, George. It's
I know.
an hour and a half.
I kind of want to just hold on for this first wicket, but
could be there for some time.
But maybe if I move out of the commentary box, it'll come.
Yeah.
So I think the Kiwis will probably like that. Oh, there's that variable bounce I was talking about.
Yeah. Luckily, as far as Sibley is concerned, it was outside off stump by some distance, and it did take off though, didn't it? But it was comfortably left in the end. But Henry again showing what a good bowler he is in English conditions, the one really putting the batsman under pressure, and that will be another excellent over in his collection. Just having a look. Yeah, just the one run off the over. As George has a break. And Monty has. Have you had some water? Your cough okay?
Yeah, throat's a lot better now.
Well
clearer. And oh yeah, that's a lovely delivery. I've really enjoyed. You can see the difference between the Select 11 and New Zealand.
Yeah.
That extra bounce, that extra pace. They just, I think this is probably one of the best sort of New Zealand teams we've seen for a very long time.
Well, and when you consider there is no Tim Southey, I'm just seeing if Trent Boult is likely to bowl today. But it is, and they've got people to come in, and if you've got these two already, but you're right, the extra pace, the extra bounce is immediately apparent. But it's exactly what Ben Compton needs, isn't it? These are the bowlers he has to show he can face and take on.
Absolutely, this is a big opportunity for him. There's a lot of talk about he should have been in the Test squad, but I think he's just relatively early in his first class career. They probably want to see what he's like against the New Zealand attack, and he looks really organised. He's leaving the ball well, letting it come underneath his nose.
Yeah, because I was surprised that he hadn't played that many first class matches, Ben Compton. So.
Yeah, he actually didn't really feature much with the Notts team last year, and it's only been this year really where he's kind of done really well and scored a lot of runs, but he hasn't really had a lot of experience against this sort of attack. So I think it would have been a slightly bit of a risk, putting him into the Test team.
Yeah, with just 16 first-class games, it's the move to Kent is what's changed his cricket at the moment, and that goes through, safely left outside off stump, through to the keeper. Bit of movement.
Yeah, it's a nice movement. You kind of when Ben Compton's in a good sort of space. I've been watching him, his processes as you do, something I always did at mid-on, mid-off. Then have a quick word with Jimmy and Brody and tell him, look, this is what's going on. And he just tends to go to the second pitch, come back, very calm at the crease. Got a nice, lovely composure about him.
Yes, he's very steady, isn't he, at the wicket? And watches that one sail past again. Matt Henry gave him a few questions though early on in the innings, and he did well to face that, because that was some high class seam bowling.
Yeah, it was, and I think that's that area, isn't it? Like all fast bowlers do, they bowl that sort of back of a length, push the batsman on the back foot, and then bowl it quite full, a heavy length, and try and trap him at the crease. And I think that's how they're going to maybe look to get Ben Compton out, because at the moment he's just leaving the ball really well.
Jameson with that extra bounce that his height allows him, but it's played out nicely by Compton. No run, and that will be a maiden, but a decent start from the Select 11 against two of New Zealand's finest, and the score 29 without loss now. 18 to Dom Sibley, 11 to Ben Compton, and yeah, interesting to see how long these two keep going, because there's quite interesting batsman to come after them. I want to see Ryan Patel, see how he gets on. I know the guys at Surrey have been talking about him for a while, so looking forward to seeing him. Henry, though, will continue, and that moves off the wicket but was wide and going wider.
Yeah, they seem to, I think, found their lengths now, and both bowlers are bowling lovely rhythm, and also the batsmen. This is really good cricket what we're watching right now. They're leaving the ball well, they're bowling good lengths, and it's exactly the right sort of, I think, preparation New Zealand and sort of the county select 11 batsmen need. But would you go slightly attacking with the field, change something? Maybe have they've got sort of a wideish leg slip there. Maybe bring a man under, on the leg side, a short leg.
I think Monty, you're probably thinking along the right lines, because having sat here through yesterday and today, I think we've had 2 slip catches. There aren't that many balls flying off the edge of the bat into the slip cordon. I don't think the wicketkeeper's taken a catch yet. But if you do cramp the batsman up a little bit, maybe that is the way to look at changing the angle of attack and having those attacking leg side fielders in.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially they're bowling with such a rhythm. 3 slips, 1 gully. It's you can just sort of disrupt the rhythm of the batsman.
That is a good leave to a ball that was coming back in from Matt Henry.
That was a lovely delivery, just pitching off 5th stump line, coming in, and it was a good leave.
Yeah, those are the moments when, as a batsman, I imagine your heart's in your mouth slightly. You think, oh yeah, it's come back. But survived?
Yeah, it's. I think that's a part of Don Sibley we never saw enough of. When he's in a good place, you can see he just leaves the ball, close leaves really well, like that one.
He plays a very nice looking shot for no run on that occasion. But I've been
That's the straightest I've seen him bat. Normally he's straight.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about,
cover.
Monty. Exactly, but we've been reading a lot about the fact that he really worked at his batting to just give himself a few more shots and a few more outlets, and there we go, perfect cover drive. Happy to let that one sail through.
Yeah, he seemed to be playing a lot sort of straighter on the offside. There was that criticism when he played for England. He didn't have much of an offside game, and even some of the clips that he's hit, of Carl Jamieson, they were the sort of his scoring options. And when he played for England, they worked him out very easily.
Yeah, didn't mind him staying there because he wasn't scoring very quickly. However, I actually still thought it was important to have an anchor in there, but you're right. Alistair Cook had 4 shots, but there were 2 on the leg side and 2 on the offside, so he was always keeping the scoreboard ticking around.
Yeah, Alistair Cook was, he's brilliant. He was obviously one of the greatest batsmen, England produced, but brilliant at getting methods against every bowler.
And never over playing shots. He knew what he could do well, and when the ball was played there, he clipped it away. A little like Compton there with a glorious 4, just backward a point, but perfectly played. But the square cut, the cover drive, the flick off the hips, and the on drive, and Alistair Cook, if you bowled it anywhere there, you were going for 4.
Yeah, he absolutely had that discipline, and he stuck to it all day long. And he would, I would certainly love it when I played for England, because I knew that whole day I'll have my feet up. And he was a delight to watch all day long.
In again, Jamieson, and that's short, and it's pulled. I don't think he's quite middled it, Compton, but he got quite a lot of it, and he's trotting back for an easy 3. Sibley did check to make sure he was happy to go for it. But attacking intent?
Absolutely, and it's good to see, with Ben Compton, he's got a few attacking options. He's got, I think, he leaves the ball well, which is absolutely important as an opener. But it also keeps the scoreboard ticking. If there's scoring options, he's not afraid to take them.
Absolutely right. And at the moment, I do still feel that Carl Jamieson's struggling to work out exactly the right length and line to bowl on this wicket, which isn't hugely useful for the pacemen. And that's played nicely by Sibley out into the covers for a couple.
Yeah, I think that's the difficulty with being such a high arm bowler. When you bowl that sort of back of a length ball, it bounces a bit too much, doesn't hit the top of off. And when you bowl it a bit full, which is going to hit the stumps, it's actually a bit of a half volley. And it's easy for the batsman to play. And he's got to work out, what has got to be his stock delivery. Is he happy for the ball to just batsman to leave, and then he keeps sort of just bowling that sort of stock delivery.
Jamieson in again. It's outside off. It's a comfortable leave as far as Sibley is concerned.
And yeah, I think he's kind of sort of listening to me. I think that's where he needs to bowl and not get frustrated, and that should be his line and length, and then possibly bowl, have a bit of a nip back delivery, and
the old setup. Yeah, absolutely. That's probably a little bit wider than he meant to be. It was a very, very comfortable lead for Sibley, but certainly that nice little bit of away movement afterwards. Oh, and he tempts. Bit of a tempter on that occasion.
Yeah, a little bit wide, but with the sort of nice little bit of movement there. Not necessarily, you don't want to be playing at them such early on in your innings. That could easily go on into the slips. But it's nice to see. Nice to see, the young county batsman showing a bit of confidence, a bit of impetus, especially after dreadful Ashes we've had. There's always been that slight criticism, the top order gets blown away against a good bowling attack. But here, both of them are showing really good initiative.
Yep. Shot selection has been pretty good so far. A couple that have been slightly edgy, including that last 4. And now we have 3 slips and a gully in.
And they both seem to have good intent at the crease. They seem well organised, that back of a length delivery, they're leaving it well. I think they both have similar processes. They're walking always to the second pitch, which I don't know why. Why don't they just walk to the first?
Keep the steps up. Maybe they've got their Apple Watch on and they're just keeping the steps up, making sure they get their 10,000 in.
And again, that's nicely pushed away. Full ball on the leg side. That's his bread and butter all day long. And 3 runs there.
And again, though, the bowler, realising he's not getting a lot happening out on a round off stump, just tries to pitch it up and hope that there's a little bit of swing. Overdoes it slightly, and thank you very much. That'll be 3 more runs.
Yeah, and I would actually have a catcher there. That shot that he plays, have a person around there, but they've obviously
the short mid-wicketish
like
area.
A short mid-wicket between mid-wicket and square leg, especially for Dom Sibley, because he seems to hit that ball really well.
But he can clip them in the air. That's right. A couple of teams had someone in there for him in his Test career, but I have to say this isn't the Dom Sibley I remember. He's 27 off 32 balls, which is excellent work so far. Oh, and an edge and a catch. It's a brilliant catch in the slips. Absolute blinder.
Yeah, that's wicket time there. Oh, you can see the feet were just stuck in the crease and pushing it towards the onside. A brilliant catch at third slip, and it was exactly the breakthrough New Zealand were looking for. Just when the partnership was building, 46 of 61. Don Sibley plays a shot, possibly a bit too square for my liking.
I think you're right. It was a beautiful delivery, and it tempted him. It was just outside off. It was swinging. He could have possibly left it because it was swinging further away from his stumps. But he got tempted into the possible half volley and gets a thick edge and a good catch. And you can understand why he punched his bat afterwards, because that was a very un-Dom Sibley way of getting out.
Absolutely. Just when we were saying that, he's leaving the ball well, even the previous over, that just fourth stump line was probably the closest you want to leave. You're kind of thinking, right, we may have seen a different Dom Sibley here, and he's just got into that attacking mode, and shame he got out at just. He looked really well there. He looked so well organised, and he's batting superbly well. And just that one mistake, isn't it? That ball sort of swings and suddenly got the outside edge, and it was a sharp catch.
It really was.
Slip.
But George was talking earlier about the work that the New Zealanders do in the slip cordon, and all that hard work paid off because he made a very difficult catch look pretty simple in the end at third slip.
Yeah, so up 46 for 1. With only 10 overs. Gosh, they were going at such a good rate. But we've got the Sussex captain, the young left-hander.
Yeah, Tom Haynes.
Yes, he's much talked about him. There's a lot, good stuff I've been hearing about him.
Do you still keep an eye on things Sussex after your spell down there, Monty? Make sure you know who the good ones coming through are?
Yeah, I'm always looking, obviously, at how Sussex are doing. When I was there, they were probably one of the counties that I learnt, how to win games. They were a very successful time, but they seem to be not in that place at the moment. They've obviously been quite a few changes, which is quite disappointing to see after since the time of Mushtaq Ahmed, Peter Moores, Mark Robinson, Michael Yardy, who's here today, was a brilliant captain for me. They haven't sort of been that same Sussex side for a while.
Well, let's see how the latest generation gets on. Oh, and Matt Henry in full flight, round the wicket, bowling sharply. This is a test of technique.
Yeah, this is going to be a temperament. It's only a second delivery. Give yourself a chance, and maybe you want to leave that ball, get used to the pace of the wicket, get used to the sunlight, and that's the kind of shot you want to put away.
Absolutely. This time that will make him feel better. He does get bat on ball.
Yeah, he's been he's been in really good form. He's quite an attacking batsman. Keeps himself busy at the crease. Obviously, that moment you always see, the overseas bowlers over every county game. You want to see how the young batters are, and it was a peach of a delivery against Middlesex. Shine Afridi when you got him out. But here today again, third delivery here, been beaten outside edge.
I have to say Henry's been outstanding this morning. He deserves his wicket, and this is another good delivery.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery. You can see he's warmed up nicely now.
Yeah, he's only bowling at about 80 miles an hour, but it's what he's doing with the ball and making sure that it's in just the pressure that he can build on a batsman.
It looks slightly quicker than that from here, to be honest.
I know. I'm going by the speeds that are coming up. I know. I think I wouldn't be quite so sure about that either. But at least on this occasion, Haynes gets bat on ball. That is up into the 80s. That last delivery, a bit fuller, but squirted out, no run. But welcome to batting against an international bowling attack for Tom Haynes.
Yeah, it's been. Sibley was just batting nicely. Obviously got out 27 for 33 balls, and Carl Jameson, he's bowled his 5 overs for 39. Maybe been a little bit too straight, but there's a changing bowling now.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Jameson struggled from that end. I think we might see a change of ends. And just checking to see who is coming on to bowl. Is it? It is Colin de Grandholm. Another very tall man, but not quite as quick as Kyle Jameson.
Yeah, this will be slightly hopefully easier for Ben. He's done the hard yards, hasn't he?
Yeah, but you've seen so many batsmen who think their eyes light up. Someone slightly more comfortable is coming on to bowl, but you can easily make mistakes. He doesn't, though, Compton, and plays that very nicely off his toes away for 2.
Yeah, he's got a nice setup. His sort of front foot is pointing towards mid-off and just opening them hips, so allows him to anything towards his leg side he can just clip away. I guess his process slightly changed, not walking to that second pitch against the so faster bowlers. Is that a sign that you're not so quick and I'm happy at the crease now?
Yeah, he seems to doing less step work between deliveries. It has less time, of course, because Grandhomme run up is a little less. It's not quite as far as Jameson was going back to bowl from.
Yeah, these are the sort of areas where that first, second change bowler. Obviously, we have Trent Bolt is not here. He's probably play later on in the innings, and I think this is probably what we tend to see at county level. This is the level of opening bowlers. No disrespect. It's so difficult to find such fast bowlers playing, and obviously the huge injury list.
That was another deep problem that English cricket seems to have at the moment, is we're breaking our fast bowlers, and Colin de Grandhomme, of course, has played a lot of county cricket, a lot of cricket in this country, so he'll be handy in these conditions, but he is much more of the medium pace.
Well, it says 72. I'm sure it's a bit quicker than that. I'm
all right, Monty, you're being generous. But he is much more the county medium pace speeds than we were seeing from the first 2, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and you tend to sort of assess, a young players coming through the system, or if they're good enough at international level, is what they're like against the quicker bowlers. How do they play them? And this. I think Ben's done really well. 20 of 34 balls. Yeah,
Matt Henry sort of beat him a couple of times, but he put that behind him and then has played each ball on its merit. He's been a good little knock so far. He's certainly hasn't looked out of place, which is a very good sign as far as he is concerned going forward, because there are certainly opportunities for top order batsmen in the England team currently.
Absolutely, and with that top order not doing so well, and we're going to have Ollie Pope at 3, new responsibility given to him, which I think is probably a good position. Joe Root back at 4, and then Ben Stokes at 6. So there is going to be that opportunity, and Ben Compton, he'll probably want to make the most of this. He seems organised. He seems calm at the crease, unlike Hales, his opposite partner.
Yeah,
who's a bit
skittish at the moment. Oh dear.
Gosh, it's in 2020 mode there.
Yeah, I think yes, not the shot to be playing at this stage of your innings for Tom Haynes.
And yeah, he's it's a bit too attacking for him. I think he should just sort of, like we said before, we haven't got sort of much time. 15 minutes, they tend to say it's the last 10 to 15 minutes where you lose, a lot wickets here. This is the time where he should just rein it in a bit.
Absolutely. See his team through to lunch, and he gets squared up on that delivery as well, but he manages to keep it vaguely under control.
Yeah, and both batsmen are different. You see Ben Compton, whenever he, plays his deliveries, he always walking out, at least to the first or the second pitch, come back in. While Hills is a bit more, he stays up the crease, just looks around and then, gathers himself.
Pretty good record, Haynes, 23 years old, and again sees the ball go past his outside edge.
Yeah, there's a lot of positive stuff they talked about Haynes. He says naturally an attacking batsman. He naturally puts bowlers under under pressure, and you can see his natural sort of instinct taking place. He wants to get bat on ball, but I think once he gets settled, at the crease, I'm sure he's got a few nerves. He wants to impress against the international attack. We'll probably see the best of Haynes hopefully later.
Yeah, 6 first-class hundreds, including a high score of 243, so certainly knows his way around, and that will help a lot because he's off the mark now, and that will help settle the nerves with a nice shot out into the covers for a couple.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and that's what you want to be doing. It's only when the ball's really full is when you push out at it, especially like I said, we've got 10, 12 minutes before lunch. Them sort of good length deliveries he should be looking to leave.
Good stint from Matt Henry. This is 7th over on the spin, and that again is the sound of the middle of the bat as that is played out into the onside will help settle those nerves that certainly and understandably Haynes was suffering from when he first came out there. How did you feel when you first walked out to bat against an international team, Monty?
I would say to myself, I don't want to get hit. So get in line.
Yep. But were there nerves? Did you have to kind of calm yourself down a bit?
To be honest, whenever I used to go bat, most of the lads would have their whites on because they'll think I'll be getting out soon. Guys, get your whites on. By the time he's at the crease, he'll be out, and we need to get on the field. So
okay, I'll flip this. How did you feel when you were coming up to bowl for the first time? Were there nerves?
That's a really good question because I remember most of the coaches. I remember Peter Moore saying to me, he goes, you seem to be most relaxed when you have a ball in your hand. And when I come out to field, I remember my fielding coaches and the coaches around me will say, or even when I'll be keeper, Matt Pryor especially, at mid on, mid off, make a statement, get that ball in, throw it to the keeper. It kind of really created a theatre and put the batsman under pressure. So it will be that first 10-15 minutes. If I'm on the money during the session, I found that the ball never came to me.
Yeah, interesting. Well, Colin de Grandholt on again for his second over, and doesn't trouble the batsman particularly with that delivery, and Compton can very comfortably leave that one through to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a sort of really wideish delivery, and getting sort of jumping up and down in his boxer stance, just keeping himself awake. He obviously knows these sort of bowlers, I'm not going to test him as much as they did, the other two openers, and just putting down the wicket, doing a bit of gardening. I think you would say you've been quite impressed, early on seeing Ben Compton handle some of the pace at international level.
Yeah, I think after the first couple of overs from Matt Henry, which were really good, and any batsman would have found that difficult, but he found a way to get through it, and since then has looked increasingly comfortable. I think he's showing a great deal of gut spirit and very sensible batting. It's just this is how to do it. You're going to get good ones, put it behind you, and then crack on.
Yeah, absolutely. Got right behind that there. It's just sort of fifth stump line, and it just looks organised,
His feet are moving nicely. It's a decent start. It's now where he goes, because he's got the 20. He's done the hard work. He's got in, and can he go on? Because we found a few batsmen yesterday got in, but to go on until the tail wagged to such an effect. Until then, it had been quite an effort for players to get in, keep the scoreboard ticking over. So I'll be interested to see how he copes with keeping everything going for a long and decent innings. But a good start.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. And he's sort of picked that nicely off his legs, and a single. He sort of that's going to be the key to his batting now. If he really wants to push and be sort of the next one in line, I think today's it's a huge day for him. He's got to somehow bat the long periods that we've seen him at the county level, or people are going to quickly just say, oh, because it's not as quick, the pace isn't as quick. The quicker bowlers, he seems to get out. So let's hope for Ben, and I'm sure his cousin Nick would be watching very closely that he is able to bat most part of the day.
Indeed. Decent golfer as well, Nick. Played George. That's one of his day jobs, one of his many day jobs, commentating on golf for big channels. And poor Nick Compton once had to play around with me, poor lad. But he was impressive.
I think everyone in the game of cricket quite enjoys golf, don't they? Half the black caps have got competitions on the side everywhere they go, and they love the game.
Now, the other thing I was going to ask, sorry, and to change the subject completely, just as I get George talking about golf, we'll go back to golf. But Ollie Pope batting at 3, you mentioned it earlier. This is a lad who has never batted at 3 and is being told that's your position now in the England team. Monty, it sounds from what you were saying as if you thought that he's got the game for it and he could cope.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got the temperament for it. He's got that understand. I think a number 3 batsman is someone who can, if the ball's doing a bit, you're able to defend and bat, in the sort of first or second gear for a period of time. And when the ball starts not doing as much, he's able to attack a bit more. He has that game.
It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Interesting too, as we have another change in the bowling attack. It is Jacob Duffy, who has come on, another very tall man, and George, a bit on Mr. Duffy.
Yeah, the Duff man, lovely guy from the deep south at the Otago Vaults. He's been captain and a leader on and off the field for so long for the Otago Vaults, and has certainly earned his call up, and he's been floating in and around the squad for a couple of seasons now. He's the type of player that needs to cash in on these games.
He's bowling right arm round and cranking it up quite nicely in his early first 2.
He's got a nice aggressive sort of run up. Reminds me a bit more like Boland, from Australia. Similar sort of run up, similar possibly action at the presence at the crease.
In again. Just strays onto the leg on this delivery though, and Haynes has tucked that away very nicely indeed. Minimal backlift, but great timing. And that has raced all the way 4-4. So George, Jacob Duffy played T20 for New Zealand. I think 4 T20 caps, but yet to play in the Test team.
Yeah. Jacob's been great in the short format as well. He shows variation, and he's played just 4 as you mentioned. So look, he's at that age. He's 27 now, so he's not young. He's got a lot of experience behind him, so he knows what he's doing, that's for sure. But he's the type of player that anytime he gets called up, he'll provide and he'll give it his all. And I think the England conditions will suit him as well. He's a tall man and seems to hit the seam and hit a length.
Yeah, over 200 first-class wickets, a best of 7 for 89. So someone who has obviously been knocking on the door for a little while, and that is pushed out into the covers for a single.
Yeah, both batsmen sort of beginning to find their feet. They're quite similar, aren't they, in stature and similar sort of stances. You obviously see Haynes is, I think, slightly more attacking in nature, and Ben Compton is that sort of takes his time to compose himself. But I think I've been quite impressed with the New Zealand sort of bowling as well.
Yeah, particularly Matt Henry, I think, has been exceptional, but they have kept the pressure on. What have you made of the Kiwi attack this morning, George?
Yeah, I've been happy with it. I'm I'm surprised at how easy the runs have come. It's either been a really good ball or a 4-ball. So something to look into there in terms of tightening it up and building dots, building pressure. So yeah, I'm very pleased that Henry was able to get a scalp, because I thought he was obviously the pick of the bowlers. So all his toil was rewarded.
Yeah, it was a good scalp as well. The one Test player in the Select Counties 11, Dom Sibley, looking to fight his way back into the England team.
It's funny how Colin de Gronholm has been so successful with the ball as an all-rounder. He's had some great moments in his batting career, but some very memorable ones as a bowler. He claimed 7th against Pakistan back in New Zealand at Hagley. Another Hagley milestone.
You saw us. See, we had a few there. Yeah,
obviously biased towards that ground, but I can't choose where they play well. I have no control over that.
No, he's got excellent figures for an all-rounder, hasn't he? Because he's batting average of 38 and a bowling average of 33, which is what you want in your all-rounder. It's the right way round.
And a performance that a lot of people would have forgotten about was actually in the 2019 Cricket World Cup final, which I
Compton.
very much dislike bringing up, but de Gronholm really steadied the ship for the Kiwis in that second innings. Came on his first change, the ball was nibbling around, and for his 10 overs he ended up just going at 2.5. So 1 for 25 in a World Cup final for an all-rounder is seriously impressive, and it slowed the English down, and from memory he snicked off Joe Root.
Yeah, I think it was his spell that absolutely convinced me that New Zealand were going to be the next World Cup holders.
Yeah. But he is an all-rounder that provides something, whether it is bat or ball. Colin de Gronholm finds his way into the game, so it's going to be interesting to see the make-out of the side entering Lords.
There's always been a place in the game for players like de Gronholm. They're not the world's quickest, but they're steady, they're difficult to score from, decent batsmen, and sometimes they get overlooked, these decent all-rounders. I think of the role Paul Collingwood played for England for a while as well. He wasn't lightning quick, he probably wouldn't have been selected on his batting first up, but a strength of character and a position in the team that ended up being absolutely crucial at times.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. He kind of probably one of the few cricketers who got kind of the most out of himself. You know, every ounce of talent he had, he made the most out of it. And he was actually my batting buddy, you know, for during the Cardiff Test at the time when, Andy Flower kind of was saying, why doesn't the tail seem to, wag longer than it needs to, So you got the batsman to do throwdowns to the tail enders, and Paul Collingwood was mine. He'll say to me, keep your bat lift really short. If it's at the stumps, you just protect the stumps and you play straight. If it's short and wide or anything like that, watch the ball and drop your hands down, and I don't care if it hits you.
And you were the man who said you just wanted to avoid being hit, so interesting, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, there again, we was talking about just before lunch. You don't want to give a wicket away, and he's trying to play on the up.
At the moment, there is a nervousness about Haynes that. Well, he's certainly looking to take the attack back to New Zealand, but might be slightly mistimed. It's a 4-day match. You're looking to stake a claim for the England team. Don't throw your wicket away.
Absolutely, and especially like we said, 5 minutes before lunch. I remember at Sussex, Mark Robbins would always say to me, at mid-on, make sure you're on it in the last 10 minutes before the session or 10 minutes after. That's the most time when the wickets falls. And again, they're nicely sort of ducked underneath. Yeah. Short bouncer. It seems to be, you've got to pitch it in really short to get it up there, and even, it's quite easy. You can sort of duck underneath it. and even when it does go through, it seems to be a bit too high. Doesn't really go, a bouncer at throat height or at the helmet height.
No, you're absolutely right, Monty. We haven't seen too many people get in trouble with the bouncer so far, because there is a
So it should be, with some in the wicket up like ideal conditions for batting.
indeed.
With a beautiful sunshine all day, can't see a cloud in the sky. And the members just filling up today, watching the World Test Champions. What a sight at Chelmsford, the home of cricket, some people say.
Well, those of us raised in Essex certainly believe that is the case.
And again there, just wide, full and wide, and they're chasing after that. This is like an international side. That's how they work batsmen out. And this is what they'll do. They'll tease them, they'll tempt them, and this is where I think someone like Haynes just needs to sort of look forward to enjoying lunch rather than get out.
Yeah, 3 slips, 2 gullies, and a point. I think they've worked out that the edge is a distinct possibility, but that will be lunch, and a fun session. And after the ball dominated, well, certainly 2 of the 3 sessions yesterday, it's been about the bat today. Excellent work early on, really decent half century from Cam Fletcher, some fun from Ajaz Patel, and then when England batted, Matt Henry very much the pick of the New Zealand attack. He took the 1 wicket to fall, that of Dom Sibley, and Sibley going for 27. He played nicely off just 33 balls, 5 fours, but caught in the slip. Still there though, and batting very nicely. Ben Compton, 23 not out, and Tom Haynes, who was lived life on the edge so far, has scored 7 from 23 and played and missed rather more than he has hit the ball, but let's see how he gets on after the lunch break. And Monty, final thoughts on this morning's session?
Yeah, look, I'll definitely say that first hour belonged to New Zealand. They kind of took on the attack, and some of the bowlers reacted. I thought they were quite reactive. Afterwards, getting the right field setting like we talked about. But I think after that, since Matt Henry's probably in the pick of the bowlers today, Jameson's been slightly bowling a bit too straight onto the pads of Dom Sibley, and even at the back end, I think they've could have got a wicket there early on, but Ben Compton in particular has looking very, very organised. So I'm sure both of the batsmen will probably after lunch look to sort of got a bit more understanding about the pace of the wicket, that they don't want to really give their wicket away, especially an attacking shot. It's a real big opportunity, and if they do well in the next session, it could just add that, you go up the order, don't you, as the next batsman in line.
Well, join us after lunch. Delighted Monty Panesar has joined us. George Harper, of course, keeping the New Zealand end of things going in the commentary box this afternoon, and me, Guy Swindles. Hope you can join us again after lunch for this live stream from the county ground for the England Select 11 counties against New Zealand, with the counties 59 for 1, small matter of 303 runs behind.
lunch has been taken, lunch has been eaten, and lunch has been enjoyed here at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford. A beautiful day for cricket, and we've got the best seat in the house both here and for you at home as the New Zealand side strides back out and looks to attack this County 11 squad, who have showed some good signs early. The runs seem to be flowing as the pitch gets flatter and flatter, but can they start taking some early wickets and grinding through this team? It's a pleasure to be joined by Monty Panesar. The full Monty is here with you. Hopefully the cameras won't be on him for that, but Monts, great to have you here. An exciting day thus far.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I've absolutely enjoyed some, really good cricket. I love watching, top class, first class or test cricket, especially the red form of the game. And New Zealand have been, sometimes you see sort of, international teams come in and during the warm-up they're a bit scratchy here, but New Zealand looking really well organised, batting-wise as well. Possibly they would want the top order to lose so many wickets, but the tail wagged, and the bowlers, they've been in fine form, well organised, bowling the right lengths, got a beautiful day today. I'm sure we're going to have a great day of cricket, and all eyes are going to be on this man, Ben Compton. Much talked about to be in the test squad. I think this is a real great opportunity for him to see what he's really like against slightly quicker bowling.
De Gronholm to start things off, and does so on a dime. They've brought a short cover in. Colin will love the patience game. He'll love just putting it on the tea towel and for as long a time as possible.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think that's going to be his role all day long. You've got 6 balls, you've got to just keep hitting that same spot over and over again.
Copy and paste, and as I look out at the New Zealand side, a few different faces have joined us in the field. Looks like Daryl Mitchell's having a break. Will Young's moved into first slip, and we see Bracewell at gully. And it looks like Devon Conway's in there at short cover, getting some time in the sun.
Yeah, you've had a few players come back from the IPL who've done really well, and it's always that time, you want to get that rustiness, get that T20 cricket out of your system and get back into red ball cricket, which it takes a while actually. It takes probably a game or two or a couple of days, and especially spending a whole time in the field. Tell me about it on a Saturday when I play club cricket.
Outside half. Yeah, there's a lot of movement in world cricket in the modern day. Players have to get used to playing all 3 formats and travelling with it. So New Zealanders Tim Southey and Kane Williamson arrived a little bit later than others, along with Neil Wagner and Trent Bolt, who actually is about to start playing in the IPL in about an hour's time. His game kicks off. He will be pushing the boundaries in terms of arriving here on time for Lords.
Yeah, do we expect him to play in that first test match straight away? There you go, there's the red ball, or do we give him a bit of time out?
Well, I think it's finals time in the IPL, so if their team gets knocked out, for New Zealand's sake, the sooner the better. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, he's going to miss this game and come in pretty cold. But if anyone can do it, it's probably Trent Bolt.
Yes, it's something that you just ask the senior players, really, don't you? And it's fascinating, just to see how players now in the modern, game, modern time, how they just switch one format to the other. I remember in my time, I had to be prepared. I had to bowl 100 overs before I played the first Test match in May. Have I got enough bowling under my belt? Now it's just you come in, you switch one and the other. It's impressive. Yeah,
they're very much used to it nowadays, and there'll obviously be some adjustments. But Trent Bolt, as a player, you always want on your side, especially against the English in English conditions. If there's any sort of swing, him and Tim will find it.
Yeah, we've just seen, well, Carl Jameson, he switched ends, didn't really find his rhythm from the other end, bowling 5 overs of 39, kept on feeding Don Sibley. You know, he's obviously, that's the ball, he loves playing that shot. So we interesting to see around the wicket against the left-handers, which is probably a better option. Earlier, you know, before play, I looked at the pitch, there's, you know, bit of footmarks there, which, you know, just back of a length ball straight to square leg. It's he's not quite hit his straps, or he doesn't feel comfortable with just bowling that delivery, you know, that back of a length delivery, and let the batsman leave it. He doesn't feel happy about that.
I think this end might suit him. I've been noticing at this end that a few balls have shown variable bounce, so hopefully the height and power of Jamieson can squeeze out every bit of variation possible here.
And I think there, just back of a length, ball gone a bit higher, that's probably, you know, where he should look to build his rhythm and his bowling. And not fight himself. I've seen him bowl at his best. I've seen him when he bowls at Southampton against the Indians during the World Test Championship. He bowled remarkably well, but today he's just fighting. You know, it's okay. Some days, you know, it's not going to come out great. The other days he'll be okay, but just keep building that rhythm.
Oh, flared outside off, and it goes flying through the gully region. You're doing damn well to get your hands on that.
Yeah, that went like a speed of rocket. And again, you know, this is what you're doing. You know, you got the batsman made the mistake there. Could have easily got a wicket, gully, and that's it. Would have felt a lot better about it. But for him, he's got to have that mentality of thinking stock delivery over and over again. I am not going to get frustrated with myself. And then once I found a bit of rhythm, bowl it slightly fuller. So he's obviously going to look to do that, but it seems it's a lovely gather at the crease here.
Yeah, look, obviously wickets and results are always nice, but a lot of these players will be just trying to get their loads up, trying to get that match fitness and that healthy bit of cricket under their belt so they can empty the tank at Lords and start this series with a hiss and a roar.
Absolutely, and that length again was a perfect length he needs to bowl, and if you can get that bowling consistently, is great. And we need to see Haynes just leave that ball, not be so attacking.
Yeah, Tommy Haynes looking pretty good, 23 years of age, settling on in.
Yeah, just gone straight to mid on there, slightly fuller delivery. Got 3 slips. Gosh, 2 gullies around the wicket. And the mid off slightly wider. And again, Haynes is just composing himself. 3 slips, do you think this is a 3 slips pitch?
I always love them in there, Monty. The more the merrier. Great company in the cordon. There's not a lot of runs on offer unless you play a good shot out there. So that's the end of the over. 63 for 1.
Yeah, just sort of back of a length, just pushing it there straight to Patel, the left arm spinner, which I think is going to have a long bowl today. The way this wicket is playing, it looks a bit flatter. It's that sort of attritional cricket that, you know, the bowlers need to do, not chase the game and try and induce the mistake if possible. It'll be. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl later.
What I've also just noticed is that Cam Fletcher's out there with the gloves on after a fantastic morning with the bat, recording a half century. He's now back out there keeping, which is also a very, very small concern. I noticed that Blundell dropped one and it hit the finger relatively hard early in the play, went relatively unnoticed, but I hope that's a change for time in the middle rather than for anything to do with an injury.
Yeah, that would be a huge concern if there is any injury there. But you know, I'm not sure. I don't know if he'll make his debut at Lords, but he looked in really good touch And this afternoon, I think both the batsmen and the bowlers, it's a bit of a cat and mouse here.
Tom Blundell's certainly the incumbent, and if he's fit, he'll play, no doubt about it. And I'm sure he will be fit. But this is the first tour for Cam Fletcher, and he's certainly enjoying it and relishing the opportunity.
Yeah, and I remember, when I would be, playing some of the warm-up games with England, always get a good spell in. And it's important today to get all the New Zealand, all of their bowlers, they need to work out how we're going to get wickets on this pitch. Do we bowl that heavy length, get the batsman to leave outside off stump, and then bowl it slightly fuller so their body weight is trapped in the crease. And they're the different methods they'll be going through today. When the ball's not doing much, I'm sure at some point at Lord's, you're going to get that moment where it's not going to do much. How do we get a wicket?
Funny things do happen at Lord's. Can certainly be testament to that.
Yeah, especially with the slope, and it's what do you think is going to be the attack? Come Lord's, who are going to be the bowlers that are 100% right now? I'll say obviously Cole Jamieson.
Oh, it's simple. It's simple.
Matt Henry. Who else gone?
Well, it just depends on Bolt's availability, but KJ, Wagner, and Southey 100% will be there, and it's just whether or not it's Matt Henry or Trent Bolt to take the other. I think the question mark of recent and through a long time is who's going to play the all-rounder and spinner role. Whether you want Ajaz Patel in there, or do you pick all the seamers, and then you've got de Gronholm, who offers more with the ball than probably Mitchell, but Mitchell's offering plenty with the bat, so there's a few good headaches in camp. Be interested to see what they go with.
Yeah, and with Gronholm bowling nicely here, just not chasing it, not bowling towards the batsman, get the batsman to chase after him. This could be a similar role where he may have to bowl 10 overs, and he say, look, the ball's not doing much. I need 10 overs from you, where you just get the batsman to leave the ball and let them chase after you. And I'm sure the New Zealand coach will be looking through this and trying to see where each player's role fits in the team.
A man who will be influential in deciding the team is standing not far from the umpire there, shining the ball, Kane Williamson in jersey 22. His first taste of the English summer as he whips one in from mid-off. He's excited to be out there. He loves cricket, Kane.
Yeah, I think we don't talk enough about him. He's one of the best batsmen in the world, I reckon, of all formats. He seems to have a very calm exposure at the crease, seems to handle pressure really well. Nothing seems to faze him. He's an impressive man, Kane Williamson.
Checking out the cameras. There he goes. Welcome home. Little wee shakabra. There we go.
Yeah, he's where is it? New Zealand Sportsman of the Year, would you say?
He's won it before. We got Team of the Year at the Halberg Awards after the World Test Championship victory. Always nice to see the Black Caps on centre stage back home. Well, he's going to warm up now as he chases this one through the covers. Save your legs, Kane. That's a great 4.
Yeah, that's slightly full, and it's a lovely shot. And that's as full as it needs to be, when it comes to driving on the up. That is a beautiful shot by Haynes. And again, I don't understand why wouldn't, Kane, why wouldn't Jamieson want to just build his rhythm? Why wouldn't he just group 6 deliveries and find his rhythm? I think he's chasing again, and on this wicket he's just not finding what he wants.
Glorious drive through the covers. Haynes starting to look a lot more comfortable out there in the middle. Jamieson continues to charge in and get his vengeance.
Yeah, that's a perfect delivery there. That's all he's got to do all day long and just keep bowling it there. And you can see that the way that late swing he's getting. Nothing fuller than that. I think that will be spot on for him. Order of the day from the coach. And I'm sure yourself as well, being a New Zealand supporter. But isn't this a fine day for the Essex members watching the best team in the world at Chelmsford?
It is very nice to be here. I think there's a lot of New Zealanders, a lot of expats over this side of the world, and they've been talking about this test series for a long time. So as Cole Jamieson just gets a little away movement, if he can keep that shape and be patient.
Well, he's showing off here, isn't he? He's going to swing it in, swing it away. He's got the length right.
It's a shout. We haven't had many of those today. Coming round the wicket, it's hard to see that swinging and straightening enough to get the umpire's hand out of the pocket.
Yeah, he's asking a bit too much there. Probably missing leg. A right decision. I was in the umpire's room earlier. Well, I always used to do that during a first class game.
What are you doing in there?
Well, Rob White, my ex-Northants teammate, is on the professionals umpires list this year. And we used to play a lot of cricket together. I remember telling him, you're going to become a great leg spinner if you bowl 1,000 balls a day. But he never followed my advice.
The umpires, not bad people to know if you're a batsman and or a bowler.
Yeah, especially when it's a flat wicket and he can't get one. He just always, in the umpire's ear, they tend to be your best mate on a nice hot day and there's no grass on that wicket.
I think they know when people are trying to be their mates. Oh, de Gronholm really settling into a nice spell here. Just keep putting it on that tea towel.
Exactly, that's what we were talking about earlier. If he wants to, if he does get that final nod, first test match at Lord's, this is exactly what his role will be. And he's bowling beautifully. Lovely, sort of nipping away. The exact delivery on this pitch. And again, just outside off stump. And I think that's probably, what you want him to do with 3 slips, a short cover, and a gully. Anything straighter than that, there's not much protection on the leg side. And he's getting into a nice rhythm here. And also, Ben Compton is leaving the ball reasonably well. Oh, and again, play and a miss. That is exactly the shot they're looking for.
De Gronholm, well known for being patient here and consistency.
Yeah, 23 of 64 deliveries. I think it's that sort of time in the innings where they're playing a much more patient sort of role with Ben. And again, when Ben is trying to get into his zone, that process of walking down to the second pitch. Every batsman obviously has their own, ways of getting into the zone, the next ball or putting the other delivery away. Were there any peculiar sort of habits you saw with certain batsmen?
Oh, he keeps flirting with that edge. This is consistency that you need in the 4-day format. Great little spell, great little over. Colin de Gronholm also coming round the wicket and trying to nibble it away from the left-handers.
Yeah, absolutely the perfect delivery here. I think it would be a great sort of 4-day signing for any county team. Perfect conditions for him.
And a tremendous maiden from Colin de Gronholm, finding a bit of rhythm after lunch. Obviously loves a good feed. and it's put him in good stead.
Yeah, that is exactly what Kane Williamson will be asking him to do. And he's... what makes him such a fine leader, you know? He's done really well with New Zealand in all formats. And he seems to... what is he like as a person? Is he quite... Kane Williamson, is he a quiet guy?
He's a very relaxed customer. Cool, calm and collected Kane. Lives in Tauranga, which is a beachside town. Obviously, a chance to congratulate him on his second child. Just came from the birth of his second child, so he's whipped over to the UK after some good news, so he'll be buzzing. Congrats to him and his partner. But no, Kane's a lovely gentleman. He enjoys the guitar, enjoys reading. One of the few to not play as much golf in the Black Caps. But he's very learned, isn't he? He's fastidious in everything he does. Whether it is just picking up an instrument, everything he does, it's to the full. As Jamieson keeps charging in. There's a bit of carry, there's a bit of bounce. It'll keep him interested. He just needs to find time to get that rhythm.
Well, he's certainly finding it now. And you can just see in his action, you can see how with the whole body weight, the arm, everything just is beautiful in sync. And his run-up, the way he gathers the pace. And it's a little bit jerky sometimes when he doesn't get it right, but he is definitely finding some lovely rhythm from the Riverside end.
From the Riverside end, we've been parked here for a while, and we'll continue to be here to broadcast this 4-day match as the first no ball of the innings is produced. Big killer KJ's getting fired up. We like seeing it. And now I'm just forming my Lord's 11 for Test 1. I need your opinion on spin at Lord's, Monty. What's that ground like for spinners?
I think spin always plays a part at Lord's, especially with the slope. And someone like Ajaz Patel, he could, it's a psychological thing as well. They're young English batters. They may, think about his 10-wicket haul that he got against India in India. He's a canny bowler. Changes of pace. He just knows how to get batsmen out. And if it's a flat day like today, a hot flat day, where we've seen a bit of footholds break up, they may just need his services. They may just need him to hold that end up. So that could be one option I would definitely look to play.
It's so hard to do. So hard to do with the success of our seam attack over the last 2 or 3 years.
Who would you drop? Where do you bring him? Well, you got Jameson at 8. You got Matt Henry at 10. He scored 60 today. Gosh, get him up the order.
Mate, we've got high standards from down under. Sorry in advance, Tim Southey, you're 11.
Yeah, it's difficult. With that seam attack, it's very difficult to see how you're going to get him in the side.
Dependent on where the bolt is playing, Tim. Oof. So I've gone Latham, Young, Williamson. That top 3 will remain for a while, as well as Conway at 4. You can lock that in for a few years to come, I'd imagine. And then, depending on Nicholls' fitness, which is in question, we've got Mitchell at 5, Blundell 6, Collins 7, and then Jamieson, Wagner, Henry / Bolt, and Southey. So that's no spin.
So Matt Henry, and you play Colin instead of Patel.
Yeah, so for me it's hard to lose a batsman v Patel.
And he's also a good striker as well. You got him as CDG. The CDG. Right, at 7. With awesome striking and his lovely bowling as well. So I can see why they're giving him that extensive bowl from the other end, because this is the exact role they'll be looking him to do. What maybe Patel could do with the ball, they would need at least 10-15 overs to say, right, the ball's not doing anything, we need you to pitch it outside off stump and just hold that one end up. Like we said, more of a defensive role, and then just gradually bring the ball in.
Down. Oh, he's got it through. As it runs over the practice pitches, it won't quite go all the way. Good to see some runs ticking over there as Brace will get some Ks under the belt.
Yep. And what if Bolt doesn't play? Then what would be the team? Would you bring the spinner in?
Well, it gets me a little nervous in terms of loads to have. You'd have to have Jamison opening with Southey, and then you've got Wags as your first drop, which I like Wags later in the piece, so I feel like you simply just have to have Matt Henry in there, and he bowls well at Lords as well. So either way, I'm going to have my four seamers, and it's the same thing New Zealand have done for a long time, and successfully, I might add. So yeah, it's one of those occasions that we've got to look at the pitch before we decide about Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, and especially first Test match of the summer, you get the impression that
you go with the tried and true, don't you?
Yeah, I think the way CDG is getting a extensive bowl today, I think he'll be looking to sort of play back that number 7 role, and it gives you that depth as well, doesn't it? With the batting, with Cole Jameson at 7 is a bit too high for my liking. So as much as I love to see a left arm spinner play, I just don't see it happening.
Oh, I've talked you around.
Yeah, well, you look at the balance of the side, don't you? And he obviously, was it controversial he got dropped after the India test?
Yes and no. It was controversial because the bloke just got all 10 wickets in India, but when you come back to New Zealand and the way we prepare our pitches and the success we've had over the last 2 or 3 years, it's not overly controversial in terms of the regular team selection, but naturally you're always going to take a couple of spinners to India.
Yeah, that was a nice little run, towards Williamson. Just got him, just come off the fly, and he was a little bit slow off the mark, and a quick single there. But yeah, I think that's always so difficult for a spinner. The psychology of that, when you do so well on a turning pitch, you kind of expect to play on all surfaces, but it's just that's not tends to be the case.
De Gronholm continues to be mercurial.
Yeah, Gronholm's getting a bit of something out of that surface now. He's got himself into a nice little rhythm here with 3 slips. Gully, that short sort of man on the drive, wide-ish, mid-off, saying to him, if you can play straight, show us. Show us, Ben Compton, if you can play a straight drive.
Ooh. And a slash for the last ball of Colin de Gronholm's over. It's time for a spell for me as well. Monty, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, the 2 batsmen are still there, not without the odd alarm. Jameson, switch of ends. See if there'll be a switch of luck. Right arm round to left-handed Haynes. Tucks him nicely round the corner for a single.
Yeah, the New Zealand attack looking good. We got Carl Jameson over there, who I'm very happy to sit here rather than face him on an Essex flat pitch.
Me too. I'm still slightly amazed that I am currently being filmed by Monty Panesar on his hand phone. Having watched Monty for so many years, twirling away, to be sitting here is how splendid is that? Talking about cricket to everybody watching the live stream from this match.
Yeah, obviously Carl Jameson's getting into a nice rhythm here around the wicket. Riverside end is helping him a lot. Got the head coach looking behind closely. Obviously he knows this is going to be his main man when it comes to the Test series. And he'll be slightly concerned. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but it'll be more... It's about the rhythm, isn't it, during these warm-up games?
And he looks in much better rhythm from... You're absolutely right. So, which end would you bowl him from at Lord's? Pavilion or nursery end, given what you've seen so far here, Monty?
Yeah, like I would get him to bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the ideal,
Steaming in down the hill.
steaming down the hill, similar to what like Glenn McGrath, that's type, obviously few inches taller, but wicket to wicket and then get the odd ball to nip around. So that probably be my preferred option. And then if Trent Boult plays, then obviously he bowls from the other end.
Well, a couple of nice runs there for Compton, reaching to 26. Yes, it's persuading Trent Boult. He's got to go out the hill, though, isn't it? It's difficult at times. But Jameson is your strike man. He's in again. This is on or around the leg stump. And he's played out nicely for no run.
It's a bit of a contrast to see how, CDG from the other end is bowling compared to Carl Jameson, because he seems to sort of not get flustered, able to just hold that line, while Carl is just trying to get that wicket, trying to chase it. Well, the ball doesn't do much when you bowl a bit fuller. Yeah,
the amount of swing we've seen over this first couple of days has been minimal. I think for about a 5 over spell yesterday afternoon, when the ball was about 50 overs old, it swung for an over or two, and that was almost it. So tough if you're looking for a bit of lateral movement for the bowler, but at the moment concentrate on length and line, as we saw Matt Henry do earlier today when he looked much the most threatening of the attack thus far. But Jameson's certainly looking better from this Riverside end, bowling in front of us.
Oh, that was an absolute beautiful delivery there. Exactly the delivery he needs to bowl. That's all he's got to do, just bowl that over and over again. And 77 for 1 off 25 overs. Ben Compton sitting nicely, 29 of 74, while Haynes is 17 of 47.
Haynes seems to have settled down a bit after his slightly frantic start to his innings before lunch. He seems to... Someone obviously had a word, I imagine, during the lunch interval, and just settled him down a bit, because he's looked altogether safer so far. But that was, as we watch a replay, an absolutely cracking delivery from Jameson that climbed over the top of the stumps. But he actually did get some movement. The ball did come back at the batsman and just go over the top of middle stump.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to bowl. He needs to settle into that rhythm and feel the length and enjoy bowling that length more than anything. Not just sort of... we've seen a bit of indifference in length, some full. He bowls a few good balls and then he tries to bowl a bit straighter, trying to chase the wicket, rather than, get himself into a good rhythm. And then, these are county select batsmen. They'll make a mistake. They'll make a mistake.
Well, man who's made few mistakes so far is Compton, who will be facing. He's impressed so far. Timing seems to be improving all the time as well.
Yes, he's lovely balance at the crease, just a nice little punch into the covers, and he's certainly looking very comfortable now.
Yeah, he's finding the twos as well, isn't he? He's finding the spaces. So as a batsman, you're now beginning to feel you're getting on top of the job if you can actually steer the ball out where you actually want it to be. So Tickner, well, this is his first over of the match. And interesting to see how he goes. Blair Tickner is yet uncapped for New Zealand.
Oh, and that was a real skiddy bouncer. Probably the most difficult bouncer. Yes, slingy action and nicely sort of underneath it. But you can see with that sort of skiddy bowling arm action he has, he could, pose a bit of make the batsman feel a little bit uncomfortable compared to the other bowlers, which you can sort of see the ball a bit more easier from a nice sort of rhythmical action they have.
Certainly getting a bit of bounce, but that was just help yourself round the corner as far as Compton was concerned. And Blair Tickner finding out that even if you do bend your back and try and bowl a bouncer on this pitch, it doesn't offer you a lot as a quick man, and he's not bowling express pace. He's played 8 T20s for his country.
Yeah, that was he's kind of Ben Compton again, pulled it nicely, picked it up, but they got a man back now, and this will be a slight concern to them. Haven't really managed to pick up a wicket yet.
I seem to have picked up Monty's cough from earlier this morning, so apologies for that. But certainly climbing in to Tickner at the moment is Compton.
Yeah, beautiful shot through the covers. Bowler sort of, that's what inexperienced bowlers tend to do, overcompensate when they've bowled it short, nice and full, beautifully put away. And we see Patel just warming up, and let's hope your cough goes away.
Yeah, indeed. Apologies for that. Tickner does first class. He's taken 170 odd wickets in first class cricket, an average of 35. As I say, 8 T20 internationals. Pretty good average, 17 in T20. Oh, and a brilliant delivery, and I think he's been caught. He has. Really good take by the keeper. What a decent catch that was, diving to his left, and having looked so comfortable throughout this over, Tickner gets his revenge on Compton, who's gone for 39 and will be disappointed with himself to get out like that when he looked so well set. 87 for 2.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery. Ben Compton, obviously, just when he pulled the ball and the other one was a bit fuller, pushed that beautiful shot. Again, the slingy arm action. Difficult to get your eyes behind the ball. And that's an outside edge. A surprising one to be thought. We never thought he had that wicket-taking delivery in him, but that was the ideal length, and obviously Ben Compton will be disappointed with that after batting so well.
The more I look at it, the better the ball that was, but we hadn't seen anything like that in the previous 5 balls of that over, so I'm cutting Compton a little more slack. That was a terrific delivery from Tickner, and it did move off the seam a bit. Certainly Compton had to play at it, and it was a decent catch by the wicket-keeper, but after going for successive 4s, 10 off the over, his first, he bites back with a wicket and gets the big one as well, because Compton's been scoring runs for fun so far. If this was a first-class match, he'd be over 900 now for the season.
I think he would have done, and he'll be disappointed with that, but it's interesting to see, Blair Tickner, who has a different sort of action, slingy action, adds that possibly variation. I don't expect him to play in the first Test match, but he does add that something different about him. And we've got Nick Gubbins, who's coming at the crease. He's had a fine season with Hampshire, moved from Middlesex to get his career, advance his batting career, and he's here. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes today with this New Zealand attack.
Yeah, another player. 28. Decent record, really. He's scored nearly 6,000 runs in first-class cricket. He's got a high score of 201. He's scored 1300s. He's got an average of 35, so he knows his way around, but has moved on to just try and move up to that next level with Hampshire. First ball is let go, and that ends an interesting first over from Tickner that included 10 runs and a wicket. So 87 for 2 at the end of this over, having lost Compton, who had played so well so far, for 39.
Yeah, he batted extremely well, but we've got Carl Jameson here, who's coming up, running, and again, a lovely sort of delivery. It's probably the area he's been trying to search for, throughout today, and he's finally, I think, finding a bit of rhythm. I think it's to do with Kane Williamson's field setting. Since he's come on the field, he's got mid-on, mid-off, slightly wider, and that's saying to the batsman, if you're going to hit straight, then you got to go past my left shoulder. And I think again, it's very good captaincy.
Well, he is a very good captain when you consider how New Zealand have done in recent times. They're the World Test Team champions, and they reached the final of both the T20 and the ODI World Cup. Now, Monty, I'm checking the time. I think you've got another 10 minutes before you have to disappear. A busy man, obviously, Monty Panesar, and I'm delighted he could join us here in the commentary box at Chelmsford for a stint today.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, and I've gives you a bit of an insight, being with lovely broadcaster like yourself for many years, to sit alongside you, and sort of. That was a play and a miss.
And Haynes hasn't completely got away from the look to be driving outside off stump, even if the ball isn't quite there to hit. And certainly I imagine the selectors will be watching that with a certain amount of alarm.
They'll be thinking for Haynes to, if it's really full, then go after it, and trying to just, if you can get yourself back, organised in that frame of mind like he has done, hopefully we'll see the best of him throughout today.
Exactly, because he is a talent, as he then shows by flailing the ball through the covers for 4 just after that play and the miss. So when he does middle it, it stays middled, that's for absolute sure, but he does flirt a little with danger. That's certainly true so far from what we've seen from Tom Haynes.
Yes, I agree with you, and that's probably the perfect delivery there. Slightly wider, he can throw his hands at the ball, and he just races to the fence. He's got a terrific sort of hand-eye coordination, and you can see, he likes to attack.
It really does, and that was just cuffed away. This time it is left properly outside off stump. No need to play it, so he didn't.
And yeah, that's the area. That's the area he needs to decide. How am I going to play on this pitch? When do I start playing my attacking shots, or do I just leave that? Leave that as much as I can today. Maybe once he feels a bit more settled, and if it's really full, then play the front foot drive. And if it's short and wide, then throw your hands at it.
Absolutely. It's like getting slightly frustrated, I think, the bowler at the moment. It's not going Kyle Jamieson's way that much, and he flicks the ball back at the stumps in a slightly irritated manner. And you can understand it. He really wants to put in a good stint and get his rhythm right for the Lord's Test. And while he's bowled better from the Riverside end, he hasn't truly looked threatening.
No, he hasn't. I think because he's again chasing for wickets, or he wants to produce that magic delivery rather than he's bowled some really good deliveries and should stick to just maybe building his rhythm up before that first Test match.
Well, after taking a wicket in his first over, it is Blair Tickner to continue. from the top end.
Who's, slingy action. It's quite surprising, but he's got a heavy ball in him. Once he gets it right, he's quite a handful. He's got a really good, strong stock delivery. And I'm always up for, unorthodox sort of actions.
For sure.
Definitely.
Looking at pictures, there's an fairly unorthodox hairstyle as well with Blair Tickner. Almost a mullet.
Very much, the 80s and the 70s of, the New Zealand cricketers, where mullet was in fashion.
Absolutely. Never had quite enough hair on top to carry one off fully, but brave if you can. Brave if you can. But he's bowling nicely now after it took him a while to get his length and line, as one or two bowlers have found from that top end. He's certainly beginning to put the ball on the right spot now, and interesting to see how Nick Gubbins copes.
Again, nice and full. That's been put away for 4. And no, hasn't. Outfield's a bit slower, forgive me. So they've ran 3 there.
Monty, we were doing that all day yesterday, saying, oh, that must be 4. Oh, no, it's not. They're running for 3. Well, several of us, apart from George, who kept getting it right every time. But the rest of us would assume that the ball was going to reach the boundary, and it did help. I think that rain that we had over the last week or so has greened up the outfield and just made it a tad slower. But yeah, they take a nice way to get off the mark, though, all the same for Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, he's just trying a bit too hard there. His bowling a bit fuller, and it's another sort of important innings for Haynes. Very much talked about his attacking style, but also they want to see, has he got the appetite, to bat well when the bowling is good as well? Is he able to,
for sure,
to hold that pressure?
Yep. If he's to make the leap to the next stage, that's what they'll be after. An absolute jaffa from Tickner, this one.
Gee, I've got to say, Tickner, when he gets it right, he's a pick of my bowlers.
Because it is a slingy action. It's a good action. Oh, and he's probably a yard or 2 quicker than some of the others that we've seen today as well. That's up around the 85 miles an hour mark. Most of the rest have been timed on the speedo here at around the 80. So, yeah, he certainly bent his back and put something into that delivery.
Yeah, he's definitely someone to consider, possibly to consider.
Yeah.
I'm not sure too about his batting, but I'm sure George will tell us a bit more about him. He knows his New Zealand cricketers really well.
Absolutely.
I will have to go now.
Oh, Mont. Well, it's been a joy having you here today, Monty. What are you up to? What have you got to rush back for?
Yeah, I've got coaching with the inner borough, coaching setup I have with Middlesex at Lords as well, so don't want to be late for that.
Can't be late to Lords.
Yeah, I can't be. Absolutely can't be late. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be commentating today with yourself and George, and hopefully we'll team up again very soon.
Monty, that would be splendid. Thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciated.
Well done, Monty. Great session. Great stint. Good energy. Big energy.
Big energy being expended currently by Kyle Jameson. So interesting to see whether he can, a bit like Jamie Porter, the tall man possibly expected to be the main strike bowler, is struggling somewhat at the moment to make the breakthrough. It's a very good leave on this time by Gubbins, and Gubbins with a chance now to make sure he too can stake a claim on a place in the selectors' minds. Certainly knows where his off stump is, which he has left very carefully. As George makes his way back into the hot seat, puts on the posh headphones.
It certainly is the hot seat today. The sun is beaming in.
I know, yesterday you were laughing as I put my sun cream on, and I haven't, of course, put it on today, so I'm going to have the tea interval will definitely be a slap it on session. Oh, that looks very close to LBW, and it has been given. That's a terrific piece of bowling from around the wicket to get the ball to straighten enough that you think it is pretty plumb. So certainly Gubbins walking off with a certain degree of disappointment, but that could be because he's only scored 3.
Well, Kyle Jamieson finally gets that breakthrough he's been pushing really hard for. And what you'll notice here is that this one came into the batsman all session. He's been taking them away from the left-hander, coming around, and this one stays low and darts back in. He's absolutely done him there. Tremendous delivery.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it from this angle. This is behind the batsman where you can see just how much it has straight. Yes, you can see why the umpire gave that one.
So late as well, that movement. As we talked about earlier in the broadcast, Kyle has been working on getting it to move both ways, and in particular away from the left-hander, and you can just see there that he's got the stock outswinger in the arsenal, and that just fired into leg pin.
Yeah, I think the only thing that, in that case, Gubbins, if he had reviewed it, if we were playing reviews in this match, he may have hoped it actually did a little too much and was going down leg, but I don't think it was.
And look at this, he was beating for pace here as well, so late on it, and naturally when your body's leaning over, your head's in the wrong position, you lose that balance, and it makes you look even more guilty as the umpire reaches to the skies.
He looked very comfortable, but that was a cracking delivery. Jamieson, who has looked much better from this Riverside end, but that's by some distance the quickest ball as well, I think he's bowled in a while as well. He really did crank that up a bit. Maybe it's seeing the 85 miles an hour coming down from the other end.
And would you believe it, another left-hander to the crease.
How extraordinary. Yeah, there are no shortage of them. Now, this is someone I've been waiting to see for a bit, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Ryan Patel gets on.
Well, he took a couple of nice catches in the slip cordon in the first innings.
Friends at Surrey have bigged him up. It's a really decent player, so looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Straight in the firing line, though.
Yep, this will be a tall ask when Kyle Jamison's got a bit of fire in the belly, a bit of momentum. Full straight. Really looking for that gem of a delivery first up. Couldn't quite sneak it under the bat of Patel.
Yeah, got a high score of 126. Not highest average in the world, sort of in the 30s, but something about him. So be interesting to see how he gets on. I'm looking forward to the next over as well, when we can discuss Blair Tickner.
Yep.
We'll wait for the end of this over.
The ball's nearly 30 overs old, and I just sense it's starting to swing a little bit more for Kyle.
Yeah, there is a bit more movement. That one jagged away from Patel, who left it. Just stretching his shoulder a little, though, Kyle Jamieson. Sure, he's fine, but you don't want to do yourself a damage just before a Lord's Test match.
He needs to get that tail up. And what a perfect platform it would be to do so here if he could snare a few more wickets and add to his tally.
So, Blair Tickner.
Big Blair Tickner. He's another nasty fasty. He's based a career around, I would say, bowling that hard length and giving absolutely his all into every delivery. He's never naturally been an out-and-out speed demon, but the way he bowls the ball, what we like to call a heavy ball in cricket, which is when it just seems to come on faster, and he always seems to hit the stickers, hit the splice of the bat. And he's been a very, very good domestic cricketer for Central Stags. He's been the competition's best bowler from times in the white ball format, especially. He cuts his mustard in the T20 format, so he's played a few caps for New Zealand there, but yet to make his Test debut.
He has 8 T20 caps, Blair Tickner, but he does get that. You hesitated to call it a slinging action because people will then think he's chucking, which he certainly is not.
No.
But it is that Jeff Thompson-esque sling rather than chuck. Yeah.
He just puts everything into it, and that's what you love in your 4-day bowlers. He absolutely gives it his all for his team, and he's been such a strong addition for the Central Stags, and a big part of as to why they've been such a successful cricket side for a number of years now. And he's a styly wee cookie as well, as you've noticed. He loves a fun and funky hairstyle, and
it's very similar to Jeff Lawson's old hairstyle, I have to say, the Australian bowler. But
when you chuck out names like that, you've got to remember that I'm 30.
Jeff Lawson was quite good. Look him up. YouTube. I believe that's what you young people call it, isn't it?
But no, Blair's a great cricketer, and outside of cricket, he's actually opened a cafe, so he loves his coffee. He is the coffee guy. So the 13th Stag down in the central North Island, so loves his coffee. He's got a lovely little setup there, so he'll make sure the boys are fired up on caffeine.
No, I hadn't. Oh, and a swish and a miss from Ryan Patel.
And what you might also notice is as his action comes through, his left hand or his right hand slaps on his thigh as he rips through his delivery. So there's always a little snicko noise straight after he's bowled it, which hopefully hasn't tricked any umpires in the past, but it always happens a bit too soon. But it's a noise which is very unnatural to a batsman.
Yes, just as you're about to play your shot, to hear a click would... Have
a listen here for the little leg slap. Almost like a little crack of a gun.
Yeah. Difficult one, I think, to play the replay for. He really does throw his entire body into every delivery, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does. And he's getting it through nicely. He's found a really good rhythm here, and he's hitting those gloves of Cam Fletcher very hard, who took a great catch while I was away.
Certainly did. Really was a good snaffle. It was a good ball. It was almost from absolutely nothing from what we'd seen in the early part of the over, where Compton had looked very comfortable indeed and had played a couple of lovely shots for 4, but it was a really, really good fight back, and showing that he really has got, sorry, I hate to say it when your name's Tickner, but a real ticker, that he came back with the delivery he did.
All of a sudden, 3 wickets down. It's similar to the New Zealand innings, where if they make a few more breakthroughs, there's a very rare loose one goes for 4 byes.
Yes, that's. I always feel for the wicket-keeper with a delivery like that. Goes against you, but to be honest, that should be against the bowler's figures.
Well, as a former wicket-keeper, I agree.
Absolutely.
Come on, KJ.
So, 90... Just check the score. It is 95 for 3. Haynes 22 not out. Patel yet to get off the mark after 6 deliveries. He's had a swish and a miss, as several have. And we have the first sign of spin with Ajaz Patel coming on from the Riverside end and replacing Kyle Jameson.
Ajaz Patel, exciting opportunity for him, bowling into a few footmarks, which is quite helpful to have two left-handers at the crease and try and expose them as much as he can.
Were you doing hand signals there with Mr. de Grand, Tom?
Oh, he's a very animated character, Big Colt.
I'm sure you can't obviously tell us the information that was passed on.
No, well, I can. He can't stop claiming that he dismissed me in a semi-final T20 about 5 years ago, and he keeps forgetting that I slapped him for 3 fours in a row earlier in the over.
Oh, yes, but he had the last word.
Yeah, and he's had it ever since. But
Ajaz Patel.
Great to see him get his opportunity. It's going to be one of those warm-up games which is going to be very important for him more than most.
Gets a lovely little bit of flight though already in that delivery.
With the Black Caps 11 that I have on paper, he is not currently in it, but it's one of those scenarios where you need to get to Lords, you need to be open to change, you need to be open to conditions, whether that be weather or pitch conditions. And
have you got a spinner in the side?
No, so if Ajaz Patel impresses here today, which they certainly need him to.
It's really funny, Lords. It was interesting listening to Monty earlier. Quite often spinners don't take bag loads of wickets there. It's famously the only ground Shane Warne isn't on the honours board. But teams that go into Lords without a spinner can really begin to suffer, particularly in the third and fourth innings, when they'll chip away. They might not run through a team, but it's brave. It's a brave team that goes in without any spinner.
Yeah, that's right, and it's such a tough decision to have to make. With our seam has been so settled and so successful, it's going to be very interesting. But as we mentioned, it's on the day, on the week as well. You can't just write your team now and put it away in the cabinet.
Well, Ajaz Patel has started very nicely indeed.
He certainly has. Welcome to the attack, Ajaz Patel. He'll be enjoying it as Tickner continues. 1 for 14. An early strike for him in his second over. Tom Latham spending a lot of time talking to his bowlers, even though Kane Williamson's out there. Tommy Latham is still in charge. No ball. Second one we've seen today. Getting a bit fired up down there is Blair Tickner, and we like seeing it. We like seeing it. "15 minutes, the Rajasthan Royals will face the Royal Challengers Bangalore. A big match over in the IPL, and a big match for New Zealand, because if Trent Bolt's side, Rajasthan, were to lose that, he would get back to England a lot earlier. So I'm sure there'll be a watchful eye over that result in the changing rooms to our right.
Yes, of course. Oh, Blair Tickner continuing. It was a good first over from Ajaz Patel. Nice flight. 100 up though for the County Select 11.
Oh goodness. I've just seen on my home page Brendan McCullum in an England top for the very first time, and it's Oh, it's really, really hit me hard that it's actually happening.
Get used to it.
Wow, it's a baby blue, a sky blue, the new training uniform of England.
Yes. This really has affected you, hasn't it, George? I can see. It just doesn't.
As I said though yesterday in the coverage, I'm not against it. I'm excited for it. I really, really do love what Baz does, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can. Shot.
That is a really nice shot. That is super timing from Haynes, who, in between the plays and the miss, does play some pretty nice cricket.
But yeah, it's a good storyline, isn't it?
It is. It is the complete change at the top of English cricket. All the three major roles changing, and all to players who prefer to attack than defend. So it is going to be interesting to see how this next Test series is approached. We've got ideas. We've seen the England 13 selected. We know that Ollie Pope's going to bat at 3. He shows terrific potential, Pope, but it's still a big ask for someone who's never batted in that position before. Steady over this from Ticknett. Balls around the wicket, cranks it up.
Get it up there. Get it up and get it in there.
Which is certainly what Tickner likes to do. We've had at least a bouncer and over so far since he came on. Speedo says around the 82 mile an hour mark. As perhaps trying to tempt the batsman. Fielder has now gone out to deep backward square leg. Perhaps if the bouncer is taken on. Instead, the ball is pitched up.
Cole Jamieson with the big mitts to save that.
It was a nice shot for nothing.
We talk about the inclusion of spin at Lords, but from memory, the bowling attack of the Kiwis is somewhat similar scenarios without having Trent Bolt back them as well. We had Southey and Jamieson opening up, and Mitch Santner was involved in that match. So once again, we might face the prospect of Lords not seeing Trent Bolt.
It's tough being that successful, isn't it? When you're having to win IPLs rather than turn up for Test matches. But what a remarkable career Trent Bolt has had across all formats. Ajaz Patel bowling to the left-hander.
Well, yeah, and then he popped back into the second test at Edgbaston to take 4.
Yeah,
so
I remember.
Straight swap, obviously resting them for the big final. That was the lead up to the India match, so which obviously worked relatively well for the Kiwis.
Really that gentle stage in the afternoon. The sun is out, the spinner is on. It is much warmer than it was yesterday. This is good defensive play by Patel. Just got the 1 run to his name so far. He's had 1 swish and a miss, and since then has gone back inside his box. Goes back to defend the spinner. Plays it nicely out into the onside. Nice high elbow.
Slowly finding his rhythm and finding the best way to get those foot marks into action. Obviously, it's still only day 2, so there's plenty more to come for Patel. He just needs to remain patient. I feel like I've said patience is the key all day.
And I think that makes sense as Patel finishes his over to Patel. And there is, I think it's another maiden. So nicely bowled, but also nicely played. Ryan Patel defending on the back foot, defending on the front foot, just showing that he's happy to do either. There was actually a run off the first ball of the over, so it wasn't a maiden, but a very tidy over nonetheless. And Haynes is on 24 not out, Patel is on 1, 103 for 3. Best innings so far that of Compton, who made 39. Sibley looked comfortable early on, but got out in the 20s. And Gibbons made just the 3 before being trapped LBW by Carl Jamieson. Well, as he comes in, that is slightly overpitched and is put away through the covers very nicely. But definitely didn't want to put it there, but they trot through for 2 by the looks.
Tickner to continue.
Right arm round, driven again, this time just for the single. Gradually playing himself into some sort of form at the moment in this match, Haynes. Tom Haynes, the Sussex man. There's only 23, he's 40 first-class matches now. .600s, 1150s. This is why there is a look for him now. Wow, well, there's the first maximum. Let's watch the replay again.
Yeah, well, Tinkner trying to get up in his grill, and he's picked it early and rocked back and just said, I want a slice of this pie, and he sent it right into the changing rooms. A tremendous shot.
So that's the longest part of the ground. That's an amazing shot. Someone has now gone back. But Patel is now beginning to play a little bit, and that after that 6, glorious cover drive for 4.
The confidence of a man who's just pumped one over deep square for 6. He's now leant on one with elegance through the covers.
Boy, that's some way to move from 1 to 11, and superb play from Ryan Patel. 2 very fine shots, and the first one particularly, I think the New Zealanders were actually playing for that particular shot, but he hit it above any possible fielder. And the second one was just a glorious cricket shot.
There's something special about seeing left-handers hit boundaries. It just looks different. It's glorious.
You're right. Much as I loved, this is for English fans, much as I loved Ian Bell's cover drive, which was a thing of great beauty.
I used to love Ian Bell.
David Gower's cover drive, being left-handed, was probably the most aesthetically pleasing thing in the history of cricket since I've been watching it.
Wow.
Was a thing of absolute beauty. But again, it was what you were saying. It's the left-hander. There is a different a different look to that. And I have to say the cover drive is the shot of beauty.
Oh, Tinkner charging in now. He's getting angry and wants to squeeze every bit out of this over. He wants Patel's blood.
Yeah, he's done a Mark Wood, hasn't he? He's propelled himself into the ground, trying to get the extra yard of pace, and he did crank it up, didn't he?
85 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He'll be happy with that. But he won't be happy with the 10 runs and 2 balls, which has come very much out of left field.
Yeah, his first over he went for 10, but finished it with a wicket, unable to do so this time. Probably slightly expensive at the moment. Just checking the figures of 5 overs, 1 for 30.
Yeah, that certainly ruins a bowler's figures, but he's still put in a really good spell here. The Black Caps sharing the 3 wickets. I'd like to share one more here with Patel.
Do love the fact that he's unafraid to give the ball some air and doesn't just fire it in.
Short legs moved in under the lid, hopefully for that one ball that bites and spits. And Tom Latham in the first slip position. It'll be either him or Daryl Mitchell for the first test in there. Most likely Daryl Mitchell. Buckets for hands.
And a slightly rash shot from one Patel to another. And Ryan picks out the fielder. Wasn't the greatest shot, I have to say. He was trying to smash it across the line down to long on. An unnecessary shot, an unnecessary wicket. Yes, he'd been seeing the ball well, but he's gone for 11. Not the smartest piece of batting I've seen.
A few groans from the gallery here in Chelmsford. He had done the hard work, he had excited in the last over, and as you mentioned, he's probably gone for one too many. The length was not quite there, it was just shy of a fuller delivery, and Patel holding back the pace ever so slightly, and that has caused him to hole out to the very, very safe hands of Colin de Gronholm.
Indeed, if you're going to pick anybody out.
He was finally concentrating after chirping a little bit too much to the commentary box. Sometimes blows my mind how they can be so relaxed in international cricket. But you've got the right to be relaxed under an easy catch like that. An absolute dolly for a man of his skill.
Well, it's almost it is the same score, isn't it? It's 117 for 4, which I think is exactly the score that New Zealand found themselves on in their first innings. Whether the county select 11 can bounce back with quite such bravado, I have my doubts. But certainly Ryan Patel will be disappointed. This again, as we've banged on about, it's an opportunity to show that you're ready to go up a grade, go up a gear. But those kind of shots don't necessarily encourage immediate selection into a test team.
Absolutely not. And we were just talking about the sharing of wickets. It's one apiece now for everyone.
And we have the new batsman at the crease. It is the all-rounder James, who we saw bowl, Lyndon James, Nottinghamshire man. He's got a decent record with the bat. He's got a first-class 100, 650s.
Put a good stint in with the ball as well, bowled well.
Yep. So definitely all-rounder capabilities. Be interesting to see though how he gets on with the key number 6 batting position.
Oh, Ajaz will be very excited to have a right-hander on strike as well. It's a perfect result. He can spin one to the left-hander out of the foot marks, but now he can take it away from the outside edge with the right-hander and left arm orthos. They love it.
And that was a beauty. That was welcome to the match. Lyndon James, as the ball fizzes past his outside edge. And understandably, he now goes and has a quick word, as indeed I would, with Tom Haynes to ask him what's going on out here at the moment. But we have a change of bowling at the top end.
Yeah, that's what's going on, as Matt Henry's coming back into the attack. And I'll be very interested to see how he continues on. He started really well, but if he was to be a part of the team throughout the series, he's got to do well with the older ball. With Bolton Southey in the attack, he needs to bowl well once that ball's a little bit older, a little bit softer. So a really big spell or two coming up for Matt Henry.
Well, he bowled beautifully from the Riverside end earlier. See how he gets on from the end furthest away from us here at the commentary box at the Cloud County Ground here in Chelmsford. Not a bad first delivery.
Lovely compact technique of Matt Henry. It has not changed much since school. Tight forearms and whippy action. Oh, very whippy action when you're putting it up near the grill.
Certainly was sharper than Haynes was initially expecting. Good bouncer, followed him a bit. Certainly let the batsman knew he was there. Matt Henry, whose first 7 overs, 1 for 9, bowled absolutely beautifully first thing this morning. Well, once he'd recovered from his exertions with the bat last night and the innings was declared anyway. Haynes now with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He's seen wickets fall at the other end. He was looking to play his shots earlier in the innings, but has now dragged himself back in a bit. Natural inclinations. So he knows how important it is that he stays there for a bit now. He's got in. Can he stay in? Changing his length as well, Matt Henry. That was Yorker length, dug out pretty comfortably and pretty well by Haynes, but nice. We've seen the bouncer, we've seen the Yorker, varying it well, Matt Henry.
The Kiwis have all come around the wicket straight away to the left-handers, have not really even flirted with the option of over the wicket, which is maybe something to look into ahead of the England series, getting comfortable with bowling around the wicket to a certain left-hander or two.
No, you're absolutely right.
Just the one.
Only Kyle Jamieson early on, I think, in his spell was trying to bowl over the wicket, and that didn't work terribly well. Soon changed. Played out for a single. Will be Lyndon James after a chat with Tom Haynes, who will be facing. Matt Henry back over the wicket for the right-hander. 35 minutes to go till lunch. At dinner? At tea? I'll get there eventually, the right meal.
Cup of tea. May I please? Oh, stay low.
Sounds quite a good idea, actually.
Cup of tea. Tea, please.
Talking of tea and food, I bumped into an Australian cameraman who's working on the feed, who told me how heatedly he agreed with your pie diagnosis, that Britain has a pie problem, we just don't make them well enough.
He was angry.
He was more disappointed than angry.
I think there'll be a lot of angry listeners, but as I said, I wasn't being...
No, he's Australian. He agreed with you 100%.
Oh, he agreed with me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, fantastic. Look forward to meeting him.
Yep. No, he pointed out something that I now have taken on board, that for a truly good pie, you need the base to be made of short crust pastry and the top to be made of puff pastry. Which,
I like the cut of his jib.
yeah, we were discussing 4 and 20 pies, which come from Melbourne apparently. I didn't realise that. I'd had mine in Sydney, and also the fact that there are just independent pie makers. Use them, and should I get over there again, I will.
No, it's been great to have some really good coverage of this 4-dayer. So thanks to the team out there standing on the pins, enjoying the sun. I don't see much of an umbrella on the head of either or, so we'll have to make sure we run them out something.
Yeah, it was pretty chilly earlier as well, so I think the larger coats are on as well.
You guys all right for a water? Okay, thumbs up, that's good. Got to keep everyone, including the players, hydrated.
Can they wait till the tea interval, do we think?
Absolutely.
Fine.
No pies, though.
No pies, obviously, because they're only British pies and we don't want those.
All right, Ajaz Patel working into a spell, and it will be a long one. A little bit full. Controlled very manageably.
Yeah, after watching Liam Patterson-White yesterday, you'll know that there is a little something here for the spinner if you just keep it there or thereabouts.
Be interesting to see. Oh, that's nice. If he can use the arm ball to a similar effect.
Nicely bowled, but nice shot too for nothing. Played it very comfortably.
Slight bit of drift there for Patel, which will get him excited.
Something to discuss with the umpire by the looks of things. Not quite sure, but they're having a lengthy debate.
Cricket's a funny game, isn't it?
Which of its many facets are we discussing now? Because most of it is.
I'm just looking around and seen him talk to an umpire about a very random cricket fact, and then we were just talking about a tea break. What kind of sport can you stop for a lunch break, stop for a tea break, and have a couple of drinks breaks in the middle, all whilst wearing matching clothes, matching pyjamas? And if it's too wet, no, we can't play. I can't be bothered.
No, which is why our American cousins struggle with it. The other thing I liked, I'll mention it in a minute after.
And my favourite bit is that we can play for 5 days and not have a result.
I do. I couldn't agree more. And we were talking with Monty Panesar about 2 of the most thrilling draws I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That had grounds rocking as the last wicket needs taking.
Yeah, it's so good.
And it is very good indeed. But it was with umpires, wasn't it? There's that famous quote about some Americans who were watching it for the first time. They said, "Why are the butchers out there?"
Yeah, it's a lot of our favourite sports, but you can certainly understand why some may or may not disagree in terms of thrilling viewership. Unless you know what you know, it can be an interesting one to try and tune into.
But I'm very pleased that as a 6 and 7-year-old I just sat and watched Test match cricket for every bit of the summer. I wasn't outside trying to bowl and just realised what a game it could be, and the wonderful commentators of those days of yesteryear who explained it so well and made it so interesting.
Yeah, it's a good babysitting opportunity. Just chuck them in front of the Test cricket. Away with you.
I also like the moments in the game like this where it could go either way in this hot, sunny, mid-afternoon session. A couple of wickets now and suddenly the counties are in all sorts of bother. They get through to tea. and they've got a chance to rebuild. Matt Henry, right on the money again. Boy, is he accurate. You don't see many loose balls, do you, from
No.
M. Henry Esquire?
He prides himself on it, or as Monty Panesar was calling him, Matt Henry.
Oh, yeah, Matt Henry,
From-
yeah.
One of Arsenal's greats. I just let him slide with that one. I thought it was quite funny.
I like it.
I quite like Matt Henry.
I think Materi Henry works quite well, yeah.
I think he'll like it too. Loves his football. Unsure if he's an Arsenal boy or not, but Henry Nichols certainly is.
Really?
Loves Arsenal.
Really?
Yeah. I accidentally bumped into Arsene Wenger at Wembley the other day.
I was going to say, I thought you just bumped into him at the county ground here in Chelmsford. That would have been interesting.
No, well,
So, how was Arsene?
he was a busy man. He was comfortably the most famous / well recognised person within a 30-metre radius.
He's a good man. Many years ago, you used to be able to ring up an 0898 telephone number, expensive telephone number, and you get club news. So all the Premier League clubs had these telephone numbers. And I used to do the Arsenal club line. So I'd have to go up to
That's great.
the Arsenal training ground and interview Arsene. It was always really, really nice. And the other thing was, I'll continue in a minute, as Patel continues to twirl to good effect, I then interviewed him occasionally, quite often after matches. And the thing about Arsene, other managers would throw their toys out of the pram if they'd been beaten or a terrible decision had been made. But he would answer every single question you asked him. They may be short answers, but you could ask him any difficult question you wanted, and he would always answer it.
It's all class.
It was. I always...
It's all class. I'm going to try and figure out who Henry Nichols' favourite Arsenal player is in the near future. Him and his brother, very passionate Arsenal fans, so they were very jealous of Arsene.
Yeah, no, that would have been. So what led them to what led them down the Arsenal path?
Great question. They were a lot of FIFA was played on the PlayStation at a young age.
Yeah, this.
But Henry Nichols came over here to play for the Lords, the MCC
I know,
team.
yes, the ground staff. Yeah.
So he might have fallen in love with them when he came over for some cricket.
The North London team,
in
yeah.
the young days.
Yep, just up the Jubilee. Yes, just not that far. And that's the first bad ball, I think, that Patel has bowled. It's short and it's wide and it's cuffed away very nicely indeed by Haynes, who waited for it and waited on it and played the shot very nicely indeed. I forget the FIFA thing because people from all over the world are playing all these teams.
Yeah, that's right. So we've just got word in, hot off the press, that Henry Nichols' favourite player used to be Ozil.
Oh, interesting.
And now Saka is his number one.
Understandably. Easily Arsenal's best player last season.
And they went to a couple of games around the gap year time, straight after school. So it's nice. It's nice to be over in the UK and to see the passion of sport over here. It's something
Have you got a team yet?
I'm a Liverpool fan, but I'm a Hibs fan first and foremost, Hibernian, up in Scotland.
Yeah, Easter Road.
Easter Road.
There's a really good pub near Easter Road. I can recommend.
Yeah, there's plenty of good pubs in the UK. That's one thing. It's not like the Pies.
There's good pubs. I don't know if they still do it. It was the Grave Diggers Arms, and it was known as the Diggers, and it was so busy you'd walk in and just put your fingers up for the amount of pints you needed.
Straight back out.
And then you'd have to wait while you battled through, and by the time you actually got to the bar, they'd be ready.
That's outstanding. But yeah, one thing that's really grinded my gears over the years is I'm a very passionate supporter, as many of my friends will agree to. And I feel like New Zealand's sporting passion has dwindled over the last couple of decades.
Really?
In terms of our numbers at grounds. Cricket, mainly rugby, the numbers have dropped right off in terms of supporters and just out-and-out passion for your local team, domestically especially. And then I come over here and watch even third div football and second div, and everything is just so passionate and everyone's invested. 50-year-old men are crying, and I get very jealous of it.
Well, we did lose it for a bit. It does happen. Probably if you were over here during the 70s and 80s, the grounds weren't necessarily all full. It's been something that originally this would have been packed for every county game in the 20s and 30s, and we lost that passion a bit as well. But it's come back, and I think it probably can in New Zealand as well. I can't believe the rugby. Gosh, I remember going to Eden Park.
Well, the All Blacks,
absolutely. And this was for a club game though, and this was it was fantastic.
I know. I grew up going to sold out domestic games, and if I was available to, I'd like to still think I'd go to every Highlanders game I could. But yeah, I just wish that everyone was as excited and keen to get down there. I'm not sure if the TV coverage has got too good and it's too easy to sit at home and watch it. But yeah, there's an old theory which I think they used in Australian cricket from memory, but it was what I really want to get back in New Zealand, is that if the stadium wasn't 80% full, they wouldn't broadcast it on the television in that city. So, for example, let's say it's at the Wacker in Perth. No one in Perth would be able to watch the cricket until the tickets are 80% full, which is, I think, a funny way, and I'd love to see how that would work.
We're not as big a country geographically, but that is why you don't see 3 o'clock football matches on television, is because if you did that, no one would go to any of the games at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon.
Right.
Because they'd watch the big match that was on the telly at 3, so they wouldn't go to the Championship, first and second divisions necessarily. So that's why you cannot have live football at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon.
Fantastic.
They're of course talking of changing it because money talks, but I hope they don't, because it works.
Well, you mentioned Mane talks, and Liverpool's Mane is apparently making a big move.
He's got a massive announcement, hasn't he? Massive announcement after
this weekend's Champions League. I hope not. I hope those headlines are false, because I've loved watching them.
Well, Mo Salah said he's staying. He said in the previous day's press conference, I'll be with Liverpool next year.
Fantastic.
Patel continuing to twirl. Partnership of 7, and James yet to get off the mark after 15 deliveries, but certainly steadying things down after a couple of wickets fell fairly smartly. And the false shot is very nearly drawn from Patel.
Will Young under the helmet there, nearly getting an opportunity.
Just got enough bat on it, didn't he, Haynes, to stop it dollying up to short leg.
That's what a spinner wants to see. Harder hands, pushing at the ball a little bit harder.
Recovered well. Played the next ball nicely. But a decent battle, and Patel is putting pressure on these county select 11 players. But no, you do hope that live sport, for all the FIFAs and for all the television coverage, continues, because there's nothing like it, nothing like supporting a team and being at the ground. You were talking about the FA Cup final. I'm going to show my age now. I probably already have. But in 1980, I was lucky enough to, as a West Ham fan, to be at the FA Cup final.
Oh, nice.
Having paid £15 for a £3.50 ticket, face value. And West Ham, then of the second division, beat Arsenal.
Oh, stop
Then
it.
of the first, 1-0, Trevor Brooking headed. Obviously hasn't stuck in my mind at all. But just the fact was, until I got married, that was simply the best day of my life.
Ah, stop it.
No, it's true. It's live
Stop
sport. It's live sport.
No, well, I'm telling you, I think it was, arguably better than your wedding day, but you wouldn't dare to say that.
No. I'm certainly not saying that on air. No, but genuinely, and they're those special moments. They're just being there when the crowd is there and the moment is upon you is nothing on TV and computer screen will.
Yeah, and what we love about Test cricket is you can sense those moments coming, and they take an age to get there, but it's a thrill because it's such slow euphoria. The tension builds for so many overs, so many balls, but you know when it's coming. You know when it's going to be a thrilling draw / victory.
Absolutely right. 5th day of a Test match, nothing like it.
Now, I'm not sure you've noticed in our chat of all
Have we
sorts
wandered?
of sport,
We wandered off the.
but that's 3 slips in a gully, and I love
You'll
that.
be happy.
Fill it up because this is the similar moment where New Zealand need to pounce. 4 down, could easily be 6 for 150, and then all of a sudden they are more than in the driver's seat. So it's a very important couple of hours, or a very important little session either side of the tea break.
Absolutely. Get to tea is the very first thing these batsmen are thinking about. Anything else is a bonus. I've been impressed with Haynes, as he had looked very skittish early on in his innings, but has come back and played really sensibly and dug in for his team, which you want to see both sides of that character. If you can't attack, at least defend well.
93 balls to his name, and rightfully so. James, yet to get off the mark. 18 balls faced, and it's pretty hard to get off the mark with Matt Henry.
He is on the money, isn't he? The ball, one loose ball in this spell. That's it. Everything else, batsmen's had to play on or around off stump.
So the thing about these warm-up games is you've got to work out scenarios based on what could happen at Lords or what could happen at Headingley.
Do you think that's one of the reasons Kane Williamson's come on? Oh!
Catch!
Oh! What an attempt. What an attempt by Matt Henry that was. It just didn't stick. I think it was when he hit the ground.
The Tesla at full stretch.
That really was a magnificent effort.
James just trying to force one on the leg side, and a leading edge has lobbed it, and Matthew Henry looked like Superman for a moment.
He really did. He was flying level to the ground at about 8 inches above it, but just couldn't quite cling on. It's one of those moments when your chest hits the ground and your hand reflexly, the reflex of the hand is to open.
He got a lot of hands as another opportunity goes amiss.
That would
James
have been
gets
out.
off the mark, and what an intriguing end to a great over. Nearly a caught and bowled, nearly a run out. All of a sudden the tea break's got people making some crazy decisions.
It's exactly what you were saying, isn't it? The pressure builds. Nothing seems to be happening for a few overs, and then suddenly 2 moments that could have completely changed things.
I think you mentioned it. As you can see here, the elbow, well, this is the run out, but Matt Henry's made a great effort, got a lot of hand on that ball, but the impact on the ground, the arm was rattled, and it just wasn't stuck in the mid enough.
As I thought when I first saw him dive that he got it.
Yeah. It just hung in the air for so long. So long.
Well, that is a life.
Well bowled. Good flight. Keep flighting it up there.
Nicely played too by Haynes. A little bit away from his body, but plenty of bat.
James, who's just got off the mark, now facing the spinner. 1 from 22. He's earning every run at the moment.
Nicely tucked away for a single. This time there is no chance of a run out.
Long on, pushing a little deeper for Haynes. Applying himself here. Run rate just a tickle. A little tickle under 3. Trailing by 236. That's looking a long way away as the arm ball glides past the outside edge.
Beautiful bowling again. Oh, he is just a class act. This is really top draw spin bowling.
It's hard to leave these ones because you expect spin, especially from those rough foot marks. At some point it's going to turn, so you have to dangle the bat out there.
And that one did turn a bit, didn't it? Just a little. The one before on with the arm, this one turning. Really lovely.
You've just got to make sure you play well inside the line. It's not an issue if you play and miss the odd one with the arm ball. That's cricket. He's going to straighten one across you. But if you can play well inside the line, you cover your off stump, you're covered for a couple of modes of dismissals.
Well, Matt Henry to continue to Lyndon James, who survived that caught and bowled. And I imagine he's a relieved man to be off the mark straight away at the beginning of this over.
Yeah, I think he's had enough of Matt Henry. He's trapped him down this end for a fairly long time now. That would have been a great catch for the highlights reel, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just?
Matt Henry can't have it all his own way, scoring runs for fun in the first innings, claiming a wicket this morning, you know.
Yeah, but he's, boy, has he bowled well again. I know he hasn't added to his wicket column, but in English conditions, his style, his pace, his length and line, exemplary. But Haynes hanging in there. Oof. I think that's an edge through the slips. It's gone for 4, but I thought it was at catchable height to start with.
He's thrown the hands at it hard enough, and it's flowing above the slips' heads. Not by much, but money on the ball more often than not when you go that hard at it.
Yeah, if you're going to flash hard, and that's exactly what Haynes did. But one that possibly wouldn't have made the highlights reel. This is where you have to put in the hard yards as batsmen and bowlers. Ball's getting a bit old now. Just over half its life. We're in the 44th over. And that is an absolute beauty. Draws him into the shot again. This time it's a play and a miss, but absolute superb bowling to the left-hander. And he is bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's not doing the round the wicket that we've seen from so many of the other bowlers. He's saying, no, I'm going to carry on bowling the way I bowl and let them worry about it. And at the moment, worried is what they are.
Very much so. Matt Henry, very skilled at just taking it across the left-handers. Bowling that nagging length. But as I look through the scorecard, Matt Henry would now have bowled 10 overs, Jamieson 11, de Gronholm 7, and then Jacob Duffy only got the 2 earlier on today. I feel like he will be next after Henry.
What are Henry's figures at the moment? Have you got them there? Oh, here they come, as if by magic.
If by magic.
Henry, 12 overs, 1 for 17. That is just super stuff. Though I have to say, Colin de Gronholm's 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9 is pretty tidy too.
So, as we mentioned earlier, wickets pretty evenly shared. No one putting their hand way up in the air.
Jamieson and Tickner have gone for a bit. 5, 6 and over.
Wow, Tickner just had 2 balls, didn't he, from Patel. Bang, bang, ruined the figures. Ooh. Nice bit of bounce, bit of variable bounce.
And from Compton in the first over. So he went for 20 and 20 plus in 2 overs, and yes, that would have rearranged the figures a little.
Very mirrored innings in comparison to the Black Caps' first innings.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Very, very similar. Well, down to the money on the drop of the 4th wicket, both 117 for 4.
And just so many people getting close, right on the precipice of a good partnership, and then all of a sudden a breakthrough happens. So New Zealand will be hoping that that continues, that theme continues throughout the afternoon.
I think New Zealand will think that their wickets on the whole had to be earned by some pretty good bowling. There weren't very many New Zealand batsmen who you felt took liberties and threw their wickets away, whereas a couple of the select 11 won't look back on their shots with a great deal of pride.
No, it's a couple of hairy moments.
Patel and Sibley probably out to balls they certainly didn't need to play.
Roughly only 2, maybe 3 overs because of the spinner before tea.
I was reading a bit about Patel. He was a quick bowler when he was in his youth, wasn't he?
Correct.
He but worked out as he was only 5'6" tall.
yeah.
There was only a certain amount of pace he'd be able to generate. But it was really late on that he turned to spin, and to have got as good at it as he has, having it been a second choice, is interesting to read.
Yeah, something for young cricketers to not forget, that you can always pick different skills up relatively late, but naturally if you're a good bowler you can adjust a little bit. And speaking of spin, we're going to have some Michael Bracewell spin as well. Bowling off spinners. He's been bowling a lot in training, and And even in the T20 competition, he's picked up his overs. And he's really trying to add that to the arsenal. So good to see him get an opportunity here. Becoming a genuine option.
Well, I'll mention it in a minute. Well, that is very nicely played. First ball out into the covers for 4. I was just about to big up Mr. Bracewell. In his 3 ODIs, he's scored 4 runs, but he's taken 5 wickets.
Well, there you go.
So best of 3 for 21.
He got a couple of great wickets against the Netherlands. One in particular, absolutely ragged through the gate. An off-spinner's dream. He's got a big set of mitts on him, so he can wrap that ball like Monty Panesar.
Oh, shaking hands with Monty.
Ah, and look at that for a response.
Ooh.
I thought it sounded like soil on bat. Cameron Fletcher, we're going to have to agree to disagree.
I can see why Fletcher thought it might have been, though. It was a good take.
Very good take. Taking his time to get back into position, but the absolute classic when you hit the ground at the same time.
Definite noise.
Good umpiring. Tries the same shot, this time gets it.
Bowling a bit wide, Michael Bracewell at the moment. He's giving chance for the batsman to get the levers going outside off stump.
Give him an over.
Oh yeah, I'm just being harsh. And come on, you want to get into the test side?
No, it's fair. He'd like, I think, in an ideal world, he'd want to bowl as many balls as he can at the left-hander. So if Patel and Bracewell can work together and make sure they don't give away singles late in the over, they can have the majority of their deliveries at their favoured batsman.
Nicely played. How are we doing for time?
3 minutes.
Oh, so we'll definitely have another over.
3 minutes till 20 to 4.
It does look entirely different bowler bowling to the left-hander. He's got giving it air. It's right on the money.
Ooh.
And that squeaks through short leg for a single. All along the ground, not a chance. Partnership creeps to 14. 140 for 4 now.
Just meandering through till the tea break.
This should be the last over. And you're right, George, this is a meander you feel at the moment, just to get to the tea interval, reset for batsmen and bowlings and fielding team. So with Kane Williamson coming onto the field, do you think it's so he can have a look at close order as to how certain players are doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Kane doesn't play a ton of domestic cricket, so to get first-hand eyes on some of these players, he wouldn't have watched Blair Tickner very often in the flesh. The likes of Duffy as well, so for him to just be out there and be a very, very close spectator is massively beneficial. He's obviously as a captain, he's got a very lofty say in the selection process, so yeah, it's a great chance for him to play with a lot of these players and that are trying to make their way into the New Zealand setup.
Yeah, you do forget that. It's the same in the England setup, that once you're in the England squad, particularly if you're the England captain, if you're an international captain, you're off all the time. You don't play with these guys. You don't see who the next generation are coming through. So an important afternoon in many ways for Kane Williamson to see who may or may not be knocking on the Test team door.
Oh, that's not spun the arm ball. Great delivery. Beat him on the inside.
Does not. He looks pretty. Ooh.
Just a little leg side-ish.
Just enough leg side to give benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Been an interesting one if they'd reviewed it, I think, that one. But yeah, having seen it again, there was a bit leg side.
As we look back at boundary 4 from the last over, and now Patel trying to work over young James. And there we have it. Time for tea.
I think that should be tea. The batsman just check. And interesting session. Certainly Ryan Patel won't look back with it with any great joy. Compton as well looked as if he's setting his stall out nicely and lost his wicket on the way. But these two have somehow hung together. Hasn't been easy, but Blair has put the more attacking shots back in his suitcase, and we'll get them out later, no doubt. But after trying to wrest the initiative early on in the innings, he has now moved very smoothly and sedately to 41. Also, Lyndon James moved to 13, had a life. Was nearly a brilliant caught and bowl from Matt Henry, but Henry couldn't quite cling on as he fell to the ground. So there's our match summary. George, anything stand out for you in the summary?
Well, it's been a very, very cruisy sort of second innings. No one's jumping off the page. The bowlers are sharing all the wickets essentially, and no one's taking the ball by the horns, but I guess the key stat there is 4 wickets down, and that's a very important period this last session. It could go one way or the other, and you feel if New Zealand can come out after tea with a bit more energy and a few lollies, a bit of sugar in the system, 2 quick wickets could put them heavily on top here at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford.
Well, join George and I after the tea interval for that final session here on day 2 of this match between the County Select 11 and New Zealand. Welcome back to the live stream of the Counties 11, Select Counties 11 against New Zealand here at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford. Currently 143 for 4, the Counties 11. Tom Haynes will resume on 41 not out, Lyndon James on 13 not out. They still trail by 219 runs after New Zealand, who at one stage were 219 for 8, eventually declared on 362 for 9. So a little bit of cloud just going across the sun here. We will be seeing from an end he didn't bowl absolutely perfectly from earlier today. Be interesting to see how Jamieson gets on, Carl Jamieson gets on as he starts with the first over in this final session of day 2. And he will be bowling to James. Lyndon James, left-hander. And that's wide-ish, the first ball after tea. And played out to deepish cover. Nice shot, but just for the one run. There is a sweeper out there. George Harper Jr. will be back with us at some stage during the afternoon. He set himself the challenge of seeing if he could get one of the New Zealand team to come and join us in the commentary box in this final session. So we'll let you know how he gets on with that particular mission. Moment you feel as if Carl Jamieson is just getting the body loosened up and working again. A couple of looseners in effect from him so far since the resumption. 2 slips and a gully. George is back. I see no New Zealand players yet. Sorry, I warned the viewers that you had set off him on a mission. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Broadcasting 101. Never promise the viewers anything.
I know. Never do maths live. That's the other one. Will always bite you. And never promise the viewers anything.
No, there's naturally a few COVID protocols, so it's good to see the New Zealanders keeping it nice and tight in there before
quite right
3 big tests. We can't take any risks. We've already had a couple of cases in the first warm-up game, so it's good to see them battening down the hatches.
No, makes perfect sense. It's weird in this country. Well, you've been over here, George. You've almost seen us almost forget about it now. But for people coming from countries where they've been locked down or suddenly 1 or 2 people are getting it again, you understand exactly why they're sticking to the protocols, particularly ahead of a Lord's Test match. You might want to actually play in that.
Yes, absolutely right. And as we see a few changes in the field once again, the rotation, so actually makes our job a little bit more interesting to see who comes out after each break. And one thing you'll notice is that Kane Williamson is off the ground. He came on for a couple of big sessions there just to get time on the legs.
Yep.
You've got to get time. You can't replace that. You can do all the nets you want. You can have all the throwdowns you want, but time in the legs goes a long way in Test cricket.
And also, of course, wanting to catch up and see who's looking good, having just arrived from India.
Yep, so under the watchful eye, some good time in the legs for our captain.
5 runs from that over. Haynes 39. Sorry, I'm using an out-of-date scorecard. Bear with me. Just the one from that over. Haynes 42, Lyndon James 13. Unsurprisingly, Ajaz Patel will continue to 12 from the Riverside end. Still a breeze, less strong than it was yesterday, but might be enough to just help the spinner a little. Left arm to left arm.
Naturally would rather have the right hander on strike. Needs to have more deliveries at young James.
Yeah, so one imagines that the County Select 11 will be trying to keep the left-hander coping with Ajaz Patel. So Tom Haynes will do something of a stint, I imagine, against the left arm spinner.
That score's incorrect and it keeps being correct. So.
You may be noticing a few issues with the scoreboard on the bottom of the live feed. We'll try and keep you up to date with what the scores are. 144 for 4 currently. And there is a wicket. What a delivery. It had been coming. It was a decent knock, and not for the first time in this match. Tom Haynes, the man to go, got into the 40s, done well, and then gets undone.
Yeah, we mentioned prior to the tea break how important this passage is afterwards. All of a sudden, you're 4 down. It could quickly become 5 and 6, and it's just become 5. A big moment, and the County 11 have to be very careful not to go tumbling here, because the New Zealanders will be riding a wave straight after the tea break, and Ajaz Patel has been drifting them into the right-hander, and on that occasion he's taken it away from the left.
Yeah, beautifully bowled, and not a bad knock by Haynes, who after a skittish start actually fought back very well, and 6 fours in that innings, faced 115 balls, and annoyingly for him, out on the last ball of the over, which is always a bit of a pain in the when you know you've done the hard work, and you just the brain just relaxes slightly one ball before you actually want it to.
Yeah, that's what the Kiwis have done well after a few breaks, and we all know it, that straight after a tea break or a lunch break, it's always a really good time to strike. Everyone in cricket gets excited in the field for that little patch to see if it can unsettle a good partnership, and yeah, Haynes will be a little bit gutted about that.
Michael Burgess has come to the wicket, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper, batting at number 7. As the scoreboard flicks back to the correct score. And Jameson is beginning to crank it up a little in this second spell of his from this. It's his third spell, but his second from the far end.
Yeah, looking at both spells, being at the far end, it's slightly downhill, so the ball's not going to pop as much and you bowl along the wicket, and sometimes when you think you're bowling it quite full, it can just come onto the blade a bit easier for the batsman. I really enjoyed him down this end, at the river end, where he was going slightly uphill and the ball was popping off a length and slightly harder for the batsman, but as a fast bowler, as a nasty fasty, you can never say no to a little breeze up your bum.
No, absolutely right. And he's bowling better in this spell than he did. Admittedly, it's not to 1 and 2, it is to 6 and 7. But he looks altogether more confident bowling this time from that far end. And a lot now riding on the young shoulders of Lyndon James.
Proving to be a handy enough cricketer.
Yeah, all rounder. Got a wicket earlier on when he bowled in the New Zealand innings.
Should I be worried about that cough of yours? Are we?
No, it's fine. Haven't got much of a temperature.
Two slips a gully. And they've got a couple of people back on that hook shot, trying to tempt the all-rounder to maybe go at the short one. Looks to be Bracewell and de Gronholm down there.
Though I haven't had COVID yet. Have you had COVID yet?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh, you're young, so you may not have even known you had it.
A lot of my friends have asked me that question, and I feel that I've done the most travel out of anyone I know during COVID.
Yeah. So you gave yourself a chance.
I certainly put my name, name in the hat, and yeah. And at this stage, I'm yet to get it, but you never know. You know, after a large weekend on the naughty waters,
yeah,
you wake up a little bit tired, and you know it lasts a while sometimes. So you never know.
No, that's just called getting old. I'm really sorry.
Maybe
the hangovers last. They actually affect you, particularly once you get over the big 3-0.
Not when I don't drink. So
I thought we were going to talk about the naughty waters, and that's a good shot. That is a really good shot. Cut away with a plum. Good shot, James.
Too professional on and off the field.
Quite right. Quite right.
Using the pace of the ball really nicely, James. One of the most popular regions in Test cricket to score runs, from that point to backward point region.
Yep, takes a lot of skill, but it can be very productive, particularly these days with less and less third men in employment.
Mm-hmm.
Do like watching Patel bowl.
It's amazing when you look at his stats to see best innings 10 for 119.
Oh, I know.
There's not often they don't often require a column where it's 5 wicket bags and then a 10 wicket bags column. They've had to add that one in.
Yeah, there's 3. There's only 3 people who have that column in there. Jim Laker, Anil Kumble and Ajaz Patel are the 3 who have got 10 in an innings in Test cricket.
I remember Ajaz being very happy, very proud to receive a text message from Kumble congratulating him on his efforts, and being Indian born. He's a hero of his. So
yeah, his parents came from Mumbai, I think, so he was back in where his parents had come from for those wickets. No, we do still bang on about a bit less than we used to actually about Jim Laker's 19 wickets in a match, and that is probably the filthiest ball that Ajaz Patel has bowled so far, and was understandably dispatched by Burgess, who couldn't believe his luck, I don't think. A rank long hop and smashed away for 4.
nice, easy option to get your innings underway. That's the 150 for the County 11. New Zealand 362 for 9 declared. So a long hill to still climb.
Yeah, Michael Burgess, decent record as a batsman. Average is 37. 5 first-class hundreds, highest score of 178. Carl Jamieson beginning to crank it up a bit in this afternoon session. Says a lot for the man that he's getting quicker, probably in his third session than he has been hitherto.
It's good signs, good to see. These bowlers have to get used to bowling big spells and they have to maintain it.
Ajaz Patel, despite being walloped for 4 in that last over, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16.
Yeah, settling in really nicely at the river end. A little bit shorter for KJ and well handled by James.
Yes, up on his toes, round the corner for a single.
Who's the fastest bowler you've ever watched? Guy, you've watched a fair bit of cricket.
It will probably be the Rawalpindi Express, whose name is now, of course, on the tip of my tongue. I can remember his nickname. I can see him. Pakistan bowler. Oi, oi, oi. But the quickest spell I have seen, and the most extraordinary spell of fast bowling, maybe because it's most recent, but was Jofra Archer to Steve Smith at Lord's.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday.
Sorry, I'm getting boring, aren't I?
No, it was
You're absolutely
right.
right.
It was a stunning actor. You're not talking about Shoaib Akhtar, are you, before?
I am talking about Shoaib Akhtar, who really was. He was 100 mile an hour. He actually did hit 100.
Oh, yeah.
Brett Lee, quick.
Catch!
Oh. Has he put him down?
Daryl Mitchell.
Oh, it's a no ball as well.
And a no ball. It's all happening here.
Daryl Mitchell knew it was a no ball, obviously, didn't he? That's why he put down that sitter at first slip.
Yeah, Daryl definitely knew that was a no ball.
Yeah, could see the overstep.
As we know, Ross Taylor used to sit at first slip for a very long time. But Daryl Mitchell, he's been superb since coming into the first slip position, so he'll be a little disappointed, but none more so than Kyle Jamieson, who's bowling some great areas. Great areas, KJ.
Michael Burgess, very definitely, well, he's paid for the whole bat, so he's using it, and there's a couple of thick edges there. Gets put down on the first one, gets 4 for the second, but certainly on both occasions, the bowler can feel rather hard done by. It's a terrific effort, and lucky old boy, very lucky boy, Michael Burgess.
Once again, I don't want to harp on, but 2 slips, 2 edges, maybe chuck a third in there.
Who's the fastest bowler you've seen?
In the flesh, probably Brett Lee.
Yeah.
Sean Tate used to scare me, even though I wasn't playing.
Yes. Oh, that's out.
Kyle Jamieson rewarded 3 brilliant deliveries, and this one stays low. He takes the fielders out of play, and this one dives crashing into middle and off.
Well, it wasn't a very long and very fruitful innings from Michael Burgess. He edged a no ball and was dropped. He edged another one through the vacant third slip area and scored 4.
He takes it away for the first couple, and that one is angled in. We mentioned how he's starting to move it both ways, and that one slid back and trapped him right on the crease. A well-deserved dismissal for Kyle Jamieson.
And the fact that we could give it out when we're not even straight behind the bowler's arm and the stumps, it was just one of those plummest of plum LBW decisions, wasn't it?
Very similar to his first one where the batsman was nearly falling over, albeit a right-hander v left-hander dismissal, but very positive signs. There's that one coming down the hill, staying a bit lower, and that's just pressure being built. So much going on in that over.
Yeah, it really was. And Burgess's short visit to the crease that lasted 10 balls. There were a couple of fours. One he flayed a loose ball from Ajaz Patel for 4 and edged another one from Carl Jameson to the boundary. But that comes to the end, and 158 for 6 now. And New Zealand getting stuck into this select 11 in this afternoon session.
Yes, this is when the good teams slowly take games away from you. They get a sniff, they dig deep, and now 4 has become 6 relatively quickly. They need to stop the rot here, the county 11.
They do indeed, and the man charged with stopping said rot has now come out to the crease. It is Liam Patterson-White, the spinner, spinning all-rounder, but certainly he was in here for his bowling rather than his batting. But he has a first-class 100, 450s, decent bat.
He'll be hoping for an innings similar to his fellow left-arm spinner Ajaz Patel earlier this morning.
That's a good finish from that over. And this is the best Carl Jameson's bowled in the match so far, I think, this particular spell. Certainly putting the batsman under more pressure. I'm guessing that if you are watching someone like Matt Henry bowl absolutely beautifully, then it does make you pick your game up if you want to be absolutely nailed on certain of your Lord's Test match plays. I think it was nailed on anyway, but just picking his game up a little.
Yeah, you never, with so many good seamers in this New Zealand side, you've got to be careful because it can be picked on form. It's not all about what's happened in the past, and naturally Kyle has got most of his body through the door, but when players are hot, you're hot, so they've got to have that realistic expectation that anyone can be picked.
A couple of wickets always does the confidence good as well, so well played, well bowled. Ajaz Patel, also with a couple of wickets to his name, is continuing to impress. Oh, and there's a possible run out here. There is a possible run out here, but of course we don't have a review, and I think the umpire has said he just got home. But boy, it was tight. I think he did just get home, actually. Just looking very quickly on the TV replay.
I don't think we have the capability of a square leg camera, but
Yeah,
Colin de Gronholm, he's got a rocket arm.
We've got the replay now. I think we'll get an idea. He certainly called for it.
Oh, his bat wasn't sliding along the ground,
I know.
but benefit of the doubt.
Yep, you can see why the umpire definitely gave him in. The bat was over the line. Whether it was down is a different question.
I'll have to review the tapes and see if Colin de Gronholm was walking in with the bowler.
Well, it's a rather unnecessary single as far as Lyndon James is concerned, unless he's desperate to get off strike against Ajaz Patel, which he might well be, actually. That's a decent shot, actually, from Liam Patterson-White. It's not entirely conventional, but played with confidence and flicked down to mid-on. So Lyndon James will have to face Ajaz Patel again.
Exciting. It's been an exciting little passage, and he's adding another highlight to the package. Bang over square. Things are happening here in Chelmsford.
They are. A couple of bad balls. Ajaz Patel, having bowled absolutely beautifully for the first 8 overs of his spell, just dragged a couple down that have been dispatched, but the last time someone had the temerity to do it, he got them out very quickly afterwards, so be interesting to see what happens now for Lyndon James, who plays it very sensibly.
Fun over. Fun little passage here after tea.
Yeah. I have to say that with the exception, at the moment, Lyndon James, after, again, a slightly difficult start, is beginning to look quite comfortable. But no one looks in, really, as far for the county's select 11. There's several of them that have felt like walking wickets.
Well, as you look through the scorecard, 39, 27, 42.
So they got in.
So that's your top three. One of those players has to go on if they want to compete with the World Test champions.
Or the number 9 needs to score 65, the number 8 needs to get 70, the number 11 needs a quick 40.
Yep, that's going against the odds. That's for sure, as Kyle Jamieson looks to use his momentum.
Certainly against the odds for the second time in the match. Yep, absolutely.
Kyle's been great to watch over the last couple of New Zealand summers from the embankment. You certainly get the sense that when he's on, the crowd's tails up and everyone rallies behind him.
What are the crowds like for test matches, George, in New Zealand? Are they still holding up?
Oh, absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. Test cricket is the pinnacle of the game in my eyes, and we've got a very good faithful fan base in New Zealand and a very knowledgeable crowd. And I think the special thing about New Zealand is we design grounds purely for cricket and relaxing cricket. We've got a lot of embankments where you can grab a rug, grab a few deck chairs and cut off the legs and just sit on the bank and chew the fat all day.
Yep. Sadly, we don't have many of those in this country. But yes, that Adelaide used to have the hill. The Wacker used to have areas like that. South Africa still has one or two.
Yeah, it's just a nice way to view it. You can go down whether you like cricket or not. It's just nice to be outside in the sun. You can lie down. A lot of people have a little sleep.
Really?
A couple of
During
people,
a cricket match?
A couple of people have a few cold pints, a few ice creams, a few hot dogs, and then New Zealand Cricket have been doing really well with promotional work. They've been doing dress-up days, family days. So yeah, the atmosphere's been great at Test cricket.
Good, vital that keeps going. And that is some shot. I have to say that Liam Patterson-White has played a sumptuous pull shot. Didn't mess around.
Yeah, it's a big occasion for someone like Patterson-White coming against one of the form bowlers in world cricket over the past few seasons, and to come in when he's on a bit of a roll and get one flying at your teeth. It's a pretty damn good shot to put him over square leg for 4.
Shows how difficult it is to bowl a decent short ball on this wicket.
Is it coming straight back in the same direction? They've put deep square back. Give him another one.
Which he does. That was a bit sharp. That was looks on, don't take the mick, and a very sharp bouncer.
But no, back to cricket in New Zealand. It's a good place to watch, and I'd say a good place to tour. Obviously, it's a very, very long way away for any English fans.
They still seem to turn up in pretty large number if we ever go and play there. The Barmy Army is.
Always love having the Barmy Army in town. Another short one, but yeah, I've been known to try and do my best for the New Zealand Barmy Army, and a lot of the time it's been a one-man band from the bank and
bit of a solo performance.
Yeah. Look, at times I like to call myself assistant bowling coach, and really fire up the big boys. Make sure Shane Jurgensen can hear me at all times, and when the players need it most, you know, those long days in the dirt, when all the other fans are nowhere to be seen, when they're quiet, that's where I like to prove my worth. I'm not sure the players will agree or not, but
they must be delighted that you're on television telling them what to do now as well this week.
Well, I can't shout on here.
Okay. Yeah.
Traditionally, they'd be able to hear me from all corners of the ground, but only a select few can hear me now. Maybe I'll get the coverage, live coverage on the loudspeakers in the changing rooms, just to really catch it.
Oh,
that sounded paddy to me.
It did sound pad. I didn't really hear a click at all. There's a nice snapple at short leg. Stayed concentrating, but I think that was straight pad. It wasn't the full appeal, was it?
No, just a bit of fun and games. But some players certainly respond well to the embankment. The likes of your Neil Wagner.
Really? Can you fire him up?
Well, it's not hard to fire him up.
No, I understand that. That is sort of lighting a lit firework. But anybody you feel plays better when they get the rocket from the George direction?
I know Tim Southey can hear every single word every single day.
If Tim is watching this, thank you for the loan of your jacket earlier when it was chilly. Very impressed to have Tim Southey's jacket on.
Fitted you well.
It's nice because it's nice and dark. It does help you shed a couple of pounds, that's for sure.
Be looking forward to seeing him out here and getting some time in the legs over the next few days.
Very much so. Yeah, no, it'd be good to watch Tim and Kane Williamson bat.
Tim bat?
No, Kane Williamson bat, Tim bowl. Though I like watching Tim Southey bat. That's always exciting.
Yeah, Tim Southey, number 38, I like to call him. I remember him quoting that there's no fielders in the sky, which sums up his batting style relatively well.
I have seen him hit some big sixes, yep.
Well, he hit a couple of crucial bombs, actually, in the World Test Championship final. A very, very handy assortment of runs at the end, which no doubt helped New Zealand build momentum. He's probably gone home now, I reckon. If he's not involved, he'll be slinking off home, go relax and claim that he's got other things to do, other things to work on that big old dad bod.
Yep, he'll say he's down the gym, won't he? Yeah.
So, a little signal. Colin de Gronholm, warm up. Warm up, Dutchie.
Well, he bowled very tidily earlier. Didn't necessarily threaten for that many wickets, but was built pressure from his end. I think there were just 9 runs from his 7 overs.
Certainly did. He's that type of bowler that you can't expect him to take wickets at a frequent rate. But if he can hold up one end...
That is some cover drive. It was wideish and it was fullish, but it still needed everything doing to it. And that really was a super shot from James.
Lyndon James, it looks to be a strength of his. As soon as he gets a little bit of width, he frees the hands and slashes at it. And the timing was good enough on that occasion. He'll be loving it out there.
He is. He's doing well. 29 he's reached. Did have a bit of a life when possible caught and bowled from Matt Henry. But Henry with a fantastic dive to his left. The ball just jugged out of his hand when he hit the ground.
Matt Henry was so proud of his diving effort. He got some good air. So unlucky not to hold on to that and make the highlights package.
Yeah, your Superman call wasn't really misjudged. That was you'll believe a man can fly.
Kyle Jamieson, he's been dominating in the past half an hour, but all of a sudden there's been a few shots fired in the last 2 overs. And you can see that he's getting affected.
Yes, the back was bent for that particular delivery. But it's very hard to direct the bouncer on this wicket. If you get it wrong, you're just going to be paddled fairly easily away. And if it's a bit too short, you can safely leave it. It's worth a go. You've got to remind the batsman you're there, but this isn't a lightning wicket. $175 for 6. Crowd still here, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the cricket, watching young players try and stake their claim.
Ajaz to continue. No surprises to see him settling into his work.
Nottinghamshire boy as well as a Nottinghamshire player, comes from Worksop. Name me a famous golfer who comes from Worksop.
Name you a famous golfer
who comes from Worksop in Nottinghamshire.
Right, I've never heard of Worksop, just to start with.
Okay, I know this. Sorry, it's an impossible question. He's a very good and successful British player and has been for ages.
Faldo.
But maybe going to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, either Westwood or Lee Westwood.
Yep.
Okay.
Worksop's most famous son, Lee Westwood.
Ah, nice.
So, Lyndon James is obviously chasing that particular crown.
He'd be doing well to topple Lee Westwood. He's
Wouldn't
had
he just?
Amazing career. It's impressive to see in the game of golf how long they can compete at the elite level. Yet to win a major championship though, which will always haunt him just the smallest amount.
No, like Colin Montgomery, had these chances but could never quite get over the line.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. We've got the 150th Open Championship at the home of golf, St Andrews, mid-July. I'll be there with bells on.
You are a very lucky man to be there for that. That will be something.
Yeah, it's the grandstands are going up as we speak. It looks beautiful there. And I've spent a lot of time up there with work, but never for an Open Championship. So very excited.
Excellent.
We'll have Tiger Woods popping down to say hi. His favourite golf course in the world, St Andrews.
Yep. It is. It's an extraordinary golf course because it's not that long. Should be fairly straightforward.
Yep.
But it just never is and never has been.
No, it's got my number. It's got my number a few times. Just can't work it out, that course. But to have a course right in the township, it's going to be absolutely heaving. The biggest Open in history by an absolute margin as well. So
and there have been some big ones, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been lucky enough to cover a few Open Championships, but I've never been to St Andrews for like you for an Open.
Any off the cuff picks for an Open Championship winner? Who's your favourite golfer?
Ooh, at the moment,
I'm a big Shane Lowry fan, and I believe he's been competing in the big tournaments of recent. He hasn't quite got over the line this year.
He suits British courses, links courses very well.
He sure does.
So I think he will be there or thereabouts. I think that John the Spaniard, whose second name just escapes me momentarily.
Big John Rahm.
Big John Rahm will be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, world number 2. John Rahm behind Scotty Scheffler, whose rise to stardom has been nothing but spectacular.
And I'd like to see Tommy Fleetwood do.
I love Tommy. We'd love Tommy to win an Open. It's his favourite championship. It's the only one he wants to win. He said if he can win that, he'd happily retire.
No, I'd like to see him win a major. I think he's been a breath of fresh air for British and European golf, and that would be good.
Him and Ian Finnis, Fino on his bag. A good team, a formidable team that have been chipping away for many a years, and hopefully they can get over the line with a major championship victory as Matt Henry returns to the bowling crease.
Back to cricket. Oof.
Returns in style as well, coming down the hill. He bowled well from the river end, and now he's coming downhill, so really intrigued to see how he goes with the older ball. 57th, 58th over we are in now. This is when, if you get wickets in this stage, these are hard-earned wickets. These are ones that matter.
Absolutely. And at the moment, I have to say that Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James are batting sensibly, comfortably.
Certainly not looking out of their depth.
Lyndon James has an average of 34, so he's kind of there or thereabouts. Be nice if he could go on from here. Certainly someone has to, if anywhere near the 300 mark is to be reached. I like the way Matt Henry begrudges any runs scored off him.
Oh, yeah.
It annoys him. He hates giving away runs.
Fair enough.
Bit of a chat between the batsmen. Just the two slips now and a gully. Say that was a gully rather than a backward point. Around that area.
Yeah, what have we? Tommy Blundell back out to get some time in the legs for another session with the gloves. Him and Cam Fletcher going session by session.
Ah, they're rotating. Well spotted. Borrowed Joe Root's shirt by the looks of things.
That is a good name and number, isn't it?
Ah, you just have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If your name's Root, you can only have 66.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Be interested to see if Joe Root can pile on the runs, as he so often does.
Yeah, he had the most extraordinary year last year. Carried England on his back virtually single-handedly. The world's leading test run scorer, about twice as many as his nearest rival, and England didn't win a test.
I think I remember seeing at one point that rough numbers here that Joe Root had made 1,200 runs, and then Burns had made about 550, and then the next best was Extras.
Yep, Extras was third for some time. No, it wasn't English cricket's proudest year. 2021. 2022 didn't start brilliantly, so lovely ball from spinner to spinner for Ajaz Patel. Too good for Peterson-White. And a nice snapple behind the stumps as well.
Can Ajaz use those footmarks? He can! He can do so. Put that in the books. It's a bit of a rough dismissal. hugely disappointing for Patterson White.
It is. It's another wicket that's been given away, really, by the Select Counties 11, and you just... This almost looks like an endemic problem in English cricket when you see it like this. These are the young players with the chance to make it, but there's attacking, and that was catching practice. That was just clipped to short mid wicket. It wasn't even hit in anger particularly.
A little bit caught in between, wasn't he? And ended up just nursing it to mid wicket with Bracewell, who ain't dropping a thing.
No. I even think I may have held on to that one. That was...
Wow, one of the proudest moments of the broadcast so far. I was actually filming that out the window.
Oh, well done.
And we've caught a livey. If you know how hard that is in cricket to catch a live wicket for the Instagram, happy days.
This is what you young people call social media, isn't it? Yeah.
Something I'm well behind on, but compared to you, I'm well ahead.
If only that weren't so true.
I'm at that awkward age group, the just over 30, where I was always the last to have a phone at school, the last to sort of, get on social media. But then now it's just a force of nature. But I don't even want to get into that. But
do you TikTok?
No. See, that's where I draw the line.
Yeah,
that's where I draw the line.
Quite right.
Ajaz Patel. Another wicket to his name. His third for the day. 3 for 29 all of a sudden.
Yeah, the
first innings wickets and it's spin.
Just as we saw, very similar to yesterday when it was the man who's just got out, Liam Patterson-White, who took 3 quickish wickets in the afternoon session to really put the county's team in a fantastic position. It got away from them, but interesting to see still there whether Lyndon James, along with Jack Blatherwick now, can keep things going. Blatherwick doesn't play a bad shot actually, but slightly on the risky side. It was certainly well wide of slip, but it was catchable height, as indeed slip mentions to Blatherwick quite rightly. Blatherwick, pick of the bowlers as far as England were concerned, probably, particularly the pace men.
The county 11 now 183 for 7, and this tail is about to get very exposed.
Yeah, I'm just going to... Okay. In his 6 first-class matches so far, Jack Blatherwick has 23 runs with a high score of 11 and an average of 4.6.
Okay.
So this is something of a step up. Matt Henry, though, will be bowling to the man who has survived very well so far, Lyndon James. The man Matt Henry put down, seems a very long time ago now, right at the early stage of an innings that's now 70 balls long.
Pressure is certainly on here. You can anticipate maybe Lyndon James opening up slowly. He'll want to make a name for himself, and if he runs out of partners, it's hard to do it. A little 35 not out's not going to change the records too much, but if he can push through here and get a little bit of assistance, be a great place to bring up a half century, if not more.
Yes, that would be a bonus. Oh,
There we go. Look to be pushing.
yeah, Matt Henry might not be the bowler to push against, to be honest. It's a play and a miss outside off stump as Henry puts nice length, nice line together. Slightly wider, which tempted Lyndon James. It's a good shot from James. It'll only be a single because the mid-wicket did very well to get a hand on it and slow the ball down.
Yeah, superbly timed clip through mid-wicket. Bracewell, the man saving runs. Always sounds nice off the blade when you hit the middle of a middle, as Lyndon James has done so a few times today.
So Jack Blatherwick, 3 balls to face from Matt Henry. Probably one more than his partner would have liked, but
Not enough slips for my liking. That's all I know, and that's all I can count.
no,
There's only
not
2.
not for the number 9.
Wonder if Tom Latham can hear me from back here.
They probably know you're thinking on this subject by now, George. Just suggesting.
Where's Gary? Get him in there.
Didn't you see Colin de Grandholm warming up at some stage?
I did, but naturally,
Wickets then fell.
yeah, naturally when wickets fall, that delays decisions. I did just see a little thumbs up from him again, which could either mean sorry, Dutchie, false alarm, sorry, Colin, and rightfully so. When you've exposed the tail, you've got to cash in, and it's something that the County 11 struggled to do. They had their chances, but they didn't go hard enough at the Black Caps lower order. They didn't take it to them, and a few of them got settled, and it cost them a good 100, 150 runs almost.
Definitely.
So I wonder if the New Zealanders will look at that first innings and try their best to make sure it doesn't happen twice over.
Now, would New Zealand like to come in for 5-6 overs this evening?
Absolutely. The way I look at this game is you have to put yourself in the most uncomfortable positions possible, because we all know it's not going to be easy at the international level. So if you can get scenarios which might happen at Lords, different moments, that'll be crucial towards their practice.
For sure.
But in saying that, cricket's a game of confidence, and you look at little things like opening up with Kyle Jamieson, getting him downwind. You want to give him every right to be the most confident. He's a confidence bowler, so if we can get him steaming in, get him feeling good, it's all about the smallest little ways to make each of your New Zealand players feel good before the first test. So, yes, it would be great training if they came out late in the night, but also, is that going to do Tom Latham any good if he's going to struggle or
get out for nothing?
You'd just far rather Tom Latham spend 40 overs in the middle. So,
for sure. Yeah, it is a balancing act. So, yeah, with 17 and a bit overs to go today. So we're not going to finish far after 6 o'clock, particularly with the spinner on.
Like a great example is when you are 7 wickets down and you've exposed a tail, bring on a bowler who hasn't got a wicket for a while. Bring on someone who needs a bit of good luck, a bit of fortune to get their rhythm to going, to make them, happier post-match. And even if it is a tailor end, it just gets the rhythm running and can really pick up a bowler's attitude before the big tests.
Yep, makes sense. Another very tidy over from Ajaz Patel, who's now bowled 16 overs and taken 3 for 32. Conceded just 4 boundaries in those 16 overs. will continue to be Matt Henry from the City end.
Matt Henry steaming in, 2 slips in a gully.
A third slip has been suggested by a member of the crowd, but hasn't been taken up as yet.
We'll see. They can almost hear me down there. Glaring.
It's funny though, Monty had a different view to you, didn't he, Monty Panesar? He thought you should be having more of a ring approach, keep the pressure on.
He had a few different views to me, old Monty. With a short mid-wicket, it gives Matt Henry the chance to target the LBW as well. I think it's probably about time to maybe give Ajaz Patel a little rest and try something new from this end as well to come up the hill. So maybe we can expect someone like Colin de Gronholm, who's probably due another spell, to just nibble away and bowl that line and length consistently and try and trap one end up.
Yes, frustrate the batsman. To say though, at the moment, Lyndon James is showing great patience for a young player.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping Blatherwick at the other end can anchor up with him.
That is such a Lancastrian name, Blatherwick.
Well managed.
Yeah, played it nicely up on his toes. Out into the covers, decent delivery.
Rich and Ravinja hasn't featured much in the last couple of days, but enjoying a bit of time in the field there at short cover. So yeah, I feel like Ajaz Patel's probably due a rest as the hook shot comes out.
Is there anyone out there?
And there's no fielders in the sky. They just brought up the deep square. And Blatherwick says, I'll take it.
Well, good for him. He got an average of under 5. He's just scored more than his average with a single shot.
Don't mind him seen doing that. It's great. The fans loved it. They've seen 2 maximums today.
Interested to see what Matt Henry does after that.
Gives him another one.
Better directed. And in fact dealt with very well by Blatherwick.
62 overs gone.
192 for 7. 32 to Lyndon James. Patient innings from 78 deliveries, including 4 fours. And Jack Blatherwick is 8 not out from 12 with 1 boundary. That big 6 to show for his efforts. So you'll be watching the Champions League final tomorrow then as a Liverpool fan?
I certainly will be. But one thing people might be watching right now is the IPL as well.
Ah, yes. What's occurring there?
Royal Challengers Bangalore have posted 157 off their 20 overs. So that's par for the course in a knockout game.
Who got the runs?
Probably a little under. Virat only 7 at the top. But Rajat Patidar 58 off 42 at number 3. Glenn Maxwell with a typical 24 off 13.
Yeah.
But you get the sense that that's not quite enough.
Doesn't sound enough, does it?
Not quite enough.
And who are they playing?
So that's against Trent Bolt's Rajasthan Royals.
Oh.
So the Black Caps, I'm sure the management will be cheering on the Royal Challengers Bangalore if they want Trent Bolt back here on time. He bowled his 4 overs, 1 for 28 at an economy of 7, so steady enough going. The likes of Butler getting ready to let rip there.
I was going to say that after the IPL Joss Butler's had, I'll be looking to see him go in this the second innings in this match.
Always fun to watch at the top of a white ball batting order.
He is the first real English player who is a very definitely a white ball player. We've tried to turn him into a red ball player, but it's just not natural.
Why is that not working? I can't believe it, because I still would love him in my side. Obviously, he's probably not the best gloveman, but it's so hard to leave out a batsman like that.
Well, it was interesting. Mark Ramprakash was working with him in the nets, and I was intrigued by. Mark Ramprakash was the England batting coach, or standing in for the England coach, and he just said to, "Oh dear, that's straight up in the air, but he's safe." He just said to Butler, "Just play your natural game." And Butler was going, no, what shot do you want me to play to that delivery? He said, well, just play what you would normally. And he said, no, I need a plan. So far more of that white ball, I need to score now. I need to get the ramp out. There is a different way of thinking for test matches, the longer form of the game, and the white ball game. And Butler has hardly played any red ball game. He's played more tests than he has county matches, I think.
Great shot. James punishes one through the covers off Colin de Gronholm, who we predicted would come back into the attack, and James has enjoyed that one. Split mid off an extra cover.
So that was the thought. That was the thought that he's almost become so inured now and to how to play the perfect white ball match that he can't play the red ball game.
Well, I wonder if Butler's just admitted that that's not his game, or if he's going to keep pushing his case, because you can't teach talent, and I feel like.
Yeah, but I've watched a lot of Joss Butler in test matches, and
it's funny because you look at,
he doesn't take them like by the scruff of the neck like you would expect him to, like he does in one-day cricket. I've seen him bat long against Australia at Trent Bridge, but that was in a losing position. I think he may have 100. He may have reached 100 once. But for a player, as you rightly say, as talented as Joss Butler.
Well, you look at players like Risbar Pant for the Indians. Similar ilk, loves going at the ball. And he is a one-day, he's a white ball specialist, but wow, does he perform at test level. He's got India through to some great victories and gave New Zealand a very big scare in the World Test Championship final, but yeah, it's a shame that Butler can't do something similar.
No, that sort of role, I think probably, certainly, well, Ben Stokes can play any form of batting he likes to play. That extraordinary innings in Headingley, he had 2 after 73 balls. Played one of the best defensive knocks I've ever seen, and then switched the switch.
Blatherwick dropping down on a back knee and showing a bit of batsmanship.
And Bairstow has had his moments in the Test game as well, where he's been able to take the game to the bowlers in that pant style. A lot of your New Zealand lads seem comfortable in playing in any form of the game.
Yeah, we went through a great patch where we were number 1 in tests, number 1 in ODIs, and number 1 in T20s, which was pretty cool. And another proud moment for this group.
And exactly, because there were at least 6 players who were in all 3, weren't there?
Yeah, so nice to be able to show that they can play all sorts of cricket. and to a very high level.
Well, Matt Henry continues to plough away from the top end here at the ground.
So if we look at the current Test rankings, Australia, India and then New Zealand. The ODI rankings, New Zealand are number 1 there, with England in number 2. That's probably how it should be. And then T20 rankings, India, England, Pakistan. New Zealand are down to number 6 in the T20 rankings. South Africa into 4th. It's nice to see South Africa slowly starting to play better cricket. And they're up to number 3 or number 4 in the Test rankings as well. So they've had a pretty lean patch over the past decade. So such an established and such a great cricketing nation. It's nice to see them clawing their way back.
Well, I was with the first bit of the England tour in South Africa just before COVID struck, the 2019-2020, and the game was in a desperate need of sorting out. And is that the wicket? It is the wicket. Well bowled, Colin de Grandhomme, and a little prod forward. And that is the end of Jack Blatherwick. He reached double figures. He made 10, but he has gone, and it is now 199 for 7.
Exactly what we were talking about. Colin was the type of bowler going to take it away and just get it on that awkward length and tempt the tail ender into it. And he did that beautifully here. That is just an absolute Steve Devine delivery.
Had to play at it, nothing he could do about it. It was just a bit too good when you have an average of under 5.
That's what Colin will do. De Grandhomme, he baits players into shots that they probably shouldn't play. He's not overly quick, but he's mercurial. He'll slowly work you out and tempt you into shots. So his traditional little bit of away swing, getting helped by the wind, and sometimes in cricket that's all you need, just that tiniest bit of movement.
Well, the next batsman in is getting a good hand of applause from the crowd here, because it's Essex's very own Jamie Porter.
Must be Porter.
Coming in at 10. 199 for 8, of course, not 7. And this is quite tough on Lyndon James, who... when did he come in? 5 or 6? But... scorecard up.
Came in at 6.
Yeah.
I'm just really struggling to process what I'm reading here in the ICC rankings.
Go on.
They must be skewed. The best Test batsman at the moment is Marnus Labuschagne.
He could be. He scores a lot of runs.
Followed by Steve Smith.
Where's Joe?
By a fraction, and then Joe Root and Kane Williamson. But to be fair, Smith, Williamson and Root, they might as well be on the same number. There's only one little point that separates them.
Yeah, with Virat Kohli, they're the kind of 4, aren't they? The golden 4 batsmen.
Well, I think Babar Azam's putting his name into the mix
okay.
these days as well. He's
good call.
super impressive, and
good call.
He's becoming a real force in international cricket. So I wouldn't be surprised if he slowly climbs near the top of those rankings.
I know it's political, but I would like to see Pakistan players in the IPL as well. It may happen one day, I suppose.
Well, when I look here and see the best T20 batsman in the world is Babar Azam, and number 3 is Mohammad Rizwan, so there's some talent to come from that part of the world.
Yeah, and I think the number 1 bowler at the moment is Shaheen Shah Afridi as well. So
he was classy to watch it at the World Cup in Dubai. And naturally, as a big fan of the Caps, I was over there as we made it through to yet another final. And sadly, the Aussies got one over us again.
Yeah, finals. That's the.
I would I would love to mention the semi-final though. Now that I've got an English audience,
I think you can, because we
think
won the World Cup.
I think I've got the right to claim.
Because we won in 2019,
Yeah.
there was a general feeling that perhaps we owed New Zealand one.
What a thriller! As the man looking up at us right now, Big Daryl Mitchell, had a day to remember in Abu Dhabi.
I remember talking to a lot of cricket fans, and it was, if we've got to lose to anybody, rather it was New Zealand.
Ah, well, that's so lovely of you.
And patronising, yeah, absolutely. Quite right. Sorry, it does sound like that when I say it like that. I mean, it wasn't meant like that.
I was very lucky to leave the ground alive. I was sitting in a massive English contingent, and they were giving me earfuls the whole game when England were on top, and then all of a sudden, with an over and a half to go, everyone starts leaving. So naturally,
did you give some back?
Naturally, I return serve with a bit of interest, and it was great. And there was a couple of geezers, geezer fridge freezers, Maltesers. That they bit. And then, glorious shot!
What a shot! Matt Henry seeing an absolute screamer go past him from Lyndon James, who moves into the 40s. Brilliant shot. And should have mentioned that Colin de Grandhomme had bowled a wicket maiden in his last over as well. Jamie Porter yet to get off the mark.
I talk about that T20 semi-final, and just when I thought the chaos was over, I ended up leaving the ground to what I thought would be a pretty cruisy walk home, but good response from Matt Henry.
What a great response.
But instead it actually took me about 2 hours to get home, because there was a ton of Pakistan and Indian cricket fans outside, and once they realised that I was one of very few in a full Black Caps outfit, they absolutely fell in love, and all the TV stations and everyone was interviewing us, and they couldn't believe the comeback, and it was all very exciting. So there was a few dances, a lot of drums and a lot of dancing.
Fantastic.
So it's crazy. It's so amazing to see the passion of grown men.
Yeah.
Grown men dancing like hooligans. And celebrating two teams playing that have nothing to do with them.
Because the game is all. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
No, I agree.
Yeah, and that was sadly during COVID times, so we couldn't. The players were all in their bubbles.
Yeah, I was working for Talk Sport during the England tour of India during the COVID outbreak, and we had this extraordinary setup. We obviously couldn't go to India, so we were doing it all from a massive room where we were all in our own little plastic boxes watching large TVs. And at first the grounds in India did have fans in, but after two one-day internationals, they had to stop because it was just COVID was going berserk. So it was strange and weird and wonderful times. But you have seen your team win a World Cup semi-final. And were you there at the final?
I was there at the final, right behind the bowler's arm. It's a cool little ground, actually, great atmosphere, and Kane Williamson really set us up in that first innings. He was playing shots I've never seen him play before. It was great. It
was a remarkable innings, that.
But yeah, the Aussies came out, and wow, they came out hard. Obviously, Mitch Marsh, when he gets going, it's impressive to watch. But yeah, another tough pill to swallow, but it's, as I always say, it's just amazing that we're disappointed about losing finals when back in the day we barely made many finals. So
for sure,
to be so consistently at the top level and competing in finals is pretty impressive for a great group of cricketers.
And I was lucky enough to be there in 2019, and that was an extraordinary afternoon. Because funny enough, what people forget, because they only remember the last 10 overs and the super over, is it wasn't that thrilling a final at Lord's, because the pitch was such that you couldn't score quick. So
it was tense.
It was tense, but
what cricket's all about. It was an old-fashioned ODI, wasn't it?
it really was an old-fashioned ODI.
Oh, good lift up the hill for Dutchy. Colin de Gronholm bowling well.
He certainly is. Certainly, though, Lyndon James will just be hoping that Jamie Porter can hang around with him for a bit. See if he can get to the half century. He probably deserves after a sticky start to his innings. He's batted very sensibly throughout, as other loose shots have seen the end of batsmen at the other end. Certainly Ryan Patel won't want to see his dismissal terribly often. The same goes for Patterson White. Played a loose shot as well.
James now 42 off 92 deliveries.
Good knock.
That is turning into a really nice knock for his side. And I wonder if they can remember that New Zealand was also 219 for 8.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And then England didn't take another wicket.
So,
sorry, not England. The Select Counties 11 didn't take another wicket.
So it's going to be a tall ask as they trail by 158. Be an amazing couple of partnerships if they were able to cut that down.
He's bowling well. To Grandholm. Nagging length and line. That every so often the batsman thinks, oh, I can fill my boots here, and then realises he can't. He's had a good career, hasn't he?
I'm not going to lie, I completely blanked out there. Who are we talking about?
Colin de Grandholm. I am quite boring. Got one of those voices you can happily nod off to.
I was just staring at the cricket, and I don't know what I was thinking about, but it wasn't Colin de Grandholm. But no, he's done very well. I remember when he first burst onto the scene, he was a T20 specialist, played for Auckland Aces and made his debut for the Black Caps in the T20 format and used to just smack it, as he still does.
Yes.
As he still does, but yeah, he was tremendous to watch in the short format, and he's been able to adapt his game to be great for all three formats. So it's impressive to see what he's done, and he's the type of player that squeezes every inch out of his potential. So he's been a great gift from Zimbabwe.
Well, we've got a change of bowler at the Hayes close end.
Jacob Duffy, just 2 overs to his name today.
You said he would come back at some stage.
Wow. He'll be the freshest of the lot.
I think he bowled from the river end before.
Ooh.
Oof. Jamie Porter taking a liking to that delivery, and they settle for 2. Nice-ish looking shot for number 10. The score goes to 206 for 8. Jacob Duffy's first 2 overs went for 7, including a maiden.
The shadows slowly getting longer here in Chelmsford.
Yeah, lovely evening though. Clear blue sky with just fluffy clouds tinged with grey in the sky, but one of those lovely early summer evenings.
Jamie Porter was unable to get a wicket, but he'd love to give his home fans something to cheer about here with the blade.
Wouldn't he just? Even if it's just getting Lyndon James to his half century. I think that would do.
I'd love to see Duffy and a few Kiwis go upstairs here, test him out, push him back.
Like that.
Much like that. Good boy.
No, Jamie Porter in the end got out of the way pretty usefully.
Yeah, very smartly, wasn't it?
But it was a sharp bouncer.
Catch. Oh,
It's a flowing drive off the bat of Jamie Porter. Goes all the way to an appreciative pavilion. And it was uppish, but there was only one fielder he might have been unlucky enough to hit the ball to with that shot. And he was wide of him. And it's gone all the way to the boundary, and Jamie Porter moves on to 6, the score to 210.
no dramas there. Hard hands, go at it, slash it. You're here to commit to a shot, and he's done it. There's no point. More of a cover, which is where it's gone to now.
Yeah, he likes to... He's got a couple of shots, hasn't he, for a number 10. And that's the end of Jacob Duffy's third over. On what we've seen so far, he's probably not first in line for a Test cap come Lords, but still plenty of the tour to go. But I think there may well be people just a little bit further ahead in the queue currently. Colin to Grandham from the river end.
Look at that silky smooth hair. He doesn't mind growing it out. Sometimes it can get dangerously long. Dangerously long as James flicks one through the mid-wicket region for 2 for.
Yes, it's touches of the Brian McMillan hairstyle currently with Colin de Grandhom's cut. Just a single, and James obviously happy to give Porter the strike.
Always got to have confidence in the lower order. Back them to join you. Because once you start giving them negative thoughts, it never helps. Porter seems like the type of bloke. We saw it with the ball. Seems like the type of guy that digs in. And boy, oh boy, wouldn't they love him to dig in here.
They really would. Yeah, if he could play the Matt Henry role, that would go down very well with the locals. Matt Henry was batting 10, wasn't he? In this parallel universe match that we're in at the moment. Well, I think we can say that he unfurled that drive for no run, but a nice looking shot.
Very nonchalant, cruisy little off drive.
It's punched back successfully to the keeper, and at the moment Jamie Porter batting, well, very nicely indeed. I think there was a no ball as well earlier in the over, so there will be an extra delivery.
Don't get carried away, son.
Yeah, well, exactly. That was the number 10. I'm in now. I'm going to start playing some shots. But it will be Jacob Duffy to continue.
Great opportunity to get down and watch some international cricketers in your backyard, isn't it? The crowd's still hanging on in here and really enjoying their day in the sun.
Yeah, it's been good to see for the last 2 days. There's been a decent crowd and most people have stayed the whole day.
Good to have the New Zealand flag flying in the wind next to the pavilion.
Quite rightly. Duffy trying to make a name for himself, but that is a really nice shot from Jamie Porter, who saw the Yorker length delivery and flicked onto it very quickly and gets 3 runs for his troubles.
He's going along swimmingly. Made his way to 9, striking at 50 and helping his partner James get ever so closer to a milestone, 46 to his name.
We've seen one player out for 46 already in this match. We'd like to see another when you're so close and yet so far.
The fans getting stuck into Will Young at deep square leg. He's always very obliging. Happy to give them a wave.
And he was the man who was out for 46.
Yes. Yeah, I'll know this number well. Oh, he's not out for 46.
To get to his 50. Oh. Well, you paid for it, so use it. Big, thick outside edge. Carves over the slips. And he gets a really good round of applause from the fans who have stayed here. And well deserved and well played. Lyndon James. Decent.
Yeah.
From this young man.
Very nice from the 23-year-old. He threw the hands at it and was rewarded a great 50 against a very, very good side here.
From 100 balls as well, so nice symmetry.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier, saying he was in my head that he's going to time this perfectly. He might not have timed the shot perfectly, but he timed the runs perfectly.
Yep.
Ajaz Patel has found his way back to the pavilion, so it looks like no more spin for the day. 5:30.
Yeah.
Time.
So we've got 8 overs remaining.
Oh, he's decided to get off the bleachers and get back out here.
Yeah.
Conway doing a swap over. Good to see. I think spin is a really good option here because they just seem to be managing this pace nicely.
Yeah, as the ball gets older, we saw this yesterday as well, didn't we? That it does get more manageable. I think the difference was yesterday was how they failed to make the most of the second new ball, the County Select 11. That really was a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, just 10 overs remain till the new cherry. You'd get the sense New Zealand wouldn't be overly happy if they had to use the new ball.
Well, it'll be tomorrow morning if they do. And we have a change of bowler. Despite the best efforts of Colin de Grandhomme, who did bowl well in that little spell. picked up a wicket. It will be Blair Tickner who comes on. Blair Tickner does do a lot of field organising as a bowler, I've noticed.
Yeah,
Does like
he knows what works for him. He's got his little theories in his head. I like that. I like seeing it.
Yeah, I agree. In the limited way I used to bowl, you know what you want. You know what fielders you need a lot of the time. It's just persuading the skipper.
Yeah, I've tried to persuade the skipper in my time. Another 4 over the cordon. Hard hands from the local boy of his work for Porter.
Yeah, moves into double figures, 13. Unlucky for some, but moves off the double Nelson 222 for those who are superstitious in cricket.
Wow. Funnily enough, Tinkner's wearing the number 13 jersey.
Indeed. Unafraid of a superstition.
So are we calling a wicket here to double down on the superstition? 13 on 13, or is that too much?
Well, it should have been a wicket on the 222. So
is there too many unlucky numbers at once?
Yep. They're all counterbalancing each other at the moment. That is a shot!
Nothing unlucky about that one.
What a shot from Jamie Porter.
Porter goes bang again.
Back and cut with style.
Trying to emulate Matt Henry.
The number 10s have enjoyed themselves in this game.
Certainly have.
That's an expensive start for Blair Tickner, who gone for 38 after 5.2 overs.
Not a bowler you want to get too angry.
No, because he can crank it up.
Oh, Big Colin at mid-off, getting a bit tired. Stay down, Colt. Stay down.
Well, he's 35 now. All the youngsters are all taking time off and going and sitting in the pavilion. Whoa!
Oh, there's that angry bar we were just talking about.
And you could hear him put that extra effort in. There was a scream as he delivered that ball.
Little effort ball there.
And it leaves Jamie Porter on his backside. Always your favourite. If you're a fast bowler, that's where you want to see the batsman. Exactly there.
I remember when I was a kid at school, came up against a fast and fiery Corey Anderson. He used to be one of the quickest going around town, and I accidentally hit him for 4. It was nothing overly convincing about my shot, but it went for 4, and I did not want it to.
Yeah, you didn't want to see the next one, did you?
Just wanted to park up at the other end. I was hoping it was just going for 3.
There is something when someone is seriously quick, and you're all right as a cricketer, but I remember facing Alex Tudor in the nets once and just didn't see it. Pointless me being there.
Another good bumper.
So we're getting a good mix of excellent bouncers and good drives from Porter. Nice little battle, this one.
Yeah, it's interesting to see when you have the likes of Neil Wagner in your 11. New Zealand often go for the short pitch bowling trick, and he's put his deep square back. But with Wags, you'd see a leg gully and all sorts of tricks, and it would be one way only, and that's the highway. Relatively dominant over from the bat.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
It was certainly, if you tried to pitch it up and hope the ball would do something, largely Jamie Porter just drove you. That was terrific from the number 10. He's moved on to 19 from not many deliveries. 50 not out at t'other end. James has played beautifully. Lyndon James. Jamie Porter, 3 fours in his 19 so far. And at the moment, Duffy and indeed Blair Tickner proving a little bit expensive. Tickner going for 41 in his 6 overs. Has taken a wicket. It will be Jacob Duffy to continue. Bowling to Lyndon James. Just 7 overs remaining. Oof, huge inside edge. Managed to miss everything important as far as Lyndon James was concerned. Decent delivery though from Jacob Duffy, and they trot through for a single.
Starting to get close to that annoying little partnership, isn't it? 19 from 25 for Porter, and James still going strong.
Yep.
They don't want this tail to wag too much, the Kiwis.
I like it when a number 11, and he is actually wearing the number 11, Jamie Porter, gives his bat a little twirl because he's enjoying his batting. He's having a good time at showing his fellow bowling union members that he knows what to do facing them.
Had a bit of bite to that one, didn't it?
Yeah, he is tempting a few bouncers though when you play the way you do.
It's been a great couple of days cricket, really. There's been plenty of wickets, plenty of runs, and I wonder if it can finish in style here today.
Oof.
Tempting. Oh, so tempting.
A swish and indeed a palpable miss. I think he forgot the old leg movement there. Told himself off afterwards. Did the click of the fingers with the batting gloves after the ball had gone through. Oof. And up and over the slips again. And this is turning into well, certainly it's been worth its weight in gold for these lower order batsmen. There have been plenty of runs to be had by flashing and flashing hard. Ball going over the slips. 4 more to Porter. He moves on to 23. The score to 238 for 8. And these two playing very nicely indeed. Came together when the score was 199, so they put on 35 so far. Not quite up in the Matt Henry Fletcher school yet, but certainly a decent effort.
Sure is. Sure is, as we look at all the partnerships throughout the innings, and the top and the bottom are soon becoming the best too.
Yeah, they're the 3rd best partnership of the innings so far after the first 2.
It's the story of the match though, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So many little partnerships in both teams. Not many people, not many pairs were able to go on and turn it into whopping partnerships. So they're clinging on, 124 runs behind.
Indeed. This is a man who will want to break this and show what he can do. Blair Tickner cranking it up, but spilling runs a bit. Now we've got into the interesting position that Lyndon James, who is the in batsman and scored a half century, is effectively giving the strike to Jamie Porter, because Jamie Porter's having so much fun and smashing it every which way.
Yeah,
So
it's great fun when you can do that. Great fun when you can do that. Especially when you've been the main batsman, the dominant batsman in a partnership, and it's always nice to sometimes be able to trust your partner and some, as he rips one over third man for 4.
what a shot that was! As it was certainly, you felt as if Tickner was getting ticked off, and he'd put in the short one, and was treated with a certain amount of disdain by Jamie Porter with that uppercut over third man for 4.
Showing no respect to this New Zealand bowling attack. He's absolutely backing off, and
It's Viv Richards stepping outside leg,
I've seen Trent Bolt play that shot quite a few times, in fact.
smashing it over off. Great shot.
What's Tickner going to do?
Well,
How will he respond?
now it's funny these days. I'm going to say something after. We'll watch the delivery and see what he does do.
Now the fans are loving it, the locals. Why wouldn't they be?
Tickner's giving him a few verbals as well after that, because that was treating him with a
Come round the wicket.
bit of disrespect. I
Oh,
don't
yes,
see as
coming
many
round the wicket.
Yorkers as I used to. If you're fast and you've got a
Yeah, I tend to agree
tail
with that.
ender,
Yep.
just big Yorkie. People use it a lot in white ball game, but it's almost disappeared from the red ball game, and I always find that rather odd.
Yeah, I agree. It's a weapon at all times in any forms of the game, especially with a bit of pace. But we see a big change here. Tickner going round the wicket, and he's put a backward square and a fine leg on the fence, and then a more common position now, not so common back in the days, but a floating third man.
So right arm round to the right-handed batsman Porter.
This is more the Neil Wagner sort of stuff that we were talking about moments ago. A technique which New Zealand have used successfully for a few years now. And Tickner has a couple more deliveries at the hip here, if not higher.
44 these two have now put on. So they're now the second best partnership of the innings so far.
Leg
Yes.
gully moved in there as well.
Clever. If you're going to bowl the right arm round, it makes perfect sense. And of course, that was a good bounce set, but Jamie Porter has that tail ender way of sticking the bat up like a periscope.
Periscope.
Yeah, where anything could happen if you get an edge from it. But he gets away with it. He won glorious 4 in that innings. He's moved on to 27. The
Blair.
score 243 for 8, and we have 5 overs left tonight.
Blair Tickner making it sound like a tennis match out there, grunting.
Yeah, there is a major grunt, isn't there, with the effort.
Wimbledon not far away.
Have you managed to do any Wimbledon in the career as yet?
Awkwardly, Wimbledon always falls at the similar time to the Open
I know,
Championship,
I
which
remember.
breaks my heart because I'm a massive tennis fan and more in particular a massive Wimbledon fan. But I'll certainly be sneaking along at some point during the championship to get a view.
No, I was incredibly lucky. I worked for Radio Wimbledon for 12 years, so commentated on a lot of extraordinary matches, most of whom with players who are still playing, considering I left there's Federer, there's Murray, there's Nadal, Djokovic, all of whom were playing. I think my last tournament was 2011.
Duffy getting some beautiful away swing from the right-hander. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was lucky enough to get to the Fed Express. It was one of my bucket list life goals to see the Fed Express live in action, and got into centre court to watch him in round 1.
Excellent.
Absolutely wiped the floor. So, yeah, it was great. He was showing off as well. So it was, it was a real treat that I can live off for the rest of my life.
No, that's the job. No, I'm not going to bang on. It gets very annoying if people just talk about the things they've done. Let's talk about cricket. And certainly Jacob Duffy. Oh, what a delivery! Absolute corker. Too good for James. Too fast for James. And guess what? Yorker length.
A little bit fuller, a little inside edge to boot, and James falls for 52. A good innings off 108. Very impressive fight from the all-rounder.
Really, really good knock from him. He will have done his credibility with selectors no harm at all, as Rob Key and James Taylor were certainly here during the day. I don't know if they're still here, but they were certainly dropping by to have a look and see the kids, and James Taylor was here yesterday. But that was a really good knock, and you can hear from the crowd here that they enjoyed it too. It was a lovely delivery to get rid of him though.
Yeah, just pitching it up and forcing him into a drive. He'll be disappointed that the front foot, he didn't cover his off stump, didn't get across. He just went straight down the wicket, which promotes that gap in between bat pad. And Duffy gets a breakthrough.
So we have the number 11, Ben Gibbon, who is come to join the Bradman-esque Jamie Porter. Ben Gibbon. He has got a... He's played 2 first-class matches. Has a batting average of 14 and a top score of 9.
Okay. Interesting. Another cricket around the world.
Oh, yeah, what's happening in the IPL?
Black Caps fans will be a little bit worried because Trent Bolt's team, the Rajasthan Royals, are playing very well in their run chase. Oh, peach of a delivery. Duffy's found some rhythm.
As England fans, how's Jason?
As England fans, you'll be very happy to hear that Josh Buttler is not out 65.
Wow.
Off just 32 deliveries.
So
9 fours, 3 sixes. So their target of 157 is looking oh so small all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, we both said we weren't sure if Butler gets in.
Yeah, it wasn't ever quite enough, so they need 57 runs and 64
balls. It's a
balls.
drop in the slips.
Colin de Gronholm just sticks a big mitt out there.
Wasn't the easiest chance in the world, but I imagine Colin's taken a few of those in his day.
Late in the afternoon, a little bit on the heels. Just let's see on the replay this inside foot. He's falling with the catch, not still. Duffy, what an over it would have been.
Yeah, cleaned up the last 2.
If he got that last one.
The young Worcestershire man survives. Jamie Porter can have another go. Be interesting to see if it's still Blair Tickner. I think I might be tempted to bring the spinner on with Porter doing this. But no, Tickner's going to have another go.
Yeah, I think Tickner wants some revenge. He wants to keep bowling this body line.
Well, now that they've lost the main batsman, now that Lyndon James has gone, he wasn't holding back much before, but I don't think Jamie Porter will hang around much, will he? I think he'll probably go for it. Because the chances of... There's 4 overs remaining, so 2 overs crossover, so we might have 1 more over this evening.
No commentary needed. Polite laughter from the crowd here in Chelmsford.
Oh, I enjoyed that one.
Porter. There's about 50 pitches out in the middle, and he was nearly on the end one.
Yeah, but he's still got enough bat to go up and over. 4 more.
Put that in the books. A couple of scorers in front of us today.
Yeah, I'd like to learn how to play that shot.
Very Trent Bolt-like, as I mentioned before.
God, he was nearly off the pitch when he played that one, just having stepped so far outside leg stump.
Can he bowl that Yorker you mentioned? Fire it into leg stump.
Yes.
And there we have it, folks. All out, 147. It's been a valiant effort near the end, but the New Zealanders have had the rub of the green throughout the day.
And in the end, Jamie Porter is the last man out for a hugely entertaining 31 that has got his side up to 247 all out. They still trail by 119 runs, but it looks as if it was going to be a lot more than that at one stage. So a decent wag from the tail. Now I'm just looking at I think it'll be 1 over. I think they'll be out for 1 over.
Yeah, it looks like there's time. Tom Latham and Young have run into the sheds, but bowling coach Shane Jurgensen will be very pleased with his efforts as he walks his way back to the pavilion, carrying a couple of drink bottles. A good effort from the New Zealanders today, a patient effort. And
sorry, go on, George.
well, I was just going to mention the wicket tallies. Ajaz Patel putting his name up at the perfect time before a Lord's Test, 3 for 32.
Been a good match for the two spinners so far.
It has
Patterson
been.
White also did a good job for the counties, but you're right. I thought Ajaz Patel bowled beautifully. I can even remember the 2 bad balls that he bowled in 16 overs, and that was it.
Yeah.
The rest of it was so tidy, really excellent. I think that Matt Henry is unlucky not to be in that list, but because he bowled more than Colin de Grandhomme.
Have you ever seen a more similar scorecard? 3 wickets 2-2-1, 3 wickets 2-2-1, and then a 60 odd, a 50 odd, a 40 odd. Very similar games.
It really is. It really, yeah. The Matt Henry innings probably the difference between the two. But no, it's really it's been a fun session, this final session, and I was really pleased as well for the young lad Lyndon James to get to that 50 as well, because he could have gone very early on if that blinding Superman like caught and bowl from Matt Henry had stuck, but it didn't. So well played for him for showing that kind of strength of character that, okay, fine, I've got a life, let's use it.
Yep, and now we've been presented with a little challenge that we talked about earlier, something that will happen throughout the series, and that's the awkward couple of overs before the end of days that Tommy Latham and Will Young are going to have to survive.
Yeah, I think it'll be it's probably 2 overs, because I think there's the 2 for the changeover, and that will leave 2 overs to survive.
Yeah. 3 overs remain, so 1 or 2. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Maybe they'll give them an extra couple to test the boys out.
Just threw the scorecard up there now. There were a few batsmen who got in. Compton, who many people wanted to see, did play pretty well for his 39. I'm sure he would have liked a few more runs, but he did enough to keep himself in the frame, I should think. A few others will be disappointed with the way that they... There is 1 over left. 1 over left for Latham and Young to survive, and it will be an over of spin by the looks of things.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting, but fair, but also interesting because spinner to the left-hander, spinning into him. I don't think that'll stress Tom Latham out too much, especially with only 1 slip and 1 short pad.
No, that's
Get a ring around him.
Why bother? Yeah, so Liam Patterson-White, the Nottinghamshire left-arm spinner, will bowl the last over this evening.
Top wicket taker in the first innings, so
Indeed.
has earned the right. But a tricky little situation. No one likes batting here. No one likes batting here.
And Tom Latham will want runs as well because he had a bit of a failure in the first innings, and will want to spend some time at the crease. A little bit of spin there, I think.
The brand new Duke ball. Spinners must love the chance to get it every now and then.
Hey, you usually only get a chance with a new white ball, so to get a chance with a new red one. Hard to grip sometimes, spinners tell me, because it is so shiny.
Yeah, sometimes the seam can hurt your fingers a little bit more.
But you do have the extra bounce.
Strong leave. Just 1 little over before another good day is done. Stoutly in defence is Tom Latham. Big day of batting, you sense, for the New Zealanders tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Several of the top order batsmen who missed out a bit. And that was a very good final over, nicely bowled from the spinner. He did very well indeed to put a bit of pressure on Liam Patterson-White. Well done for Latham, Tom Latham, for surviving. Will Young didn't face a ball. And day 2 is now over with New Zealand 0 for no wicket in their second innings. A lead of 115 after the county select 11 were all out for 247.
Yep, another thrilling day here in Chelmsford at the Cloud County Ground. This match is going to be a lot of fun as New Zealand look to bat the entire day tomorrow and really create a big lead. If they can score quick enough runs, they might have a crack at the county 11 late in the day. But it's been great preparation ahead of Lords thus far, and it's been great to be here calling it all.
It really has been. We've had a fun day because Cam Fletcher and Ajaz Patel got the ball rolling this morning with some fun batting at the death as far as New Zealand were concerned. Then we've got the likes that people in the counties 11 who really wanted to do well in this, and certainly Dom Sibley will be disappointed not to build on a decent 27 that he made. Ben Compton 39, Tom Haynes 42, all got in, but the innings of the innings was Lyndon James's 52, with Jamie Porter's rapid 31 at the end, probably the most entertaining of the lot.
Yeah, there was some great entertainment from both tails wagging. It's always fun to watch, especially if you're in the dressing rooms and seeing your bowlers have a bit of fun. But similar scorecards as we mentioned before. Ajaz Patel 3 for 32, and Tickner getting a couple at the end there, as well as Kyle Jamieson.
Yep. So 3 wickets for Patel, 2 for Tickner, 2 for Jamieson. Matt Henry I thought bowled superbly, but just 1 for 32 from his 17 overs. As we see that there could have been 2.
Yeah, you can tell the class with the run rates here of
Absolutely.
both Matt Henry and Colin de Grandhomme, really tightening things up. Matt Henry just 1.88, showing how hard he was to put away.
Ajaz Patel batted well, bowled well, just 2 and over he conceded, taking his 3 wickets as well. So I think New Zealand will be pretty pleased with their day's work today.
Yeah, it's just all about getting their loads up, getting time on the legs ahead of Lords. It's a different type of fitness. So for 5 days of cricket at the highest level, you have to be match fit. So yes, they'll be looking at the results, and yes, they'll be looking at how many wickets and how many runs, but at the end of the day, they pretty well know what that 11's going to be, bar a couple of players. So as long as the match fitness is there, they'll back the boys to do the job.
Well, there we go. That is the end of the second day, and sadly George has actually got a life, so he won't be here over the weekend, which is a blow as far as our commentary team is concerned. But I'll be with you tomorrow, Guy Swindle, so we'll see what happens on day 3 here. Will this be the day that the New Zealand batsmen come to the party in the top order and get themselves primed for Lords in that first test? Join us tomorrow and find out.